Rags.
One of the stronger teams at the comp, Thunder, but I think, especially in a BO1, we have a really good chance.
They can shoot, don't get me wrong, but I think a lot of these teams do lack the experience and the level.
We are playing them in a BO1 at like 10 AM, so like there might be a bit of variance where we can like kind of catch them off guard.
Yeah, this Mindfreak is a lot different than their previous.
Don't even know any of them. I think we can actually beat them. It just depends if it's BO1 or BO3, I reckon.
This one's a little bit of an unknown for me.
I think Thunder Down Under is a hard matchup, to be honest. I think we would need to be like on our game. We'd have to be really sharp.
I verse them in pugs every so often, but yeah, look, everyone has their thing. Once again, like
probably beat them, yeah. It's pretty early in the morning too, gamers, you know. Take advantage of it.
Hello and welcome back to the HyperX Intel Nationals 2026. Thank you for your patience, first and foremost. We had Two-Tap Tony in fixing all the problems, so he's now joining me after he's resolved everything, so you can give him a large thank you.
Yeah, I got a large sweat wiped across my brow after that. I was hard at work with the wrenches and such, but yeah, we're finally into it. Inferno. Our vetoes, of course, have gone underway. We'll just quickly breeze through them. Of course, Dust 2, Mirage getting taken out, pretty expected. Nubis Ancient, Cash being the floater was one we caught in the interim here. Mindfreak taking away Cash, didn't want to tussle on that one. And then going to Nuke, of course, taken away. So Inferno should be a pretty middle ground for both these teams, I feel, Jim.
Yeah, look, it's one of those rough, brawly sort of maps. I think that's kind of the state of the map pool at the moment, but we'll see who's willing to brawl early on. You've got Bay just trying to get some info out on Banana, trying not to lose his head. But you can see now Thunder Down Under just got that, I guess that little bit more map control now as a result. They're sending numbers through Carpet, through Banana, heavily towards that B side of the site. But look, as far as Mindfreak are concerned, they don't have any info now.
Yeah, not a whole lot of info to go off here. You can see, just setting up for cheeky little B exec, of course, going to be Alistair flashing them through. ASAP still, of course, lurking around in the apartments, as we'll see. Little utility fly. Bay to find that first opener. A quick trade, though, from Liaz. But, of course, Kyra there on the case, ready to shut it down. Mindfreak, well, now at a quite a advantage here, and for the likes of Thunder, left to 2.
Yeah, big regroup having to happen now for Thunder Down Under. And Void's got some info now. Ali's just trying to rejoin his teammate on this A site. It's a foot race, and they should be able to get there, but get that bomb plant in, but that leaves a big question mark over the defense. ASAP does find another. He was the man to look for. We highlighted it in the pre-game if you were around for that.
Yeah, a while ago, of course, about an hour. But we
Kudos to you.
Yeah, if you were around for that one, of course, yeah, ASAP, one of those guys we highlighted, as well, of course, Phoebe and Zune, one of those other few members that, of course, we highlighted. Alistair tucking in pit, perfect shot here in mini. And ASAP, of course, just going to play the bait. Phoebe trying to stick here, but I don't think he can stick in the face of two. ASAP walking back up short, and Ali will poke his head out there towards the right side of pit. And, well, Thunder already bringing the Thunder, starting it off with the pistol.
Yeah, I could hear the thunder actually through the bottom of the mezzanine floor. So they're actually sitting right below us. And pretty sure TJP let everybody in the building know that they had just won that pistol round. So do not let your eyes deceive you as well on the HUD either. It is HUD Down Under that has that 1-0 advantage at the moment. So from, I guess, Mind Freak's perspective, right? Like they played that pistol round as best they could. The problem was after Thunder Down Under pushed them back into the bomb sites, right? They were very reactive there. They had to play just on very little information.
Yeah, not a whole lot of info there to Mind Freak, of course. And as well, I have to give credit to Ali and ASAP there in that 2 versus 1. They're just playing the time, of course, ASAP jiggling towards short, falling back, and letting Ali play that man there. So, yeah, well played to Thunder, showing that experience already here in the server. Of course, a quick tack, or technical, probably a technical here as we hopefully sort it out. Hopefully no hour-long breaks again, Jim.
Yeah, we're just trauma bonding here at the moment on the desk. But look, as far as this event is concerned, if you're only just tuning in, you might only just be tuning in because obviously this is our first match. We have got some of the best teams here in Australia fighting it out on land at the DFRAG studios, and of course, thanks to HyperX and Intel for allowing us to put that on, and more importantly for this region getting, getting a lot of exposure, not just exposure, but also VRS points for the region.
Absolutely.
So that's what that's attracting the big dogs in the region. You've got FlyQuest here, you've got Thunder Down Under.
Yep.
And these guys are, obviously they're here for those VRS points more so than anything else.
Yeah, absolutely. VRS probably very important. Of course, we saw a very close race towards the top of Asia. Of course, Lin Vision, Tyloo pretty sitting handedly as well. Mongols, of course, pretty high up there now in their spots up for contention here, of course, because, a little bit of roster turmoil. So these Australia teams probably hot after those VRS points here. And, of course, we almost had 3 Semperfi, that third seed almost coming through from the Asia VRS. But, yeah, unfortunately, Semperfi now kick the bucket, a few roster swaps, and waiting to see what they do, of course.
I was going to say, there's a few good, I guess, prospects on the market, too, for a lot of these teams who are making roster shifts. And one of them are here right now. You've got FlyQuest, who we don't know who their 5th is just yet. And obviously, they're trying to play the market. They're looking for an AWPer.
Yep.
With Grat filling the spot for this event, but I guess beyond that, there's question marks over it. So there's a lot of, a lot of storylines coming into this event. Obviously, first event of after the player break as far as the major cycle is concerned, and there are a lot of, question marks over what are these new rosters going to be able to do? How far are they going to be able to push? I guess Mind Freak are one of those rosters, right? Like they've traditionally the org's taken, and more recently, a project team approach.
Yep.
And that's exactly what this roster is. There's a lot of players who don't have that huge amount of experience, but they're looking for that in these sorts of environments, in these sorts of events.
Yeah, of course, working with, newer talent. We didn't get to speak about Bay all too much in the pre-show, and Bay definitely one of the newer prospects here. Phoebe, well, as we alluded to. Cairo, Zune, been around for a little bit. Still newer blood here. Of course, Void, their veteran. It feels interesting, of course, look at this Mind Freak project compared to previous, because it was always centered around Tux in the previous iterations.
Absolutely, and even in later iterations, him slotting out of the actual active roster into the coach. They were looking for his experience outside of the server. Funnily enough, I feel like he's played more now that he's moved into a coaching role.
He's like, I'm going to retire, but GZ, want me back? All right, I guess I'm back in.
Just when I think I'm out,
they pull me back in.
I know that feeling. But for that Mind Freak roster now, right? Like they don't have that, super experienced player in Tux. But Void's been around for a very long time.
Yeah.
I can think back to like sort of 2014 or 2015, even then, him not necessarily being right at the very top of OCE, but playing in rosters that were again very similar position to Mindfreak now, pushing the top rosters, pushing and bubbling, I guess, looking for that individual talent. So he's now tasked with, I guess, being the spiritual leader of these guys in the same mold that I guess they molded the team around Tuts. Void's now that player.
Yeah, absolutely. And, well, staring down a giant, of course, Thunder, we have to always talk about, just qualifying for the major ASAP TJP, getting their international debut. I wouldn't say international debut. They've played a few pro leagues and stuff like that. But finally, getting their shot at a little bit of more heavier international competition with the major. Of course, as we alluded to as well, in pre-show, reigning LAN champs back, of course, from the wildcard LAN and ZC locals. So, yeah, a lot of these teams probably looking to take Thunder down a peg.
Yeah, 100%. Everyone, I think, is squaring them up. They've got a target on their back for sure. Same with FlyQuest, right? Like, especially some of these younger players, Mindfreak, they'll be looking for maybe a highlight clip or two, but that sort of highlight clip is what plays in your head when you play them every time.
Yeah.
So it's definitely a confidence bolster for them if they're able to take some rounds in convincing fashion and individually put in some performances. That's the kind of experience that just compounds over time. So I think then the issue at the moment that's compounding over time is we heard the pistol round being won. Sorry. I was told that TJP was a little bit too
bit too rowdy, yeah.
A bit too rowdy, and has consequently pulled out his microphone cable.
Yeah, and hopefully we can get it plugged back in, because I don't know, Jim. We've been sitting here for quite a while. Just start the game already, guys. What's happening here?
It's Dog Ryan when you
casters start the game. I can see it into a shot already, but yeah, look, Inferno, as we alluded to, a little bit of a middle ground. Mindfreak, of course, not too much is known recently about this team. Before they were Mindfreak, Cortisol played in the ESL Challenger League. That's like about as much as we know. They didn't get to face Thunder on Inferno, but they got absolutely demolished there by that new Dinkuts roster. Of course, Dinkuts losing Blood, and Blood looking to make his LAN debut here with Abyssal. That should be an exciting one once we get to see that one. But yeah,
Blood's pretty important.
Yeah, it's pretty important.
Vital even.
He's one of those newer Blood.
Yeah, a new Blood.
Yeah, new Blood.
All right, young Blood. Well, looks like we've got some movement here in the server too, so we shouldn't be underway too long. But I think until then, we haven't actually pulled out any of our top draw jokes yet. So, we're leaving something in the tank for the rest of the day.
Yeah, keeping it in the back pocket for the moment. Thunder, just looking at this bio, of course. MP7 for Dexter. MP7's been pretty meta recently. A lot of teams have worked out. The MP7 shoots pretty good. And finally, we're away from our tech and back into it, Jim. No more yap from us. We get to see some Counter-Strike again.
Mad tech. That's what we're after. Some mad techers. All right, I'm going to see the MP7 play out. I mean, I've seen it obviously in my limited, Premier and Faceit experience recently, but I want to see it actually play out in these sorts of environments. But obviously, Kyra as well. They're buying into this Mindfreak, and why not? You play that game of who won the pistol round, just based on the buys. But it's just a slower approach now from Thunder down under. They kind of want to feel out what Mindfreak got here. They don't want to walk and just run straight into trap. Just slow, prog molly, prog flashes into top banana. TJP on that Mach 10 looking to clear space. Zune could catch a rotator here. Liaz has to be quite careful.
Yeah, I like this spacing through apartments from the likes of Mindfreak. Void going to be the first one facing Liaz, though, ready for it. And you can sense that Thunder got a good read. They know that Mind get forced into this one now. 5-7 from Zune trying to get into it. But Liaz, he makes the jump across and he's got a better angle. And a nice little eco double from Liaz to start it off here for Thunder. And of course, still wealth of the map now to take back that space that was granted to Mindfreak's second mid. Yeah,
now a lot of pressure here on Cairo. He's got just an MP9. No real util to work with. And I think probably a good call here to just save things out. Inferno is a bit of a save simulator, but for that reason, maintaining CT economy is quite important early on in these opening stoushes. But should be relatively unchallenged here, Thunder Down Under. They might look to see if they can enable that Mach 10 of TJP to get some more damage done. Maybe the SMG as well. Dexter, they'll be on the hunt, basically.
Yeah, look to get that cash reward here. The likes of Mind Freak, though, nowhere near going to be giving up that cash reward over to Thunder. And, well, you know, bomb changes, of course, Jim. We have to talk about that. That just recently hit in the last few patches. And, yeah, it feels a little bit more catered towards those who don't know the bomb radius too much.
Well, particularly on maps like this, right? Like, it's always been the case that that bomb radius of the B site can kind of really catch you out. With this update, I don't know, it kind of feels comical, kind of feels cartoony to me. That's not the CS that I'm used to, even though I did start in CS 1.6. But I guess the bomb changes, right? Like, you can really calculate where you sit in that post plant and really try and play things out. More importantly, too, I feel as though it's going to influence some rounds. Either, you know, players maybe wanting to go for this, maybe pushing, maybe even trying to just stick around a little bit more in terms of not leaving the bomb too early. You might not have any of these defuse attempts because they don't need to get out so quickly. We'll see. We'll see how it plays out.
Yeah, definitely favors towards the later rounds, kind of maybe hero plays that we expect to see from some of these teams. But, well, for Thunder, getting up Banana pretty decisively. TJP did eat a little bit of that HE, but some great damage dish back onto the Mind Freak side. Of course, Bay, Phoebe, pretty low, so they're going to have to tuck and wait. Nice little molly lineup here from Dexter onto Orange. That's going to force Bay back a little bit further. Dexter's still poking around with his MP7, while the rest of Thunder have taken up now towards his control.
Just going to push numbers towards long. They're going to try and wrap this A site. That could be quite dangerous. They need to make sure that Library's quite comfortably dealt with. They've got a player there just pushing. Taking out Void. There's not really too much here to work with for Mind Freak. They're locked out of this site now with these smokes. Again, SMGs might be looking for some more money. But not really too much on offer here for Mind Freak in terms of the round.
Yeah, unfortunately, maybe just want to keep a few of those pistols. You can only save so much before you have to go for it, right? That's the unfortunate part about this CT side, right? You can save a whole lot. Great shot there from Phoebe, taking off the head of TJP. Liaz, though, to trade one back on towards Bay, and you can only save so much before, you know, the game's over here. Thunder coming off to a pretty good start, though. 3-0 on the trot, and still looking to hunt here. Two players in that church position that they're going to have to be careful about.
Yeah, they might have to clear this. They could be caught out. I mean, there's not too much at risk here, right? The MP9's just doing its dance, and okay, Cairo does pick up some handy economy for the CT side. But as far as the rounds are concerned, I really don't feel like they've participated in this match just yet, have they?
No, definitely haven't had a crack at it yet, but of course we'll now see that purchase into the rifles. AWP here for Cairo. Should be an exciting one. Haven't seen Cairo AWP too much recently. I believe he has taken up that primary AWP role, though, for Mind Freak, of course, with the recent roster changes. But Thunder, it's going to be a little bit more of a passive setup, less populated towards that mid control. Second mid going to be getting that jump up here. Void, though, having to fight for it. Getting up in a boiler deep. That molly forces ASAP off. And for Thunder, no, good posturing. Once again, just controlling them, that space on the map pretty well. And, well, we can see a little bit of banana control here as well, though, from Mind Freak. This time playing a little bit more towards it. Smoke down towards bottom. And Thunder still posturing around the apartments here. ASAP, of course, the one that's been playing here pretty much the whole game so far. Mind Freak, though, they've got all the rotates over towards A, Jim.
Yeah, they certainly do. That's ready to go. But looks like banana control is on the agenda here for Thunder Down Under. Now TJP on point. Bay is pretty much just sitting back in the site now, calling for that rotate through from Zune. Just trying to bleed out some of that CT utility over towards this B side. I think that's quite important for Thunder Down Under's late round. They are going to position back towards A, but that doesn't mean B is off the cards. 30 seconds left. By the time they get into this site, they're going to test this A site defense. This is a good time for that AWP Pro to contest them.
And definitely this Cairo fire off. Void in front of the truck there. The molly doesn't quite burn him out, but he will be taken by TJP. Cairo's found one, but TJP, Phoebe back for two there. On for the fight towards Alistair, and the head spotted. Perfect precision there from Alistair. Will go down in another 2 versus 2 here. And Dexter, he's got the prime spot, can't get the gun out, he smokes Arch again. Now it's up to Alistair. The 2 versus 1 here. Bay and Zoom quite low, and Alistair's going to take his fights, and he will win them out. Alistair coming up big, and Thunder 4 on the board.
That's a big round from Alistair. Had to get in and roll his sleeves up, do the heavy lifting. It was looking quite dangerous there. Phoebe grabbing 2 in the side. I thought, okay, the pressure's really on for Thunder Down Under. They're going to find themselves quite in a quite difficult position. I thought Dexter, honestly, would have had them dead to rights. However, his old, I guess, instincts of being a smoke criminal loomed too large for him. He had to re-smoke himself and get caught with that utility out. But Alistair looking sharp as ever, and I think that that extended warm-up of his has certainly paid dividends. Now, though, again, MP9s in close quarters on Inferno is super difficult to deal with, so they're going to have to be careful.
Yeah, Liaz, though, he's got their number in apartments this time. Great trade, though, from Cairo, catching a sap on the jumper. And 1-for-1 trade, not too bad here for Mind Freak. They'll get that AK onto Cairo as well, so a little bit of more heavy firepower for Mind Freak. The rest of Thunder, though, up towards top Banana. Have been taking a lot of control uncontested here from Mind Freak. Happy to give them that top banana control.
Yeah, I think on this particular round, right, they were looking to roam a dome with those MP9s, just pick up an upgrade, which they have. Now they're going to pull numbers back towards this B site. It's exactly where Thunder Down Under have to go. That smoke blows things wide open. Now Bay does get the off angle, finds the first, and now, again, these smokes that they're hiding behind Mind Freak could be quite dangerous for Thunder Down Under. TJP just looking dependable, but certainly looking for more. He picks up 3, and an important round for Mind Freak. That's going to bolster the confidence after some very hard gun rounds for them.
Yeah, speak about smoke criminals. We're talking about Dexter Zune flying immediately through that CT one and just catching Thunder on a timing they probably weren't expected. And that's the thing about this Mind Freak roster is unknown. Expectations of them, of course, going into this whole LAN. We don't know too much about the players. Bay's an unknown quantity, of course, I believe. Coming from ECA Open on Blazing Beavers is the intel I got. So, yeah, Bay, one of those unknown quantities, though. Dexter immediately ripping Cairo's head off there and shows that the veterans still kind of got it. Yeah,
also just checking the edge of the smoke too. Zune trying to transition into a better spot to help Void. Short. They're going to back off though, Thunder Down Under. They have done enough to find that opener. And I think they need to get back to some basics here and just run and gun maybe a little bit more. I think that's sort of helping them just assert their dominance over Mind Freak. But a slower approach just allows Mind Freak to get some numbers back towards this A site.
Expecting a little bit of a crunch there. They're going to spot Phoebe out in the corner. She'll get taken out. Thunder Down Under now look to wrap onto this B site. They've got such an effective rotate here. It's just going to be left to Bay. Stuck in church, one from him, but a one and done. Thunder Down Under free to take the B site there, and a great call there. Expecting Mind Freak on that early rotation over towards A, catching Phoebe out, and just the site falls from there.
Yeah, what they're doing right now, Thunder Down Under, is just putting pressure on individuals, right? Like they're able to isolate individual duels, trade their way through. That opener in mid just, I guess, really set the tone for Thunder Down Under to have total map control. They put pressure back onto Arch. They were able to just wrap that B site. And it was really difficult for Mind Freak to be able to do anything from there. At best, Bay finds one, it's traded out. The spacing of Thunder Down Under is a lot better than the teams, Mind Freak are probably used to playing too. So that multi-fragging opportunities aren't going to come too often. So you really got to be on the top of your game. And now they're even hunting to potentially take some money out of the CT economy. Not too convincing though. I think after these rounds, after they bolster their own economy now, they're going to be looking to really try and put the hurt onto Mind Freak, make it really difficult for them to get some good buys in.
Yeah, definitely weighing their options in, and yeah, definitely wanted to see tactical time out here from Mind Freak. And it's interesting looking at both these rosters. I believe Mind Freak, of course, don't have a coach. Oh no, they do have a coach. Sorry, Coach Evelyn behind them. And a newer coach as well to the scene. Evelyn not too known to be a coach, but definitely has been putting in the hours here with that Mind Freak team. And yeah, they're going to need it right now. Definitely feeling like something's an issue, something's a miss right now. And for Thunder, seeing that tack also just gives them a little bit more of that veteran confidence that they've already got.
Yeah, absolutely. It just I guess steadies things for them a little bit. Now they've saved a few weapons over. They're going to try and get something done in this round. The round that they did win was honestly all on the back of Zune just coming through and picking up that multi-frag kill. But I mean, from there on in, you've kind of got to give the rest of the team some confidence, something to bite onto. But yeah, I think if Thunder Down Under are just given that early opening pick, it's going to be really difficult for Mind Freak to try and find their way back. So they've got to really value their life in the early phases of these rounds. Otherwise, it just gets more difficult as time goes on.
A lot of heavy mollies deployed early round here. Thunder denied that banana control for the moment. TJP going to be braving himself through that smoke. Mollies as well towards apartments. Stop Mind Freak getting aggressive in that position that they've been showing presence in. So ASAP free to walk around these halls as he pleases. And I like this from Thunder. They're taking 2 bits of the map by themselves, right? You've got 3 going up banana, 2 in apartments, and just making sure that Mind Freak are being checked at every angle.
Yeah, absolutely. It's keeping rotators from being mobile between the 2 sites. Like they're keeping players at there's no rotation off the site. They can't. They know that there's someone there in Boiler who's just showing precedence. And now, because they've been fighting that entire time, it just gets really difficult for them to try and take this. They are going to have a crack at it by the look of it. A bomb is yet to go down. So this is going to be on the back of TJP. How well can he hold things down for this position?
It's a pretty good spot to be sitting behind right now. Of course, spam coming through from Cairo. And now smoke's gone. Redeploy there. And Void's having none of it. He's out of there. Grabs himself an AK. It's another save round here for Mind Freak. Unfortunately, really can't get themselves into it with... well, they had a bit of utility. 3 flashes could have probably got them in towards that site, but opting to keep those AKs and seeing what they can do in this next round. Again, Thunder just taking up so much space uncontested time and time again.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, the lost bonus is there, but it's not really enough to get the kill. You get that little bit extra to get 3 frags from the round, but I think they've just weighed things up and they're like, no, we're not going to risk this. We're not going to go for it. We're going to try and keep our economy healthy for the half. However, they've still only got 1 round and they're starting to run out of, of rounds here to tie things up. So best they can do is 6-6, right? So
yeah,
that's what they'll be hoping for at this stage. But again, just Thunder Down Under are finding those opening picks, and then they're just keeping those rotators from being able to help each other at the site. So it's really tough. Thunder Down Under are just forcing these individual duels all over the map. It's not working for Mind Freak.
not working. They need to go together here. Raid take into apartments, you know, probably would help them out. Going to be taking up some banana control though. Great deep smoke there. Gets Phoebe in a pretty good off-angle. Thunder won't expect here. TJP crawling up to the barrels. He's just going to be sitting and waiting. He's going to try and fight Mind Freak on their own turf. Bay with a nice little one there through that smoke, catching TJP. And that's the answer Mind Freak need. An early pick and maybe a quick rotation over to where Thunder are going.
Yeah, opening duel finally goes their way. But again, this is going to be tough. They're going to have to rely here on Cairo to help Zune. But Zune goes down early. Just didn't want to wait for that. So now Thunder Down Under are going to have to do it 3-on-4. They're going to try and keep as many players over at this A site as possible. So they're going to try and sell this here with Dexter. He's able to do this on his own. If he can keep the players over towards this A site, it forces a 2-on-1 at B. So I think with the time ticking, he's not even going to exercise that option. They're just going to go contact B.
Alistair going to be lining up that smoke CT. Doesn't really need a lineup. You can kind of just toss that one on the fly. HG to blow the smoke away. And now up close. Has to find that shot, but it's actually going to go to Liaz. Beautiful one picked up by Thunder as they storm into the B site. And, well, where do they plant it? First orange, the safest spot possible with Phoebe spamming that smoke. Alistair now trying to get towards the back of site where Nubox, a more favourable AWP position to play from. Mind Freak can go for this. Don't have a whole lot of utility. 2 flashes in Cairo's hands, but for Thunder, it's about playing the positions. It's about playing the angles. Alistair going to be watching towards Coffin. It's the first one onto Phoebe. Sent 6 foot under here. Cairo Void What do they do now? Kit in the hands of Void, so it's still potential for this Thunder side to drop it here, but Alistair, he's hotly contested. Void with a beautiful shot. Player now in Barbecue. Liaz opting to fall back in time is the essence. Mindfreak don't have it. And Dexter and Liaz will storm away with another one for Thunder.
Safest spot on the map there. Right next to where the bomb is, almost, but safest spot on the map. I think for Mindfreak, they are fast running out of ideas and options. Had everything start to go right for them, right? Like they found that opening pick. They were able to get themselves out without having a trade fall their way. But they're just not able to get that mid-round success that they need. And I think for Thunder Down Under, again, just a lot of map control, a lot of progression. Okay, Zoon's going to try and push the envelope. That's the kind of plays I think Mindfreak needs to maybe start executing, maybe with a little bit more coordination as a team, because look at this, huge pressure on Cairo.
Okay, he's got a shot though. Traded back immediately from TJP, and it's another from TJP. He catches Void on that lurk mid, but now it's just to TJP. The loud, boisterous man of Thunder against the two new stars here of Mindfreak, Bay and Phoebe, trying to walk up through this archway, but TJP might have the spot here. He's got both of them dead to rights. If you can find the lineup, only one. Bade getting taken, but Phoebe trade. And finally, Mindfreak put another on the board here, Jim.
Yeah, at what cost?
At
what cost?
Their entire economy.
Yeah, it's kind of gone out the window, right? Like Phoebe's maybe at best going to be able to drop one now, aside from that AWP. And I think the rest of Mindfreak, they've got to just manage their money correctly for these remaining rounds. I think Thunder Down Under are going to be quite cognizant of that fact. So look for them to really try and bleed out a lot of the utility early on. But it took a change in pace from Zoon just going straight down mid, just going, okay guys, trying to catch them out potentially before they can set themselves in. So maybe that gives Mindfreak the right idea. Maybe they've got to try and force Thunder Down Under to work on their timings, because right now the pace of play is being dictated by TDU.
Yeah, absolutely. They just know how to play Inferno all too well. Seasoned veterans in the server, and well, for Zern, pretty aggressive off angle to be taking. It'll be flashed in by a teammate. Of course, that is going to be Void from side helping him out. ASAP though, nice little smoke to maybe get up onto this Arch player, but Cairo finding some shots now, able to find something. Dexter though with a spam onto Phoebe. B-side now potentially here for Thunder, but it's going to be Bay. Back for two. Smokes himself off, tries to get back to New Box, but can't retreat. Thunder will get that bomb down, but man advantage here for Mindfreak.
Yeah, this is a big round here for Mindfreak. If they can get this right, it's going to bring their confidence into these last few rounds of the half. But Alistair, again, he's just been impenetrable from triple. And they're going to wait on the timing of this flash. They need to remove Alistair out of play. Here's the linchpin. Liaz has taken the aggro, so now the focus is on him. This is really tough for Mindfreak. They had the number advantage, but they make it look easy, don't they, TDU?
Yeah, making it too easy here now. So just posted towards Church. Liaz going to get up on the high angle, and well, he's got a spot. I didn't know that was an angle you could find, but Liaz definitely does. And for Thunder, still getting loud down there. You can just hear TJP in our ears from all the way up here with our beautiful, noise cancelling headsets here.
Yeah, not TJP cancelling, unfortunately.
Unfortunately not.
That's another big round, though, for Thunder Down Under. Credit, though, Mindfreak are really, pushing them in the sense that they are getting to, a post-plant sort of situation. Yes, a few times there, Mindfreak are getting themselves, psyched out of the retake. They're just trying to preserve their economy and going for the save instead. But they are at least getting into these sort of situations where they're at least contemplating the retake. It is, a 2v3 sort of scenario in a lot of these rounds. But you can see the experience of Thunder Down Under is just able to win them out. So, yeah, to be honest with you, you can make, I guess for Mindfreak, you're trying to draw some of the positives out here. Yeah, we're getting them into these sort of situations, but ultimately, they're not coming away with the win. And that's what they're missing. That's what they're wanting.
Aggressive mollies once again up Banana. Thunder. Going to be denied the space this time around, though. I was going to say I have to give that plus to Mind Freak, right? Fighting for banana control, very important on a map like Inferno, especially CT side, especially at a deficit like this. Great spam over the top, but that one gets Alistair a bit low. TJP doesn't have to go just yet. He waits for that flash to set up, and it's going to be the Mac 10 taking out Phoebe there. Gets a little bit of damage as well. Bay has to be cautious. Goes for the smoke. It actually opts for the re-aggress here, trying to catch Thunder off on a timing.
Might even be able to, actually. He's going to get, more importantly, a lot of info here. Does find TJP. Banana's empty. And you've got TDU caught in transition at the moment. They're just going to have to go push the button here on the side. Oh, Cairo does manage to get one as he falls off the quad roof. But they're all here on site, Mind Freak.
Dexter wrap around to Arch as well. Zune doesn't even get the chance to shoot, but Void up on the site posted. Dexter, a veteran v veteran. Dexter will win it out, but now, once again, 1 versus 1. Coming down to these close situations here for Mind Freak. Bomb will be planted towards default here. Bay does have 1 smoke to play with a kit as well, so plenty of time to play with. He can take his time, but Dexter, he's got an off angle here. He's not looking the right way, though. Caught towards the short side. And while Bay puts another for Mind Freak, those sloppier rounds, though, the ones they'll take, because they definitely want to see a little bit more of an even half from them.
Yeah, just taking a little bit too long to go through the smoke for Dexter to be confident in it. So, just caught looking the wrong way. And, they are winning these rounds, Mind Freak, but they are catastrophic cost, unfortunately. That's the issue. They're keeping their economy relatively low. In some of these situations, a lot of these players don't even have kits. So that's going to influence where they're at. In fact, there's only 2 kits amongst all of Mind Freak at the moment. So we'll see how that plays out. But again, Zune, it's worked for him once. He's going to get a bit of info from this push too.
He's going to know they're going up banana, though. They're going fast because they don't have the weaponry expected from Thunder with the scoreline like this. Phoebe, though, on the edge of that smoke, will be able to find Sue, so makes it doable for the rest of Mind Freak. Liaz, ASAP though, they've got Khalils to play with, re-smoke towards Banana. And you can see Liaz getting aggressive here in Church, holding a very, very good off angle. Hard to clear. The first one goes to Liaz. And now for Void, a second one up for the plate. Void and Liaz going back and forth. The Dance of the Devil goes to Void, and ASAP now to try and catch an off angle there on top of Coffin. But the jumping M4 from Zune. Mind Freak will close at 4, so they'll take it, Jim, after a little bit of a rough start.
Certainly is a rough start, but they'll be happy. They got themselves as many rounds as they possibly could in that situation. A few 1v1s there, and it turns things back around because they were certainly in a good position in some of those early rounds of the half to be able to, clutch things out. If it wasn't for TJP, if it wasn't for Alistair, some of those individual plays certainly wouldn't have been maybe as heavily favoured in Thunder Down Under's eyes.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, we get to look at the scoreboard here as the half changes over. Bay, not too bad for his debut here. 10 and 11, sitting up there with the rest of the top fraggers here in the server. Of course, TJP at 10, Alistair and Liaz, around 11 and 9, of course, and another tech. Okay.
Yeah, just not happy with something there at the half. But regardless, you always know that as soon as you're going to throw a LAN event, there's going to be a CS update. The morning of.
Yep.
That's the non-negotiable.
Always happens.
So for Thunder Down Under, they're going to be quite, I guess, confident heading into it. 8-4, maybe they pictured themselves sitting a little prettier than that.
Yeah.
But, we've seen these guys when they played the one time previously. It was 11 weeks ago with slightly different rosters, but largely, the same. It was quite convincing, best of 3, 2 maps to nil. Thunder Down Under, it was 13-3, 13-5, I think it was. In total. So, Mind Freak is sort of sitting in that territory right now. But, what they got to do on their T side is a very similar fashion to the way that Thunder Down Under were running things, right? Like, they've got to be able to push the ante. Yeah, that's pretty much how it went, 13-3, 13-5. Didn't even play this map. That was the third map in this best of 3. So, Inferno is where we didn't get to see them play, but I think it's sort of kind of leaning towards Thunder Down Under having quite a clear advantage on this map as well.
Yeah, we got to see a lot of favourites in that series last time these guys played 11 weeks ago. Of course, Anubis, one of those ones that you want to take away from Thunder, and we saw it taken away early from Mind Freak in the veto. And we've just lost Dexter. Hopefully, quickly
He's
back
back
in. And of course, we'll get that match medicked. And we should be off to the races here. Of course, Thunder CT now. And for my freak, it's about fighting for space. Once again, you know, we saw Thunder take a lot of it on their T side. Very aggressive plays up towards Banana, up towards Apartments. So for Mind Freak, probably going to have to show that same mettle to Thunder.
Yeah, definitely going to have to have a game plan and I guess action it as well. That's I don't know if you're a fan of charms on guns. I find them distracting.
They feel very clunky. I was gonna say, unless they're like all the way at the edge of the barrel or something, like out of sight.
It's just, what is that Buzz Lightyear looking thing?
Is that an M4? That's a USB. USB on a USB.
It does look like an M4 with an incredibly large silencer.
Yeah, a comically large silencer.
Yeah, look, not a fan of them.
Not a fan. No.
They're like the fidget spinner of of your inventory, but I guess no. Technically, that's the Karambit.
Yeah.
But for I don't know. For me, if I'm in Mind Freak's position at the moment, I'm just focused all on pistol. I'm focused everything on this pistol, trying to get themselves sorted for this. I wouldn't be surprised to see Thunder Down Under maybe run something that's a little bit, I guess, out of the ordinary, maybe disruptive, trying to unsettle them early on. I mean, what we're seeing, I mean, they haven't purchased anything, so there's no hints here. Dexter's auto-purchased armor. ASAP has as well. Maybe they're looking for the fight. Maybe they're not. But I don't know. Like, 8-4 is not a rock-solid sort of half, is it?
Nah.
You can't really take your chances if you Thunder Down Under. Maybe if you're 10-2 up, you can try and do something a little funky on that CT side pistol, but this is probably going to be vanilla.
Yeah, very vanilla control, probably going to be taking it from Thunder. I expect to see them probably do what Mind Freak did, right? Put 2 in apps, get aggressive there, fight for that balcony control. And we saw on the T side, it really played to the favor of ASAP Liaz. ASAP getting up on that balcony pretty convincingly. Liaz just kind of sitting back, expecting pushes to come from that CT side. And Mind Freak were punished in, you know, a few of those rounds where they did opt to go for that T apartment push. And well, hopefully get these issues sorted quickly. For Mind Freak, though, you know, this is still early days for them, right? Of course, opening best of 1, you drop this, you kind of expected to, right? But you can shake it off. You go into the next one warm and ready to go.
Absolutely. There's no pressure on them in this matchup, right? Like, all the pressure's on Thunder Down Under.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. Like, you could argue that there's no pressure on them if they win convincingly, but there's been rounds here where Mind Freak have been, you know, taken to 1v1s and 2v2 sort of scenarios, so it's not as though they're not feeling any pressure in this matchup. It's whether or not they can convert that pressure into more rounds. So the Mind Freak players right now are going to be looking to just try and keep getting them into these post-plant scenarios, particularly now on this T side, right? If they can find themselves plants, they're going to be first and foremost confident that the strategy is working. It's getting them into the bomb site. They just need to then work on their post-plant positioning, there, maybe even might even come down to individual plays at that point too. So we'll see what they can offer up, and yeah, well, let's see if Tony, you can get in there and fix it. Good man,
yep.
right on cue too.
Yeah, right on cue. Match medic, wrench does wonders. But yeah, looking at Mind Freak, definitely want to see some more bomb plants. I felt like their CT side, they definitely struggled a little bit with the economy, with all the forces in Thunder just taking away guns time and time again. They only got like 1 or 2 saved guns in the end of some of the rounds, so they opted to go for the saves here. But we're back to it. Live into the second half here, Thunder, Mind Freak. And, well, we're seeing a little bit more utility. We were like, oh, head armor armor for all of them, and then now TJP, smoke, 2 flashes on ASAP. Mind Freak, a little bit more.
It's going to be interesting to see how they play this out. Obviously, getting a little bit more aggressive than their counterparts. Got that info. There's no presence in second mid. Push that third player over towards this B site. TJP is just going to drop the smoke and ensure that the rotation gets there in time. But Mind Freak, it's about when they press go.
And seems to be right away. Flashes flying over the top. ASAP peek from that CT smoke. Alistair is going to be burnt out there, but nobody's going to clear TJP. Close orange. ASAP coming alive from the smoke too. So down for the 1 versus 1 here. Dexter going to be sprinting up Banana, but he goes quiet now. Mind Freak, Zune, it's up to you to put a very crucial round. He's made the jump. He's made the noise. Dexter's not falsely faked by that one, and they are getting loud now. Big pistol for Thunder.
Yeah, 1B too. I think that's probably the reason to get loud. But Zune kind of found himself in a position. It was a walk-off, wasn't it? It was like, all right, if we both go quiet, someone's got to make the first move. The pressure's always going to be on the tee in that scenario. And I could safely say that Dexter, using all of his experience, knew that the pressure wasn't on him to make a move. So just saving as a result of that. No bomb plant coming through for Mind Freak. Just this deagle on Cairo. Looking to open things up. TDU don't want to be caught out at all, but it's just a matter of timing on Inferno, isn't it?
Yeah, and ASAP. Aggressive angle here. Could catch the timing as Mind Freak walk up middle. First one from ASAP, and now the spray's put to test here. He'll lose out to base, so M4 retrieval here for Mind Freak, and they can wrap Arch if they want. Alistair's missed all his MP9 shots, and now Liaz is caught out in the open. Mind Freak have a site open for the taking. They've got guns to play with. Now Thunder, it's put under pressure. They don't have a defuse kit, so they're going to have to go methodically on this 2 versus 4 retake.
Yeah, and there's a little bit of leftover utility that they're having to contend with now. They're going to go for this, though, by the look of it, TDU. They're going to blow that smoke open, potentially. No, they're just going to wait it out. Well, that just narrows the odds even further, and I think they've just reconsidered their options. Okay. Who copped that?
There's a bit of audio. I was going to say, I was looking around, I was like, who's taking damage?
Hey, hoodwinked.
Yeah. Dexter, though, exit on a Zune. The rest of Mind Freak, though, they'll get out towards second mid. Oh, Void. Not going to be able to live that one, so MP9, the only thing kept there for Mind Freak. A little bit of an unfortunate one, but
yeah,
that's a good round to pick up. Forces Thunder into a little bit of economic disarray. It's like the pistol round again. You know, you win the pistol, but then the force comes out here from Thunder. We'll see a Famus over to ASAP and M4 as well.
Okay.
So they're going to have to duel Mind Freak on their wits here.
Yeah, they want to just take the individual Angels. This is now Thunder Down Under sitting here and going, well, we know we're just better. Why are we losing these rounds? Let's just take fights. So they are going to play far more aggressive here in Pillar. To sit behind that smoke. They're going to give Banana control over as a result, though. So Dexter. Oh, that smoke. Don't know if it's saved him there. Saved him from a firefight, at least. But Util makes Phoebe a little squishy in Banana. But a lot of, I guess, a lot going to be asked of these two B players with little utility to work with. TJP and Dexter have both got a smoke to drop, so they can try and make this difficult, but now they're going to be tested.
Molly Newbox, Smoke CT, pretty stock standard util, but Smoke at the feet of Mind Freak as they try to crawl out on towards the site. TJP going to shut them at the gate for the moment. Phoebe taken out. Now Mind Freak is stuck behind a wall of smokes, and this is where you start to doubt yourself. You might have to cancel on this B take. Thunder also expecting them to cancel. Alistair's going back over towards A. And for Mind Freak, wasted a little bit of utility there and not getting anything out of it, unfortunately.
Yeah, there is an option, though, for a double pump. Is that second smoke now being used up by TDU over at this site? And I think they might just straight walk this. Phoebe's sacrifice maybe wasn't for naught. It's going to be a tough hold for TDU.
Boost up as well. Dexter gets one. TJP uncontested 2. MP9. That's some good cash to farm up for TJP. Now he's looking for another. Kyra's got the AK though. And he'll put that one to work. Bomb down with 14 seconds. Opts to go for the fake plant. Tries to catch somebody swinging aggressive. But you're versing Thunder. Veterans that don't over-aggress and swing. Bomb has to go down now with 5 seconds behind the fountain here. And he's going to be able to get it. Good plant for Cairo. And the kill on Alistair. All he could really do there, you tick your boxes with that one because he got the bomb money, he got a kill there, he made it expensive for Thunder, but 10 now here on the board, double digits for Thunder, and they're looking to potentially close it.
Yeah, I thought he wasn't even going to get the bomb plant there. I thought he was just going to fold under the pressure of 3 players at him, but he manages to find the bomb plant and a kill as well. But Mind Freak are in a position where they need more than just economy, they need rounds. So Thunder Down Under were forcing their way into these rounds. So, I mean, if you're Mind Freak, there's that carrot dangled in front of you now where you're saying, guys, look, we win this round. City economy's not that great. We can start to put a bit of a streak of rounds on. So, let's force into this, buy whatever we can, knowing if we take the round, we have a shot at a few more.
shot at a few more. TJP getting up in the face. That's a great HE follow-up as well from Dexter, seeing all that utility fly. Molly as well on the gap of that smoke. Mindfreak forced off a Banana completely. And they tried to go for something. A little fast play up Banana once again. Not going to be paying off. Zune now in the similar position we saw from ASAP on their CT side. Pretty good one to get out through Boiler. They're going to go fight for Arch though. ASAP pretty ready for this one. Void caught at the timing, and ASAP just lets the trigger sing for that one. Looks for a third Cairo. Able to shut it down at least. He's looking for a little bit more, but Thunder have him surrounded on all sides. Liaz not going to give him the chance to reposition. And for Thunder, now 11. And Mindfreak, unfortunately, that force doesn't pay off.
No, it doesn't. The recoil control from ASAP was perfect in that instance. There was no chance for the trait. It just wasn't. Completely deleted before even attempting. Now, yeah, the economy is pretty much deleted for Mindfreak. So they really... They fancy themselves a better chance of rounds if they just eco this. So, I don't know. The Glocks have worked for them before. This time they're going to have a bit more resistance, though, in second mid. Liaz takes no prisoners.
No mercy for Mindfreak right now. Liaz, Alistair, and ASAP getting involved as well. They're just going to crunch down Banana and Phoebe. Can't really do anything about it. TJP, a little bit of body shooting too. You don't expect that.
No. You don't expect the Glock to be so lippy, do you? So, look, Mindfreak, this is what they ecoed for. Give themselves the best possible shot on a gun round. They have to convert it into dividends. There's no other alternatives for them. Otherwise, it ends here 13-5. Similar scoreline to pretty much every other encounter that they've had thus far. The single encounter. The TDU. What have they got? Very much quiet round so far. Just an exchange of util. Liaz takes a little damage from getting a little bit too adventurous at top mid. But Mindfreak are doing what we saw TDU do and taking control of apps and just giving themselves a staging ground if they want to hit this ace up. But more importantly, trying to keep rotators over towards A.
Yeah, trying to keep them attention here. Thunder going to be sitting pretty, not too bad. Of course, still a ton of utility at the disposal. Minute left on the clock here for Mindfreak. And struggling for a little bit of space now. Dexter going down. Banana gets aggressive, but that's info now to Thunder that the A hit probably is coming here. Mindfreak still trapped behind smokes. Nothing really they can do. ASAP going to just flash, fall back, bait for time here. Mindfreak really getting put under the crunch.
Certainly are. ASAP. Oh. Does fall to Zune. Now, a lot of pressure to be put on this A side. Alistair's going to stand and fight. He knows he's got a player who's just sitting shoulder to shoulder with him. Now they've just got to brawl their way into the site. It's not happening for them.
Not happening at all. Void tries to get out through apartments. He gets one, but he's done by TJP. Thunder down under with a pretty convincing first game here. 13-5 Flam. Looking like the champs out there.
They really are, and I mean a good performance for them. They did get a little bit pushed by Mindfreak. I'll give credit where it's due. We were sitting here expecting a bit of a stomp, a bit of a how's it going? Bit of a tune-up for TDU, but they did get sort of pushed. I think they showed a little bit more respect. But fellas, you were talking about the game. Did you see anything interesting in there?
I vaguely recall the rounds. But no, look, from Mindfreak's perspective, you could argue that there were a few rounds where they were close. Like, if it wasn't for Alistair or TJP sort of stepping into those clutch rounds to take things even further for Thunder Down Under, you could argue that Mindfreak had, I guess, a fair right to maybe a few more rounds, but they didn't. At the end of the day, the experience won out. Even on taking it to the pistol there, Dexter versus Zune, just, I guess, the walk-off in Banana, you could see experience just winning things out. So I think if Mindfreak, as they progress maybe through this tournament, maybe they get it together, the experience is going to click for them. So that's the difference between these two teams at the moment. Fairly similar in terms of aim. There wasn't any particularly standout performance moments from anyone from the team on Thunder Down Under, but there were a few individual moments there from Mindfreak that were quite influential in how the rounds panned out. You saw Zune getting involved early on, Phoebe multi-fragging too. So I think it's safe to say that there is talent on Mindfreak that can then be amplified once they get a little bit more experience.
Yeah, I mean, how did you... Tone, I'll ask you this one. How did you feel about Bay, his debut on land, Phoebe, their debut as well at a DFRAG event? How did you see their performance out for Mindfreak?
I was impressed. I didn't see a whole lot of nerves. Normally, you're going into a big match like this, especially against a team respected as Thunder, you see a little bit of nerves, you see a little bit of misplay, and it was, of course, a team-wide, communication misplay, whatever you want to call it, but Phoebe, Bay, they definitely impressed in some of those initial fights.
Is it I assume it's the result that we all expected for TDU.
Yeah.
My question is, I don't know if you boys have seen the B-Stream scores. Did you want to have a guess at what they are?
I don't know. There was a lot of noise
FlyQuest
from downstairs.
wasn't it?
No, it was Abyss. It was Abyssal Rooster. on the B-Stream.
Yeah, true.
So you boys haven't seen the scores.
Have
a guess what they were,
We've
gentlemen.
been in a time capsule here.
Have a guess what they were.
All right. I'm going to go Rooster. 13-8.
Abyssal OT4 16-12?
Well, it's safe to say Abysmal is back. It
Oh,
was a 13-2 stomping over on the B-Stream.
Oh, man.
But,
Close.
it was very close.
Very good.
Speaking of close, I'll start that again. Jesus Christ. Speaking of close, we have a man very, very close to one of those TDU members. We're going to cut to Haz with a bit of a cheeky post-game interview with the one and only. Never mind. I was lied to.
No,
I know that guy,
I was
actually.
lied to.
Yeah.
You know that
He was
guy?
in the substitute role.
He was in the subs role. It's I think it's Gomez's prodigy or something.
Yeah.
I don't
Yeah.
remember.
Never.
But I mean, those upper bracket matchups. We'll talk about them very, very quickly. But it is going to be Rooster v TDU. Give me a quick overview on the expectations of that one here.
I kind of like that one. On paper, it's Rooster, it's Chell get his lick back after Thunder took his boys. He's like, maybe he balls out. Maybe we see Juices, Chell go crazy, and Thunder, maybe we see them get knocked down towards that elimination match.
Well, I've just been told.
That's an arc, isn't it?
That'd be a hell of an arc.
Yeah.
We'll get back to that after this because we've got an interview with the one and only Tyson ASAP Patterson. Has go have fun, my friend. Go have fun.
Thank you very much for putting me across there, Lachlan. And yes, I'm here with ASAP after their win over Mindfreak there. ASAP, it was a bit of a slow start to the game, of course. A few delays. You guys got out to a decent start in the first half. Mindfreak started to bring things back. But how are we feeling after that first one?
Yeah, pretty good. I think slow start for the first game of the LAN, but we're kind of just adjusting to the level of CS again from playing at the major, and they're just playing like a pug, kind of doing individual stuff. So we kind of got to get used to it again.
Yeah, well, I was going to say that is one of Mindfreak's better performances against you guys. Was there anything in particular you felt they did differently, especially in that first half?
No, I don't think they did anything different. I think they were just running through smokes and running down mid by themselves and stuff. They kind of weren't really playing together, so I don't know. It wasn't lucky, but I don't know. We didn't play that good.
Well, you've got the next game, of course, up against Rooster in the best of three. They actually put Abyssal away pretty convincingly, 13-2 also on Inferno. How do you guys feel going into that one?
We're really confident going into a Rooster matchup. We've got a bit of a rivalry, I'd say, even though we whoop them every time. They're looking at me right now, and I'm not scared at all. I'm not intimidated one bit. They all suck at the fucking game.
Well, very wise words. We look forward to that series, mate. ASAP, good luck in that one. And boys, we'll head back to the desk.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the DFRAG Nationals, of course brought to you by HyperX and Intel. Boys, we've just had our BO1s done and dusted, but I did notice something with the Twitch chat, and unfortunately we have to say that one of the worst admins in this region has taken shots at our GOAT, Harry. One of the worst admins in the region, taking shots at our GOAT.
We can't be having that.
We can't be having that.
No.
If any of the mods are in there, just ban Ashling. I think it's just think it's good for everybody, really. But we will have a bit of a chat about this Abyssal Mindfreak game, because this is our lower bracket one. We're sending a team home. It'll be the first team to be eliminated from this one. Boys, what are we got Jim's thoughts, right? What are you thinking, Harry? What are you thinking about this one?
I'm thinking it's going to be a bit closer than I probably thought coming into today if this was going to be that lower bracket run. Abyssal, we'll say it's like the early morning jitters. They got absolutely dumpstered by Rooster, 13-2. They just were never even in it on Inferno. Mindfreak actually, I think, showed a little bit. Look, down 13-5 against Thunder Down Under, which I think most people would expect. But like realistically, there was a few rounds there they probably should have taken. Didn't quite come together for them. Bay, first time he's playing on land, looked pretty good as well. They seem decently confident with themselves and what they want to do. Now they are coming into a best of 3 though. We'll see how that changes things up for them, but they'll feel, I think, pretty confident that they can absolutely take Abyssal here.
Do we have any expectations on where we think this veto is going to go, gentlemen? Any guesses?
Well, I mean, it's totally different this time around, right? We're into the best of 3, so like the veto strategy is a little bit more lax, let's say. I think they're going to take it relatively safe. I don't think anyone's got Keish as a pocket pick just yet, so I'd love to see it come out, but yeah, I don't think so. These two teams, as far as like maps are concerned, Inferno is probably one I would expect, even though there's not necessarily a great amount of success on it for Mindfreak. We just saw them play on Inferno, but I doubt, there's something that they can take away, from that Thunder Down Under game. They'll be able to take some confidence out of that map, so we might see that come out for them. It's certainly a map too that Abyssal do play. But as far as everything else is concerned, I think it's pretty open slather, probably a Mirage, maybe even a Dust too, but, we'll see. They'll stay pretty much close to the middle of the map pool, I'd say.
We shall see. Gentlemen, we've had the introduction to Mindfreak. You know who we haven't introduced yet?
Abyssal.
Let's go introduce Abyssal to everybody in chat.
Mindfreak, not as good as the old Mindfreak, I would say. The one with yours truly. Yeah, I would say that would be a comfortable win for us.
Abyssal, we play all the time, and it's a bit of a grudge match at this point.
Yeah, good team. I have some friends on that team. They've beaten us a few times, but last time we beat them, we had their number. Yeah, good team.
Abyssal, we've beaten them before. They've beat us as well. I think it'll be a very close match.
Abyssal have lost to them, but I wasn't playing, so it'll be interesting for sure.
Bit of a rivalry going on. We've played them a few times, lost in the UCI Open final, but we beat them twice. And the lead up to it at LAN, I think we're probably going to take them.
We are favoured against that matchup because we have experienced players that have played on LAN.
Got us the last time, but overall, I think our win record is better than theirs.
Mindfreak.
Bums.
He just says it with such confidence.
It was really nice because everything else was quite in depth about how it was this grudge match, and then it just cuts to Foggers and it's just bums. Which, to be fair, it is Foggers, so that's expected. But I mean, overall, seems like both teams are decently respectful of each other, and it looks like they feel like it's going to be a bit of a grudge match.
It felt like in those interviews that one team is like, "This is a really good rivalry," and the other team's just like, "We dumpster them."
At least one person was.
They are not the same.
I mean, like, look, we recently have had sort of that Abyssal Dingcuts rivalry when Dingcuts, rest in peace, were still, you know, a team and a roster. That's sort of the grudge match that we sort of came to expect at every single one of these events, at any event online, even at LAN, which is what we were expecting. But now that Mindfreak have sort of taken over the Dingcuts spot in terms of OCE ranking, it is now that Abyssal Mindfreak matchup, which we will be getting into. So, pistol round.
Good luck.
Thanks, Jim. I love you, man. Bye, Jim.
I think we're so used to waffling, for the delays in the first game. We're kind of surprised as we're just straight into this one here. But yes, Mindfreak on the CT side. Abyssal will be on the T side. And look, first one out the gates. Danger knocks down Phoebe. And Abyssal immediately up through connector side, so they wanted to get into this side. They want to try and take these ones early. Bay with the dualies, the guns, they ring out, they don't hit. Danger will deliver theirs. Cairo desperately needing to get one back, but Abyssal bombers going down. Numbers in their favour. Pistol round looking very nice for the Mere Flam.
That lurk from Vinny was perfect, right? We saw Abyssal looking to try and take a lot of that short control. Vinny's just been able to bring everything back in towards this A site. Like, yes, Phoebe does a little bit of damage. Yes, you see Bay doing some work on that A site. There isn't necessarily a lot to go off at the back of it. With Void at least finding one, this retake could definitely be on, especially as it comes to a 3v3.
Jump, Void, there was a chance of the defuse there, not going to happen. It's all left on Cairo. They try to run forward. The knife is actually out. Foggers is getting a couple of hits in, but it will be Danger to finish things off. Cairo deleted. Abyssal will take the pistol, so they are on the board here to start this one off. I don't know if they actually got a chance to see the vetoes that came up on screen, but this is Mirage. This is Abyssal's map pick. We're going to Inferno after this on Mindfreak, and Nuke is the finisher if we do need it.
Nuke is out of Cider. That's interesting. That's not a map pick I would have personally sort of expected out of Mindfreak. I would have expected something a little bit more like an Ancient or potentially even a Cache. See if they can get that pocket pick of the new map as the decider, cause a little bit of discomfort here for Abyssal. But yeah, it's definitely not something I would have expected at all.
I mean, just looking at the vetoes, you feel like Abyssal will be pretty happy with that. Win percentage-wise, at least for HLTV games, they're pretty decent on Mirage, Inferno, and Nuke, so they'll be feeling confident. They take the pistol early on as well, so there's that working with them there. Now they'll see if they can find anything else from that, and it's Foggers the double up on that AK up against these pistol players, getting himself rolling here early. As they come up through connector, Danger also finds Phoebe in the meantime. And it's looking like it is going to be just a pretty simple round in the end here. Void going forward will drop, so Mindfreak will go down the first two rounds. Abyssal off to that 2-0 start, even though the HUD may say otherwise. But the HUD lies to us, Flash.
The HUD lies, apparently. The HUD lies! The HUD says that Mindfreak's in front, but Abyssal, they are taking control over on their map pick. I mean, look, realistically, you're coming up against pistols. We know OCE. Well, I'm shocked that, you know, we've seen Abyssal being able to win that one out. But you do get the rifles out, and I think for Mindfreak especially, because they are such a bit of a loose team in terms of the way that they call, they're a little bit looser in terms of sort of everything in the way that they play and the style that they want to play, where they're very much a flowy team. Having this lack of util is very sort of hurtful to them. Like, yes, you get the firepower of the M4s, but, you know, there's just a lot that can go wrong. Oh, we're actually getting a match medic, so it looks as if something's gone really, really wrong. Oh, no.
The HUD switch.
HUD switch. HUD's fixed. Don't worry, Twitch chat. You don't have to yell at me anymore. Please stop. Please stop being mean to me. I know I'm the punching bag, but it really hurts my feelings. But yeah, like Hero AK being on Blood, as well as Danger getting an AK as well for Abyssal. I think for something Abyssal do need to do in this map is get Blood a little bit of confidence. He had an absolute shocker in that first map against... he had an absolute shocker in that first map against Rooster, and just being able to give him a little bit more confidence, still saying to Blood, hey, you're our guy. Like, there's a reason we've picked you up. There's a reason that we stole you from a team that we considered our rival. And getting Blood sort of that confidence, especially on LAN, is something that they need to do. I think giving him the hero rifle is something that's at least a good start for it. It's gonna be really interesting though.
Yeah, and it's interesting because we sort of touched on how Bay had quite a good start to his first game on LAN, and for Blood it has been the exact opposite. The 3 kills, didn't really have a chance with that AWP, and to be fair, no one on Abyssal particularly got going. Rooster were just all over them from the start. There were a couple of rounds where there were opportunities for them, but 13-2. You're not taking a massive amount of positives away from it. I guess the one thing you look at it for their side is it's just, look, it's a best of 1. You're now getting to the best of 3 now here. You've won the pistol. You've got that follow-up round. Now this is going to be how you get that confidence really going forward. If you can take this first gun round, put Mindfreak into that sort of little iffy half-buy, full-buy save early on, and just put pressure on that CT side. Don't allow them to get you to behind it. Don't allow an AWP to come online anywhere around mid. And you know what? If they get the money around it, try that AWP. Try that AWP on the T side. See what Blood can do with it. As we get ready and rolling to start round number 3.
I mean, you can make the argument that Foggers had a pretty decent map. Dropped to 1.2. The only positive for Abyssal, but yeah.
But I mean, Foggers will know, and he'll probably say this as well. If he's top fragging, it's not a great sign of the rest of the team. That's not what he's there for.
Definitely.
But speaking of one of our opening, first on lands here, he's down. Vinny and Gump finding the openers here. They are immediately straight in towards this B side. Boyd's been spotted as well. And Mindfreak's first buy here on Mirage has fallen to pieces. Rotations have come over, but the nades utility still flying in. Cairo desperately seeing if he can get one on the walk across, and Phoebe and him both get one back. All of a sudden, a 2v2 Abyssal. These are not rounds you can be throwing away.
They really are, but I think more importantly for Mindfreak, they've been able to fight their way back in so well. Abyssal, they take that short control, they come in with a bit of pace into this B site. It would have been nice if they were able to secure that plant, but between Cairo and Phoebe, there's a lot to work through here, especially Phoebe can take this under control, be able to take apartments. Abyssal, they will not be expecting it at all.
Not quite going for that plant yet. They want to see if Cairo does make any movement. He's waiting. He wants Phoebe to get into position, and this is the question here for Abyssal. When do they start thinking about it? Gump just a little jump peak there as the bomb goes down. 2v2, such an important start to this one. And now Gump is fully locked into this side here. He's looking at it, but Phoebe locks in the kill, and now it's danger. Has the kills to start this one, spots the head, but now in trouble. Cairo is low, so he knows he can get this first kill. The spray comes back, but the head shots aren't hitting, and Phoebe goes down. Danger now in a 1v1, trying to get this round through. Cairo's roll, and Danger clutches up beautifully. Abyssal almost threw it all away, but they get that all-important first gun round.
Well, Danger's come back after that first map. He's currently sitting on 8 kills at the moment. A beautiful 1v2 to be able to clean up there. Phoebe had the right read, had the right action to come in through apartments, just isn't able to capitalize off the back of it. And if you are Mindfreak in that situation, you are absolutely gutted. Cairo has done such a good job to maintain all of that pressure that they've had through that market control. They've done such a good job of being able to maintain it. Just not being able to get anything off the back of it, though. A little bit of damage would have been nice. Being able to draw that attention away so Phoebe can activate would have been something that was ideal. But for Mindfreak, they claw their way back to that round extremely, extremely well. They only allow a single rifle to be kept in. They're keeping that T-side economy in check. They're preventing that AWP from coming out on Blood. And I mean, this is something that Mindfreak, they're getting very close to sort of finishing off the cherry. They're taking bites of it. They're taking nibbles. They just aren't able to eat the cherry, if you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, now you find yourself in that little bit of an economic turmoil where you have to just go for those couple of pistols. Don't want to go into the full buy yet, so Abyssal, this is perfect for them. Yes, the round doesn't end the way they wanted to there. How it all sort of started perfectly. They had the reads. All of a sudden, you almost lose what was essentially a 2v5 at one point there. But look, the rounds are on the board, and that's just what they do. The confidence, get people loud, active. Danger's off to a perfect start here as well, 8-0. So if he's up, he drags everyone else along with him as well. We've seen what he's been able to do on Rooster in the past. He's done well and stuff here, and now See, Mindfreak, they've actually taken complete mid-control here, and they're going to be behind the bomb. Abyssal, they're going to be in a bit of trouble here.
They could be, depending on where Mindfreak go off the back of this mid-take. They're going to be able to find this bomb. That's Fogger's taken out. That's a bomb gone. That's the AK to be destroyed as well, and there's just no control whatsoever through mid. They're going to have to try and fight, especially through TV. But Phoebe, has the angle on Gump. Oh, this is going all south here for Abyssal.
50 seconds still left on the clock, so the rifles are still there for Abyssal, but you've got to first get this bomb back. They don't have anyone watching the other side here, so Bay locked into that other end, and he'll be put down, but there will be Zoom, the double waiting in the wings. Blood and Vinny line up for him, and Danger. Perfect start so far for them, but you need to go nuclear, and there's just no time behind it. Zune looking for another, and Zune makes it a 3K in the round. Mindfreak on the board, and they're happy about that one. The teams facing each other as well. I like that. There is going to be some words exchanged throughout this series, I imagine.
Oh, we know Mindfreak's history when they're facing teams that they are directly in front of.
New Mindfreak, Matt.
New Mindfreak, my apologies, same owner. But Abyssal, I mean, they just get caught out off the back of that mid-push, right? And that's what Mindfreak have been able to do sort of well, and what I will be giving them credit for. They're gimmicky plays when they're in those low eco situations. They take a lot more risks than other teams on ecos, right? They're a little bit more unconventional with the way that they go about trying to play and go about having these eco rounds. More importantly, we're seeing Kai on the AWP, right? We're seeing Kai get an AWP out. We're seeing Danger being forced to drop over a Galil, another AK. We're seeing a Deagle on Blood. Gump hasn't quite made a decision just yet. For Abyssal, this is a force buy where if they lose it, we could potentially even be seeing a tied-up scoreline as we head into the latter of this first half.
And you go back to that round 3 as well. Abyssal win that out with 3 or 4 players alive. It's a full buy here.
Oh,
but
yeah.
because they only had the one player surviving, yes, you won that 3rd round, but now all of a sudden things fall apart. Round number 4. You can see that there's still some rifles there, but a Galil, and then also just the Deagle, not as much util. They took the time out quickly, and I think they might be just doing a quick one straight out through Palace here, so Phoebe could be under a lot of pressure. That smoke, though, will just delay for the time being. But they're prepped, they're ready for that one here. Meantime, Gump is just playing over towards that setup at B side, and Abyssal, well, look like they might try something early, but just falling away for the time being, reset things up. The issue, of course, they have is, well, I was going to say, there's enough utility there. But now Gump is just going to be playing that sort of distraction towards B. Keeps the 2 players there and looking to see if he can take another rotation across.
Zoot hasn't rotated. He does not believe that this B take is actually coming through at all. And off the back of that earlier smoke from Phoebe, it will be another re-smoke coming in through Palace. But the A-main presence from Abyssal, that's something you've got to watch out for. There isn't a lot of util left here if you're Abyssal. So you've got to make your shots count. You've got to trust in your AKs. You've got to trust in that Galil, that Deagle of Blood. It has to hit its mark. And Mindfreak, they're going to be under some they're going to be under some stress here.
30 seconds, hit should start to come in, and the util behind it as well. Cairo locked in with this AWP, just needs the opener here as he sees this utility start to come out. The flash a bit late, Cairo hits it, Fogger's taken, and now the rest are starting to keep their way through. Phoebe waits, only gets the 1, but Cairo is second on that AWP, make it 3, Cairo locking in, it could be a 4th as well, taking his time, jumping up, the flash perfect, Vinny stays alive. But his time on this earth is about to run out. Cairo looking the goods, and Mindfreak back-to-back rounds get themselves right into this. And Abyssal, another timeout, 2 on the trot here.
Yeah, it's back-to-back. I mean, I feel like that first one was just trying to work out what they wanted to do with that economy, right? For Abyssal, they get themselves a bit of an extended timeout, depending on how they want to play these pistols on the T side of Mirage. But if you're Mindfreak in that situation, right, it's just, that's just really just class out of Kai. That's old school Kai. Of course, his LAN debut as well. So what, we've got 3 Mindfreak players with their, potentially even 4 Mindfreak players with their DFRAG LAN debut? Has Void played a DFRAG LAN?
Possibly 1. I have to go back and have a check for that one. But you can just see as well, and again, it's still very early days, but off that timeout, you could see just Gump really vocal, trying to sort of like get things sorted out there. Mindfreak good still. Yeah, a few smiles, a couple of laughs. Perfect start for them here. Abyssal now completely back onto those pistols. But now for Mindfreak, have to be careful what happened, or what they did doesn't happen to them. And Vinny's out early. This could be trouble here, but Phoebe locking in, and Cairo as well. The ace sight seemingly shut right now. MP9 looking for more as well. So shots fire out, but it'd be Kyra to chime in, and these eco kills looking nice. The Deagle just as good. Mind Freak respond. 3 on the trot to match Abyssals, and we're all tied up.
We really are, and I mean, this is something that I will give credit to. I've been giving a lot of credit towards Mindfreak, and I need to stop doing it because Zoon's on that team. But something that Mindfreak I think have done really well is they've got a lot of their sort of set pairings on that CT side. You know, we're seeing Cairo, Phoebe. They've been tested the most on that A side. They've been able to keep it fresh every single time. They've been able to keep everything interesting, not playing the same sort of angles. Yes, we've had Kai sitting over towards that CT ticket boxes consistently with that AWP, but he hasn't necessarily always been under a significant amount of pressure because Phoebe's just continuing to move around that site. This A main aggression, oh my, Zoon. Is it chips in the night with Blood?
Blood's missed that. He's missed it completely.
Zoon's missed the 2. Zoon's missed the 2.
Oh,
Phoebe as well. What? They're going to call A clear, and that bomb's on Foggers in towards Palace. That's a free plant.
But Phoebe's coming back. Surely one of them has to see this at some point. Who is... Oh my god,
Oh,
Phoebe's
God.
got no idea. Blood takes it. The A side is completely clear. Blood has no idea what's happened. They're not thinking of the second here, but then that's the thing. Zoon snuck through, so this will just be the trade back. The A side is lost, but Gump goes down. He's got no clue. Everyone's running around in circles. Bomb will be planted. 4v4. I mean, we're going to have to get a replay of that one to see how things came together, and Bay does find Vinny, so Mindfreak definitely going to go for this retake now.
They definitely are. What the hell has just happened in A main? What the hell is going on?
Start to walk in now. Shots firing out, and Bay gets another kill there. Blood does get that trade back, but now has to lock in completely. 2 kills in the round. Usually on that AWP, and now needs to clutch up here with Danger as they look to try and get this one back. They crouch up and above. Danger looks at the first, doesn't take it, but Void is getting that trade across, and now it's all on Blood. The one coming in. Oh, he's got it! Blood! The 4K comes through! In fact, I think it was the ace! What a play from Blood and Abyssal, from losing to winning, getting it all done. That was a round.
That was a round of all time. I mean, Phoebe just had this tiniest pixel of Blood spotted before ending up falling towards that A main area of the map. It's just... Oh, that is absolute heartbreak for Mindfreak. Abyssal, it feels as if they've just gotten away with one there, because if Blood gets spotted, that A site gets bunkered down almost immediately. We don't see those instant rotations coming through, but yet another mid-take coming in. Gump will at least find Bay trying to get aggressive, but this mid-presence for Mindfreak, it's still hanging around.
Soon gets that one back, and now that is that lower player at the back on Gump. It will be just a jump away there from Zoon. Gets themselves into connectors, so leaves it the 4v4. Some fights going on in that mid area, but in the end, Abyssal should be able to take that. There is re-aggression towards that window side as Zoon and also Cairo just want to stick around, but that smoke will keep them away, and now Abyssal will look to see how they want to work the rest of this round. 60 seconds left on the clock. Starting to make their way into this connector presence.
It is. That smoke will get blown open. Phoebe can't quite hit the head, but he's putting enough pressure in. That A main will be mollied away by Danger. He'll take a bit of a tick. Phoebe should be hearing that as mollies do go in. Phoebe can only get the one before falling. Danger, make it 2. Why not? Danger eventually falling to Cairo Zorp. And a 2v2 here on this retake. You've got Void having to come all the way through A main.
We'll get, you'd imagine, a chance to grab this one here, because I don't know if Abyssal are going to be thinking about this main presence. They're instead playing connector side. Viddy's wide out in the open now, is more interested in what could be happening there, but he's second-guessing themselves CT area. The other one's in jungle. The thing for Mindfreak is time is going to become a factor here, and now it's all left on Gum, and he's just got 19 HP. Has to play this one perfectly. There is no smoke to be put down either. So it's a flash towards connector side. Kara needs to hit the shot, and they do. Mindfreak take the round. Back and forth we go. It's been an entertaining start to this one. Again, a round that could have gone either way, and you feel in the end Abyssal probably should have taken that one.
They should have. I mean, they just didn't play off the back of each other, right? Like, we just saw them play very segmented. We saw them play very distant away from each other. They have sort of had a misplay in that 2v2 situation, right? You've got that bomb planted for Con, right? You sort of have a rough idea that someone's coming in from CT, that jungle area too. If you're Abyssal, at some point you've got to group up and see if you can take a bit of space together, clear out something together. If not, at least get a trade at the bare minimum. But, I mean, Kai with that AWP, He has been fantastic today, and he continues to perform, especially in those high-risk situations like that 1v2.
And now this is the big round for the Mindfreak. You need to take this one. Half buy from Abyssal. You break their economy mostly here. You try and at least have that opportunity for the 8 rounds, as Void is going to be left towards his B side mostly by his lonesome. He does have Bay in the background trying to do some stuff from short. Bay hits the first, not quite the second through, but him and Void do enough work, cop some damage, but it's now just Blood and Gump who are going to do what they can. As Gump up short side will be able to put down Babe. There's another player short. All Blood down there. And now Cairo needs to come through. Gets the first. Having to back Virgin back. And it will be Blood to put it down. Low HP, but a 1v1 situation. A chance here. Creeping into the side. Bomb is still down. And now Phoebe is actually going to rotate this one around onto short side. They hit this jump. It's perfect. You miss it. Maybe you go down towards lowers end. In fact, it is going to be the one in towards ladder room. But 45 seconds, what a massive moment for both of these players here.
Really is. It looks as if Phoebe just wants to just wait to see if Blood will get that plant down. Of course, that bomb still down on that B side. Blood hasn't necessarily gone to pick it up and collect it. 18 points of health. But for Blood, we were talking about his confidence earlier in this map, and it looks to be that it's picked up slowly. An AK to be recovered with 20 seconds. He's got no time to mess around. He's got to get himself a plant. He's overthinking this. He really is.
Fake there. If he plants default, he's fine, but he's thinking they're going to come out from that short side, and now the third. Well, this one has to go through. Phoebe does not take the bait at all. Now making their way over towards short side area. They get the jump, but Blood hits the shots! Oh, Blood! Having some moments here on Mirage and Mindfreak. That was the round they could not lose. Abyssal's half buy comes through. Money's still there. Again, it's just one you're kicking yourself for.
Blood has overthought that so hard, and he's still just come out holding the correct angle off the correct swing. I mean, that was a very, very nerve-wracking 50 seconds for Blood of him just sitting there going, where's Phoebe? Where is Phoebe? I cannot find Phoebe at all.
And Phoebe had the angle there as well.
I know.
And played that perfectly after Blood winning that fight against Cairo as well. That was a swing into the AWP that, again, trained on that angle. But this is where, you know, Blood is a player who now has that AWP in hand as well. He's a very quick, you know, the reactions are there. He hits the shots when he needs to. And now he's showing it here. Couple of rounds just to get the confidence up and about. Abyssal now get themselves back into the lead, 5-4. We go into a little bit of a pause here, but man, for Mindfreak, that one especially hurts just because they did everything right. Simply, the round, it still doesn't fall in their favour. As again, we have the old the medic in, fixing things up. But medic! Now we are basically back to the same economy here. So we're talking about Mindfreak going 8-4. Now Abyssal, they find this one. All of a sudden, the driver's seat's for them. Especially on that map pick, they want these T rounds. They want to put the pressure back on Mindfreak before this switch.
This is a make or break for either of this team. Either of these teams. Because there's just no money whatsoever in terms of the lost round bonus, because it has been a little bit of a back and forth affair. We haven't seen a lot of guns be carried through consistently. And if you're either of these teams, this is a must-win round. You know, you have to start to look towards you guys like Kai, you guys like Blood, who have just consistently put amazing efforts. Yes, we've seen Danger slow down a little bit more, but that sort of has allowed Blood to show what he is capable of on LAN. And it's something scary. I'm scared. Me personally, I'm scared of Blood now. I met him yesterday. I thought he was a nice, chill dude. I'm fearful of this individual.
That moment's actually going to kill Phoebe. Vinny finds Cairo as well. Oh dear. This A-side hole just, it's gone. There is absolutely nothing left of it. Zune stuck in connector between two smokes on either side. It's going to just try over some shots through, see if anything comes together. It doesn't. Mindfreak, at this point, you just have to call around. You'd almost have to just want to save. But maybe, yeah, I just don't know about sticking around for this one here. Like, the loss bonus isn't too high either. You have to think about how you want to end this half. Keep the 3 rifles. Bit of util into next round. It's still a full buy. And Abyssal, I mean, that was just a bit more of a pacey round. We saw they looked at doing that a couple of rounds ago. They didn't go through with it this time. Bang into a Mindfreak who had been holding that incredibly well. Cairo and Phoebe had looked pretty, they put up the stone wall.
He's lost the M4.
Oh, and now it just gets worse for them. So Abyssal off a round of Blood's clutch straight into this one, and they're going to get more rifles away as well. Void the only one left, and it's a FAMAS.
Oh, Jesus. That's not good. You want high-level analysis of that? That's just not good at all. That's the money broken.
Well, they're almost like they were searching to put rifles out of the T's hand, which I understand because both teams' economy isn't great. But you've got to be thinking there, you need the rifles more than taking away from the T side. Like, yeah, that's a bit of a rough one. And now Abyssal.
I mean, it depends how much they really trust and believe in that T side. I know Zoon's a new IGL and everything, but that's a silly decision. That is a silly call to make. In that situation where you've got no money, you're aware that you have no money, you've got 3 rifles you can potentially save, and you all scatter around the map instead of playing off each other, at least being able to get trades back, at least being able to upgrade those M4s to AKs, potentially even get that AWP away from Blood. If he wants to make a silly decision, if we see him play instinctually and making those silly mistakes that we see rookies often make, that's just another... I'm going to chalk that up to a rookie mistake, right? That's just something that Mindfreak should not be doing. Something you see in pugs, man.
Oh, no pugs here. It's a land, mate. You've got to be locked in. And, yeah, for Mindfreak, who... Look, this first half has been decent for them. But now, off that one there, the couple of clutches you've lost as well. They realistically should be in front, I think, from what we've seen so far. But it's just Abyssal, I think that little bit of experience, that extra bit of, you have a lot of land experience here from these players. And just, some of the younger guys having some moments and showing what they can do. And now you just look at Mindfreak, absolutely nothing. It is just Void's FAMAS, so he'll see what he can do with that. But this should be Abyssal taking that 7th, putting themselves in the position of that 8-4, a gap that they can have before that switch. And they'll have to be feeling pretty good about themselves right now.
They'd have to. This is going to be interesting. That's the FAMAS gone. That will be 7 picked up for Abyssal unless we see a miracle with these pistols. Gump! I mean, he's just going to start farming his ecos. He's got to make his numbers look good. That's what he was highlighting to me before this map, is that it's all about the numbers for him. He doesn't really care if Abyssal win or lose. He just wants the numbers to look good because he's, he was a little bit self-conscious about the fact that since he's taken over as an IGL of this roster, his numbers haven't looked as good as they were on Mindfreak when he wasn't IGLing. And he really just wants to get back in everybody's good books, and that's by having a 1.3 rating or whatever I think he was after. But yeah, he's just going to farm up some of the ecos. 7 picked up for Abyssal. Mindfreak get back to the rifles. I mean, if they can make this a 7-5 half, it's not too far out of reach. They do need to win that pistol round, but if we see 8 picked up here, this could be danger. Blood, he's going to push that molly! Oh, Blood will be traded away, but the AWP has taken a scalp.
Well, that's the confidence starting to come together. You're just running out A-main through the molly section there. And should get some pretty information because one's still under. You're thinking 1 CT as well. You can see Abyssal have picked up that pace to hit the B site now because the numbers for Mindfreak, they're now getting Cairo over. But the setup should be pretty decent here. Again, the CTs don't have a lot of util, so this is going to come down to these aim hits here, and Abyssals have the utility as they'll start to get these mollies and flames and everything else out. Flash actually misses a little bit there. Nate's not perfect, but here comes Vinny. It will be Zoon to shut that down, but Foggers with the immediate trade. Zoon needs to go above and beyond. He's got the double. Needs at least 3, you feel, and Gump finds it. But a 2v2. Mindfreak kick themselves in the round. Can they find a clutch?
I mean, you're going to see Danger dropping in towards the site. Gump at least finding the kill on a Phoebe. It feels like it's a massive misplay out of Phoebe. Yet again, just not being able to hit the shots. We'll leave it all down to Void. Void gets 1, can't get 2. Abyssal get 8, and Gump, have a bow, son. A 3-piece in the round gives Abyssal a commanding lead at the end of the half.
I don't think that one was for stats, mate. That one
was
was
for stats.
That's
pure
for stats, you reckon?
That's purely for stats. Gump doesn't care. He actually wanted more rounds, so he should have thrown that. But
well, Abyssal, they get that 8. So Mindfreak, opportunities there, and they will let those ones slip. And now they switch to their T side, which this is going to be interesting there. Not your map pick, but I feel like it's Mirage. You should have a decent understanding of how you want to play your T side. You should know how the CTs are going to be setting up most of the time with it. I feel like, again, the pistol is the most important one here. Bissell take the pistol. They should be rolling onto a 1-0 map and series lead. Mindfreak get the pistol on their side, especially with the T side of that one there. So you get that extra money, especially with the bomb plan around it. Then we get back into a few more questions going to be put on Abyssal, because if they can't get money early, if they don't get blood, the AWP, they don't have the chance to really get him to use that, then we might see them start to, you know, make some mistakes and things start to fall apart at the seams.
I think as well, Abyssal's CT side is a little bit hit and miss on Mirage, especially. It's... You're an idiot. Abyssal's CT side's a little bit more hit and miss, and sort of has been for the past few months, right? There isn't sort of that consistency that we see on their CT side as much as there necessarily should be, especially for Mirage, especially for your own map pick, as we'll have a bit of it around the grounds while we have ourselves this little break. And TDU, I mean, 12-3. They're just dumpstering Rooster right now. What the hell? Liaz with 19 kills. Yeah, okay. Sick.
Rooster's map pick as well on an Uber, so that is not what they were hoping for after what was a pretty dominant 13-2 over Abyssal, but maybe that is just the gap between some of the bigger ones. Foggers, hello! The duel is out, the double is there, and I think there could be more coming through. He's got it towards the head, but the bullet's running out closer, and Cairo will shut that down, but he has done absolutely everything you could ask apart from those last couple of kills there. The damage will come through, and now Mindfreak left in a 3v4 situation. They are alive, but here come Abyssal. They've got all the players they could ask for, and Blood hitting his shots. Zoon is dropped. Cairo and Phoebe, 46 HP between them. It just starts to dwindle less and less. It's all on Phoebe. They get one, but that is it. Abyssal will get the pistol, get themselves 5 rounds ahead now. And that is, well, 5 of the last 6. They are starting to take complete control here.
I mean, we see them being able to win this second. Once that third round's over, we're looking at potentially an 11-4 scoreline. Like, this could be the end of Mirage when we start thinking about Inferno very, very quickly. But for Abyssal, that is a massive round for Foggers just to hold down that B site. I don't know if you noticed, but there was very, very little support for him in apartments whatsoever, right? How many times in pistol rounds have we just seen B rush, A rush, that's our call. That's it. That's all we do, right? We'll send flashes over the top, we'll send a single smoke out, that's our call, right? And we're going to be happy with that. With Mindfreak, I mean, they're going to shape up towards that A site now. It's sort of the same setup that we had before from Abyssal, where they very much focus on that mid-presence. But, yeah, I mean, the force buy too from Mindfreak. This will be very, very interesting, especially to see what Vinny can do! Oh, Vinny. I know it's your birthday, but it's not fair, son. Phoebe deep into CT, picked up by Blood. Smokes need to go down, but Blood doubles up, potential for 3. He's getting confident. He's starting to ego swing Has. This is very, very dangerous. If someone of Blood's caliber is having too much confidence, I know I said I was scared before. I am scared now.
Yeah, Danger and Blood, 29 kills between them, and it is starting to get worrisome here for Mindfreak. Off, they force bite into that as well, and it's completely flat. Not a single kill, no bomb plant. Now it's just a couple of upgraded pistols, 1 smoke there as well. And yeah, that one, like, they sort of got the right pick on the side. I mean, Abyssal went a lot of numbers in towards mid. There was just the one, it was Vinny, who hasn't done particularly too much, at least in the kill department so far in this game, but that double into main completely shut down the round before it even started. And now, well, for Mindfreak, you're just trying to get rifles away from this Abyssal squad, trying to get some confidence back into a few players here. It started off so well, and now just everything seems a bit flat for them.
A little bit, yeah, and I really love this from Abyssal, right? We're seeing a lot of this mid-presence and a lot of this mid-control coming through for the CT side. That's where they sort of do get exposed as a team, and they've come into this land, they've come after that player break, and have really just tried to hunker down on the fact that, you know, we need to start maintaining a lot of this mid-control. Gump, yeah, he finds a pick over towards A main. Mindfreak, they'll start to get themselves a little bit more control here, but this mid-lurk should end up finding its demise, and there goes Bay. Void at least gets one back, so this A site's still under a little bit of duress, but with Blood coming into the site, this is gonna get bloody.
Oh, no more eco frags there for Gump, who's been put away as Blood Famas out, looking to see if he can find anything. Maybe gets one back though, but it is Blood. 1-2. Is it going to be a third with this Deagle? Yes, it is! And Abyssal up to 11, closing in on that magic number 13. And Mindfreak just don't seem to have an answer. Again, this was at 4 apiece. This was looking like a crackerjack of a game. And
Can't say that.
it is all just falling to pieces now as Mind Freak. Well, I mean, the buys are back in at the very least. It'd be interesting to see if Cairo does go for that AWP buy, but
this is the map.
Abyssal, they are just looking up. They're looking like they're warmed up now after a pretty disappointing opening best of one.
I mean, yeah, this is the map right here. Like, we see this we saw this full buy coming through for Mind Freak. Like, yeah, they'll have 3,400 coming in. You'll see players that will probably be sitting towards that 4K mark. They'll be able to buy AKs, not necessarily a full belt of util, but for Abyssal, they win this round. That's the game, right? That's everything they could ever want, love, and, you know, appreciate towards at least starting this off, right? And then before you head on to Inferno, I've got a feeling that Mind Freak will be very, very confident in their Inferno, especially after the way they played in that BL1. They were very happy with it. Abyssal, we need to see them bounce back on Inferno, dude. That was a bad map. That was a bad map against Abyssal, against Rooster. It's a bad map.
Again, I think we sort of said at the start that there wasn't a lot of positives to take away. I think that going back and looking at that, there were a few rounds they probably should have taken. Chelios clutching up a couple because it's Chelios.
Yeah, it's Chelios.
But look, you can just see everything's starting to come together a bit more. I would imagine the smiles are a bit more on the faces downstairs. They still seem pretty good. Like we saw them outside at the Mind Freak team as well, sort of hanging with chats coming into this series. Both calm, you know. You just you have to reset. And for Mind Freak here, the reset's going to have to come after this map here, you'd imagine. I don't think they're really going to be able to get themselves back into this one. At this point, I mean, this buy is everything. If they can't find anything here, well, it's basically over. 8 map points on the board, but Phoebe does not want this one to end too early. Gump got some decent presence in towards main, but it does cost him his life.
It really does, and I mean, just because of that, Abyssal have 4-stacked this A site off the back of that aggression. They've left Blood by himself towards B, mid completely open. This is an interesting call. It looks as if Mind Freak are very timid around mid at the moment. They don't want to make a mistake. They want to play perfect right now. And especially when they've got the man advantage, if they hit in towards Con, they're just walking straight into this stack site. This will be dangerous, dude. This will be dangerous. They're going to try and phase the smoke. Oh, they're walking straight into Vinny. They're walking straight into Vinny. Oh, no. It's a car crash, Haz. It's a car crash. You just can't turn away from it. Oh, Zune!
Well, Zune's not having any of that. Zune, the double opens up the side. All the players waiting for it, and they find nothing. It's a car crash just for the other team, as Blood is left all by themselves on the B side, and there's not much they can do in this situation, and they'd very much like to save that AWP as well. I mean, Abyssal, the money's not bad. Blood is going to be searched here. We'll take down Zoom, but now the presence known. And it's the thing for Mind Freak. I don't think you want to throw too many bodies at this one, considering their economy also. Try and get most of these rifles out. You can see maybe there's one last one who's going to try for this one. And Bay, well, Blood misses the shot. They might just get themselves forward, and it's Bay to put it down. So, Mind Freak, first buy into the second half. They stop the rot. Finally get themselves on the board. And Abyssal, the money is going to be interesting. I think they should still get most of a buy at a double AWP. Hello?
Nah, this will work for Abyssal. This is their special. This is their special. This is what they love to do on that CT side. They like to get that economy at least into a strong enough spot where they can have themselves that double AWP setup coming through. I think something that's a little more interesting out of Mind Freak, they didn't want to collect that AWP for Cairo. We've seen him completely slow down once that AWP hasn't been in his hands. He hasn't had a lot of impact outside of that AWP and outside of that scope. If you're Mind Freak right now, that's an interesting call to not collect that AWP off the back of the kill of Blood. But the double AWP setup for Abyssal, I don't mind this call at all. I think we're going to see a little bit more of a passive Abyssal setup, which is what they sort of needed. That was the main thing that did lose them that last round, was that aggression. But for Abyssal, we'll have to see how Gump goes. We'll have to see if he can continue those stats with the point-and-click adventure, aka the secondary AWP.
Well, he's been playing towards CT, so I imagine they're going to put the present in towards main there. In fact, no, they're going to send him in towards its double window with the AWP. I'm going to play off connector side as well. They were thinking about it for that side there. Danger's going to be sitting with Foggers over towards B in the meantime. And Mind Freak, just a bit of presence in towards top mid. Most of the grouping's actually waiting over towards B, so you'd imagine they want to try and get this set up, take short, and then flow into that B hit. But there are 3 players waiting for this one, and Blood's on the AWP short side. And Danger doesn't get cleared on the MP9, and close quarters, it can do damage. Blood finds himself the double, and the round is done. A fleeting bit of hope for Mind Freak has been snuffed out immediately into the next round, and Cairo, all they can do is sit and wait, basically, for their demise.
Credit to Gump here. He has called an absolutely perfect CT side for Abyssal to deal with Mind Freak. He had almost an insane T side as well. It felt as if every single mistake that he had made in terms of his calling, in terms of the decision making for that team, was bailed out by mainly Blood and Danger, right? That's sort of where a lot of those holes were filled in, and that's what you want on that T side, right? On the CT side, his calling has been perfect. He has made every single correct decision. He has continued to just read Mind Freak like a book, and this is where, you know, we talk about experience and we talk about the experience levels of a lot of these teams and a lot of these players. You're taking a look at a lot of LAN rookies on this Mind Freak roster, and they're sort of crumbling under this pressure. Bear in mind, not their map pick, but I think Abyssal have really been able to just sort of gather themselves around Gump, and he's been leading them in a very positive direction here.
Should shut this last one down. A flawless round for Abyssal. 7 map points on the board to take a 1-0 series lead in this one. And yeah, as you said, like, it is that experience, I think, starting to shine through. Look, Mind Freak have it. I mean, Phoebe has played internationally, was at a Brazilian LAN, I think, a month ago with their old team. So look, it's there for them, but you also think with a Mind Freak one, I think they know that they're not as, I guess, experienced as some of these other teams here. They haven't been together as long. Yes, the players know each other pretty well. And yes, as we've seen, they have put up some decent performances here in some of these rounds. But we go back to it. It was 4-4. They had that opportunity to take the lead. And I was talking about an 8-4 Mind Freak half lead. And then Abyssal win those couple of clutch rounds, have those moments, and they've just ridden that momentum. And again, we've only seen Mind Freak there. They got the guns finally on this T-side. They get the one round, and the moment they get into the next one, just completely smashed in. And that was the round they needed. Because Abyssal, they threw everything in that money-wise. They went the double AWP setup, the MP9. There wasn't much else around it. But, I mean, the MP9 getting they're not checking that close on apartments. You just can't be doing that, unfortunately.
Yeah, that one hurts. That's the one that... yeah. It's like why are we playing Crash? It's one of those. But I think as well for Abyssal, right? Like, they've been able to just sort of play their way. They haven't let Mind Freak dictate the way they're playing this game so far. Right? A lot of the decisions they're making are very much of, hey, let's do this because I think it will work, and then it does work because they've got a great read. I think for Mind Freak as well, you know, this isn't an awful LAN showing out of them. They've been able to... The score lines that we're seeing in these games are not representative of the games overall. Which, you know, let's hope that that sort of run can continue. I mean, they're able to, you know, push... They're able to...
hello.
Hello.
Oh, no. Bay shuts that one down, and this time Mind Freak will get themselves into the B site. They go back to it after getting dumpstered in the previous round. And for this end, it's worked in their favour. And Abyssal, well, yeah, you're kind of just calling this one. Like, most of these players will probably get a buy into the next round, but no one's close. You just don't want to risk giving away anything here. Keep those double AWPs. You've still got the AKs as well, and Danger and Vinny. Mind Freak, well, it's one. They need to still win another 6 in a row just to take this to overtime, but that's a nice response. At least it completely shut down the previous round on B. They go back to it. Poggers tries something with that smoke forward, and, you know, in another world it works out for him. Doesn't there.
It doesn't. I think that's a sort of a better adjustment out of Mind Freak as well. We're seeing Abyssal playing a little bit more aggressive. They're wanting to take a lot more space on that CT side and be a little bit more disrespectful. For Mind Freak, you're able to snuff out that disrespect, right? You're able to snuff out the disrespect. And, you know, I think for Abyssal, having Blood come in, having a lot of impact, I feel as if everyone on that Abyssal roster just wants to sort of have their impact, right? Like, it's a bit of a throwback to, you know, the times when Danger was on that Rooster lineup where, you know, it was always Danger's the guy, everyone else tried to find some impact, and then it turned into Chelios is now the guy, and TJP's now the guy, and ASAP's now the guy. Everyone trying to find some impact, and it does feel as if, you know, if everyone's trying to find impact, then you start making silly mistakes in these games where, you know, you should really just be putting it to bed.
See now Abyssal sort of gone into that more default safety hold here. Azun peeking into the short side AWP, and Blood is not missing right now. 22 kills on the board. Perhaps a few more before this one's done and dusted. Still, Freak. 70 seconds left in this round. They haven't really got control that they've been hoping for in towards mid, but Phoebe's just wandered out almost on towards this balcony side out of Palace. So Vinny's underneath, and they're going to be put down. Phoebe, a fantastic play, and Mindfreak, the pace picked up. They should probably get a side plant here.
Should. I mean, Gumsorp will try to dissuade any attempts at it. They do have the mid-presence of Bay as well. If that can activate without being snuffed out, Danger instead will snuff it out. Void wants to get aggressive, gets himself another over towards that pick on Gump, and 3v3. It might just be the save call here for Abyssal. It really might be.
They're close though. I feel like they just go for this one. Could cost them a bit later on, but the money is there considering they saved that previous round. Phoebe is mollied out, taken down. Floggers with that kill. Cairo and Void, all that stands in the way of Abyssal taking this 1-0 series lead. Up and above the sprays there. Void as well, and now it's all left on Danger. 17 kills, needs 19 now. Time continues to kick if they swing together. Oh, Danger though! Doesn't have it! Will get the defuse! And Abyssal take it, a 1v2 from Danger to close.
What do you even say about that? What do you even say about that, dude? What? Hi, Jim. Hey, Jim.
Hey, guys.
Hey, Jim. I hope you're having fun, man.
Yeah, look, clearly not as much as you guys.
So I
can hear you shouting downstairs. That's how much you guys are into it.
Well, yeah, it's because it's our job to be shouty, guys.
Yeah, I know.
We have no actual talent, unlike you, so we have to shout. Dude, we know this.
Say it louder. Don't make your point better, just say it louder. No honestly, that game looked like it was anybody's game at the start, right? Like, it could have gone either way, but it just felt as though that little bit of extra experience on Abyssal just got them through so many close rounds. And, yeah, look, here we were. Like, even in this instance, right, like 3v3, you had all they needed to do was sit in the post plant, just play that timer out a little bit, and they all fell to the peak one by one. And it's just the difference in experience between the two teams. So I think at some stage that gap will close, but I don't know if it's going to be in this series.
Well, there is still a series that we do have to play out. We've got Inferno coming up, lads, so we're going to have ourselves a bit of a quick break. We'll be right back. Map number 2 of this series, Abyssal. They're leading this series 1-0. Can we potentially see Mindfreak get their first map of this event? We're going to be back on Inferno to find out. Welcome back, everybody, to the HyperX Intel Nationals 2026. Of course, as much as we love this event, it gets really difficult to continue to look at Foggers' face. Jesus Christ. Hey, mate. Hey, Haz.
How we doing, Flam?
I was doing pretty well.
Well, I can tell you right now, well, Bissell are doing quite well, at least from that first map. We're going to see it here on the second. It is made to be seen as Inferno where we are, and they are straight in towards this B hit. Void finding the first, and Foggers, you said you didn't want to see his face, but he is finding that first kill. Oh, Foggers! Big numbers there. Swings it back around. Mindfreak get the bomb plant. But Abyssal now have that player advantage, and there is a kit, I believe, on one of the players. In fact, it might have been Foggers at the back of the site, so they will have the opportunity to get this defuse done. Phoebe and Zune trying to get Mindfreak this perfect start on their T side, and Phoebe will get that first as well, knowing where one is. Angle's been covered on the other side, but Phoebe continues to distract, continues to take these numbers. Zune jumps in, and now it's all leapt on to just one. Danger! He's clutched up before, he might have done it again!
He's got it.
He should do. The 10-second defuse didn't have time to go collect that kit. Actually might have, but I think he's just got enough fear, and Abyssal should take the opener. No!
Yeah, right.
There was a kid at the back. I reckon if he collects...
I want to say it was first. If it was first box, it's just a little too far away, even if it's...
Oh, that is a massive round for Mindfreak.
That's a rough one to lose out, but, I mean, they do the damage, they get all dead, right? They're going to be forcing Galils here, Mac 10s, like, yeah, I mean, worst case scenario, technically, for Abyssal. I do want to note, every time I smack talk Foggers, he makes a massive clip like that, so you're welcome, Jaden. I'll get my paycheck a little later. It's alright.
Smitty, oh wow, so far up. Banana! Oh, it's not pretty, but it is the kill in the end. Foggers did some damage, but Cairo, the response to the double there, so Mindfreak breathe a little sigh of relief, as that round could have got off to a really icky start. Still, not in the greatest position, considering Cairo and Phoebe have copped a bit of damage, but rifles, bomb in hand still. They'll go back, I think, towards this B site. They still want to try and hit it. There is just the one player, and it is Gump, who will need to pull off something pretty spectacular to keep Abyssal in this round. The P250 is all they have. And he'll start to get that information across, but he is completely blind. He does get that first kill on a Phoebe, but bomb will go down. 3v2. I mean, Danger and Blood, they'll go for it here. But it's going to be a difficult one to try and get done.
Yeah, I mean, it all really starts with the scout. If it's able to find a pick, just spamming that smoke, it'd be handy. Danger, I mean, I wouldn't be shocked if they just sit there and try to play some exits here. Don't commit too many numbers towards a lot of these sort of dangerous areas. It'd be really interesting. Like personally, to see sort of the containment that Abyssal have at the moment. They know there's a bit of CT pressure. They know that Blood's eventually about to run off anyway. If they do take that banana control to at least keep themselves safe, could be interesting. But, you know, we've had those changes to the bomb recently and the bomb zones, and, you know, the bomb doesn't effectively go through walls that well, so everyone will live directly next to the site. So, you know, the big change that they had, which was to stop players hiding in pit when you plant on A side of Inferno, is now just changed to planting a default coffins, and where you can just hide in the church directly next to the bomb going off.
Yep, so you don't need to leave the site, which means that there's just not really much of an opportunity for CT players to take any rifles away from the Ts towards the end of the rounds, because why would you? Why would you go the other way? And if you're the CTs, you basically have to try and run into church to get that done. You try to get into angles that just won't really be there, and Mindfreak keep these rifles around, and now Abyssal with that sort of force buy they've had. There's still, again, there's enough there to make this round interesting, but it's still going to be pretty difficult for them.
Your thoughts on the map changes? On the bomb map and the bomb changes in the update?
I don't particularly mind it. I think overall it benefits most maps. This Inferno one's little bit iffy, I guess, with church, but still, I mean, you get them out of pit. You've got rid of one problem, made another, which then seems to be the way how most of these games work anyway. As Bay will get that trade onto Danger, is up close, but that 5-7 can still get some damage. The headshot there, and he's looking for more. Phoebe jumping around the corner of the Mac 10, putting that one down again. Mindfreak, these rounds haven't been too easy, but Phoebe gets the timing perfectly on Blood as they tried to creep themselves forward through that smoke. And again, Abyssal, there's a chance, but not really going to be happening this round. But they've got the full buy into next.
They do. That molly will go down, causing Phoebe to be a little bit uncomfortable. I mean the 5-7s, if they're able to get themselves at least a little bit of something. Oh, Vinny. Oh, Vinny. Oh, Vinny. I know you're the birthday boy, so I can't really be mean to you, but like, that's average. That's average. That'll be a gun that will at least be collected by Foggers if he doesn't get spammed through the smoke, and Void will finish it off. 3 picked up here for Mindfreak, and I mean, they're off to a better start than I think a lot of us were expecting.
Yeah, well, they need to bounce back after Raj, where it felt like they had opportunities. The scoreline of 13-5, it doesn't really feel like it was that much of a blowout, really. I mean, you think about the rounds that they did lose, those close clutches. It does hurt, but now you've got the first 3 on the board here. Abyssal, though, they will get their full buy in now. M4's on the board. Blood, see what they can do on the CT side here of Inferno. They didn't really get a chance against Rooster, completely shut down. They only got the 2 rounds there, so had the AWP a couple of times, didn't find impact with it. Perhaps we see it a bit more here as the presence from Mindfreak. A lot of nades flying in towards Banana side, and Blood, well, he's found that opener on Dazoon. Bay and Phoebe, though, pushing forward, and Vinny just waiting on the other side, jumping, making some noise. Bay waits on the other end, doesn't peek it just yet, is by themselves, but is keeping these 2 CT players just around for a little bit. Looks like things will settle, and just stay in a 4v4 here.
I mean, look at Dave's positioning, especially with Blood off the back of a Bay. Does find Vinny, and with that bracket control still under duress at the moment, Abyssal, they've really got to rely on Blood here. He needs to get himself at least 1, potentially the second with that AWP. Danger needs to hold his nerve, especially into apartments. Blood, the timing, it's all over the shop for both of these teams. Blood barely gets away. He's got 30 points of health. That smoke will be blown open. Mindfreak, however, their plot has been discovered. It's been foiled, and Danger continues to be an absolute nightmare for Blood. Off the back of Danger's double, we'll get a double of his own, and Abyssal, what a way to find themselves the opener.
Damn, Abyssal, Blood and Danger do the work there, and Mindfreak, they pretty much did everything right that round. I wonder, off-base pick on towards Banana there, maybe they actually go back to Banana instead of committing towards that A side, because they hadn't fully gone into that yet. They were still making their way through mid, decided to keep with it. Blood missed the initial shot. They got him off the angle. It seemed good, but then Danger had to lock in, gets his double there, and then Blood's double as well. 2 quick shots, and off that, Mindfreak take the time out, and now this is the important one for them. Money didn't make a huge amount from those first 3 rounds. It's enough to get most rifles for pretty much every player besides Bay. So they know if they can get this one straight back, they keep that 4-1, the lead, the momentum rolling forward. On the other side, Abyssal, they want to just get 2 in a row here. Make this one. Put the pressure straight back onto Mindfreak. Feels like we're getting the same thing from that opening map. It was just early on. very close rounds.
Yeah, and I think Abyssal, you know, they've sort of got that experience and that sort of wherewithal, especially. Oh my days. Okay, yeah, sick.
Got that.
Yeah, right. See, this is the difference of Abyssal having blood with confidence and having blood with no confidence. Right, you take a look at that first map against Rooster, Blood just wasn't confident at all, he was playing fairly averagely. But
It's a complete game, Chad.
It
It
is.
just completely redefines how this team comes together.
And it changes a lot of the emphasis that I think Abyssal have. Foggers will be taken out, so now it becomes a little bit more stressful here if you are Abyssal, because you've just lost that long control. There's the chance for the around the world. Blood, he's got to stand his own. They want A. What do they want here?
I think
they want B.
Oh, this is Blood.
Oh,
Well, Blood,
Blood.
if he finds this one, that's the bomb. That is the rotations immediately back in. You start to think that they're already coming in from the other side, so this is the shot that needs to be hit. Phoebe, all that experience behind them. Realistically, they just wait, because Blood's going to start hearing this. The smoke has still got to block most of their way there, but Zoo knows. He's got to be ready for this. Blood does hold that position, hits the shot, the bomb will be dropped. Both players here immediately put it together. Bomb should be planted. Dangerous is going to be a little late to stop that one, but there's no smoke down for CT. There's no utility, but that actually works perfectly because Danger's probably thinking maybe something's down, runs across, Void hits it, and now it's all left on Gump. 1v2 creeping forward. Zoon's going to be the first one to take this shot. Gump pulls out the util, and Mindfreak get that response round right back, 4-1. And Abyssal's money in a bit of disarray here.
I hate how nerve-wracking that was for us sitting here. Holy Jesus. You get that pick on the Foggers.
You're nervous.
I'm nervous. I'm nervous, bro. I don't even want to imagine how they're feeling. I'm sitting here being like, guys, you got 2 on that A side. You got a double pit setup. Can we not just throw everybody that we have at that A side, please? But, no, I think for Mindfreak, they make the correct read there. Like, yes, they lose Phoebe. I don't think for Abyssal, they didn't rotate quick enough, especially they didn't maintain a lot of that mid-control quick enough as soon as they lost that long control, which, you know, does play a bit of a factor in towards that retake, does leave a lot of segmented parts and a lot of sort of humming and hawing. But, I mean, it's good to see that Abyssal continue to want to invest in towards Blood at the moment, because that's where a lot of their money is going in towards a lot of these eco rounds. They're continuing to get him a scout. They're continuing to give him a chance to try and prove out and show out because he's got that confidence now. That's a big booster if you are Abyssal.
And this is a pretty big risk round for them. Your loss bonus is high, but you've invested basically everything. And Fogger's Molly does not hit. So that's just going to allow Mindfreak to walk up a little bit quicker. Rotations and numbers coming to come over. This is a danger round here for Mindfreak. There's these 5-7s, a couple of MP9s. Blood's around now here with the scout. This is where you need to lock in. Make sure you just take these fights together as a team. Use that util to everything it's needed there, and that late
They have a
smoke
single
as
flash.
well. Oh, this is going to be problems. This is going to be real big problems here for the side of Mindfreak. Abyssal have the numbers. Bloody's going to rotate towards Coffin late, but Vinny playing forward. The 5-7, it only gets 1, but Foggers gets more. Blood the nade as well. Phoebe saves them with the double. Gump and Danger will be late on this one, but they're already making their way through Banana. Get that information, but they don't have kits and limited util, so they need to do this rather quickly.
I mean, if you're Abyssal right now, you're playing for that damage. You're playing to try and take these guns away. You've already got yourselves 3 kills, right? You've already damaged that Mindfreak economy for that T-side. I mean, they've got the nade on Danger. That could potentially cause a little bit of drama, and it will. Phoebe to fall. Cairo with that orb now has 2 to find. This could potentially be disaster. It is. Danger. He's gotten 2 on the retake. That's going to be Abyssal having an eco win. Oh my days. The 3-man hold on that B side for Abyssal gets the job done, and Mindfreak. Oh, it feels as if there's just... Oh, Abyssal just continue to read them so well throughout this game.
I think, well, look, it's a 4-1 lead, but those rounds Mindfreak had been taking, every single one where Abyssal didn't have a complete full buy but enough around it had been close. And it was just a matter of time before one of those started, you know, came unraveling there for Mindfreak. Phoebe looked like it saved them with that double kill on the AK to bring it back to the 2v2. Abyssal, you know, Gump and Danger are all the way back still towards mid at that side. They were just starting to get a Banana, didn't have kits around them. But there was one on site. That nade was absolutely perfect in toward Dark there. Just, I mean, you couldn't ask for anything better. Momokaro missed that shot of the orb. done. Like, you just don't have the time to react to anything else there. And now, for Mindfreak, they do take the time out. Not a bad idea. Just reset things a little. But money's gone. Phoebe is going to invest into that AK, but yeah, you feel like they missed a trick. This should be a 5-1 lead for them. They should be feeling really good on this T side. And now for Abyssal, this is a great opportunity to just reel them back in really quickly here.
I mean, yeah, it is that opportunity that sort of Abyssal have kind of been wanting for, right? And they haven't necessarily been able to find so far early in this game. And I think that's where Abyssal sort of have had their struggles as a bit of a team. They haven't been able to establish that dominance early and be able to maintain a lot more of the control. But Danger, well, gets bailed out by Foggers there, which interesting. We'll see Danger at least being able to return the support in kind. Gump with the AK does a good chunk of damage. The Tech 9s for Mindfreak haven't necessarily been able to find all too much, but Kai at least gets himself one. Is there a second? There is! There was nearly 3! Oh, Kai Brooks, you've got me excited for the future of you, young fella. Holy shit.
That could have been something. I mean, Vinny was just starting to get in through Library as well. Oh, I mean, Abyssal, you don't want to be giving away opportunities like that. And, well, at least you force a couple of rebuys there if you're Mindfreak. But again, just nothing really into this round. So this should be Abyssal now getting the even. They start to get themselves a bit of the economy build up as well. You got Blood on the Orb. Everyone's got those rifles and 8k as well on Foggers. For Mindfreak, you're sort of thinking into that next round already as Gump shuts down Bay as well. Zune will be forced forward or will stand in the molly. So has to jump back for that one.
Oh, it's either go or not, son.
Gotta make a choice.
You can't stay there forever if you burn it. Oh, I like this out of Mindfreak actually. They're taking that apartment's control. They're trying to get a little bit more aggressive with these pistols. They want to try and force Abyssal to get a little bit more inquisitive and try chase a pistol down to get the kill and just clear out an area of the map, but they're just not giving up these fights. I like this out of Mindfreak. Abyssal, this is going to test your discipline here, fellas. How are you going to do?
Look, Zune and Phoebe, both below half HP. You just try. Keep your numbers together here. Don't do anything too rash. There's no util as well on the T, so they're just forcing these fights. Gump's ducked away, so Danger's going to be that first one to come through, and Zune looks away just at the wrong moment. Danger with a double, should be possibly a third here as he'll spot that head. Karo does get out though, but Phoebe has fallen, and now it is just the one player remaining, and Karo Blood will get that final kill, and well, Mr. Flamboyant, we are all tied up at 4 apiece.
We are. I don't know why you needed to introduce me to state the obvious. Sorry, I was
you were just. I was trying to wake you up, I think, there because you were so dumbfounded by me saying that. You sort of just you good. You rebooted. You here?
Yeah. What map is this? No. I think it's just those pistols just sort of doing everything they can to just run around. Abyssal, they pick up 4, they do what they have to do. They deal with the big issue. Bay does spot out Vinny just before that smoke pops. And that's something that'll wake me up.
Was he running? What was he running for there? Was there a piece of util he was trying to collect?
It looked as if he was trying to get away from a nade that was coming in towards sandbags.
Yeah.
You gotta wake up, bud.
Wasn't ready for Bay close.
You gotta wake up close. You gotta wake up, buddy. Jesus. Yeah. Oh, that nade's good.
Oh, no. That's a round. I mean, flashing there. I mean, yeah, essentially scored. That is, yeah, just 2 sort of overreaches there from Abyssal, top banana, and, yeah, rest of the team's done. They did no chance to really get themselves back into this one here. And they're not even going to bother for it. Blood will head over that general direction with the orb, see if they can get anything there. And Void, oh, that's massive. Gump put down. And there's possibilities for more rifles to take away here. Danger and Pit. Void, interesting to see how far he does search. Has to remember as well, Mindfreak don't particularly have the bank behind them, but this round will definitely help things if all 5 survive. And, well, as this round comes to its conclusion, I think we've got an update of what happened in our other series, Flam.
Oh, we've got a 2-0 over on that B stream. A 13-0
oh, no.
on Nuke. Which is why the hazard's thrown to me as he sees me just silently laughing in the corner.
Wow. 13-0.
Yeah, that is bad.
TDU,
Jesus.
locked in.
That is a lot of red on Rooster. At least they're matching the logo. So
that's a bit cruel.
They're matching the logo. Shout out Duncan, just saying that I shouldn't do it, and so I did. But yeah, it's good to see that the winner of this series will be playing Rooster.
Yeah, well, Rooster, after such a dominant win over Abyssal at the best of one, we thought, okay, that actually, might give TDU a bit of a run for their money, but wow, I mean, that is brutal. Now, we're going to have a lot of time to think about that one, especially if this does go to a third, and man, Mindfreak have copped a whole lot of damage towards Banana, and Vinny's actually picked up the Ore Pierce. They've gone the double. It's worked beforehand, and it does find the opener as Bay was getting flashed in, doesn't help them. And now for Mindfreak, they do have the flank around. Oh no! He kisses the first, still gets the kill, knows where Foggers is. So now the pressure is on the man who created this team as he tries to keep this project and himself alive. Trapped in the back of the site. Rotations are getting over though, and they're doing the work, and Foggers is staying alive, getting the kills. It could be more. Foggers, it's enough. Gub shuts down Cairo, and it's all on Void in a 1v3.
Void, what do you got, son? Foggers has had an insane round. Time for you to do something similar. We'll find blood, but the trade's going to be there. Abyssal off the back of Foggers, holding down that B site with his life. They're able to pick themselves up another round. And I feel as if, we speak about Foggers in that instance, right? He's sitting there in the back of that B site, literally nowhere to go, and he's still finding 2 kills. A lot of that support util that does come through that CT sort of presence that was in that rotation, especially from Gump, especially from Blood, was all to bail him out. We're seeing flashes popping just in front of him. We're seeing flashes popping straight out the back of him as he's still being able to dance around the back of this site. I mean, if there was a team flash there, you could sort of see the annoyance, but there surprisingly wasn't. The util was very, very effective to keep him alive, and it just serves its purpose as he gets another 2 kills off the back of the one that he got on the trade.
And again, that molly doesn't go to dark and goes where he is there. That's probably the round because it forced them out there. But Mindfreak, I think they're kicking themselves a bit because they just wasted a bit too much time trying to find Foggers at that point. They knew he was on site. And, I mean, Zune luckily got one of those kills, but that probably should have been 2 there. The flank was perfect, but they don't get that round, and now pressure is back on as we come into the ending of this first half. Both teams, the 4 rifles, everything to play for here in number 11, and again, it looks like the presence early was in towards mid, but they're going to Banana again, and once again, it is going to be Vinny, it is going to be Foggers. They're going to be tested here.
They will be. And I mean, the test is going to... It's just going to determine so much in this game, right? That's going to be the main sort of push towards this final part of this half, right? It's going to be... Yeah, this round is everything. It's very, very similar. Oh no, Vinny. On his birthday, gets 2. How good. Phoebe at least gets the trade back, but Foggers, we're going to have to see his heroics that we saw last round. Yet again.
Don't know if he even needs it because Danger is just going to come through, possibly get the one here. Kara and Void aren't looking for it. The flash is high. It's not perfect. Void will get that one into Danger, and he's the one with the HP, but Blood, the nade, it disperses, hits it, and Abyssal, they will take the lead here for the first time on Inferno as we head into the end of this first half, and Mindfreak, the buy's not particularly with them, and again, decent start, the 4-1, they're looking the goods, but 5 out of the last six dropped, and very winnable rounds in there as well.
Yeah, there is. And I mean, for a lot of Abyssal at the moment, they win that round. That just gives them a little bit of a boost to just continue to push through, right? That's going to be the one thing that gets us to a 7-5 scoreline because you're taking a look at the buy here. We've got Tech 9s, we've got Mac 10s, we've got a Galil coming out, limited util the entire way through. So if we see Abyssal picking themselves up 7th, it's actually going to be quick up short. Blood with that AWP finds himself the opening mark. They've got to worry about this drop out of apartments. Blood with a 2nd. The AWP gets 3. Potential for 4, maybe. Let's get the pistol out. Blood. 4. Is there 5? No! Denied by Cairo. Gets himself a 2-piece and AWP will be recovered. But a 1v2 now descends upon this A side. Foggers almost finishes it off. Lets us stream, but not too much. Thank you, Jaden. I appreciate you, man.
Yeah. I mean,
sorry to take your call.
That was good. The round just sort of went all over the place. Picked up the pace straight from the start, and yeah, nice stuff from Abyssal to get that 7th. Mind Freak. Look, it is a decent half on Inferno here. You've got the T-side rounds behind you. Now you need to try and lock in that pistol. Don't allow Abyssal to jump away at all. And yeah, for Abyssal, like that was the perfect way to get themselves back into this one. Early on, a bit rusty with a couple of those rounds, but again, still close. It was more just they didn't really have the firepower behind them because they kept forcing up in those early bits there. They finally got the break on Mind Freak, and that's what just allowed them to get those, 5 out of 6, 6 out of 7 to end the half. I mean, it was I realised the moment I said that as well.
Realise what?
Nothing, mate.
Okay,
Let's get this pistol on the way.
We should. We should get this pistol on the way. And for your hope, let's hope Mind Freak doesn't win it. Because you're going to have to say the scoreline, and I don't. You get banned in my Twitch chat if you say that, by the way, bud.
Well, for the 3 people who are in there, that is something they'll have to worry about.
That's hurtful. There's 4, and you damn well know it.
Here comes the pistol play onto this B, or the A side, I should say. Void and Kyra hitting the shots, but Blood, the double comes through. He's seen the 3rd as well. Soon is just hiding behind this one, and he swings out, hits his shot, and now all of a sudden it's Gump in the 1v2, trying to find these kills. They swing together. Mind Freak, this is not one you can let go, and Zoon makes sure of it. They will take the pistol, both in this map, and now they can even things back up straight away. Man, again, it was just everything sort of happening all at once. This has been an entertaining map so far.
It has. I think it's been a lot closer than I think people would have really thought it would be. I mean, actually, I can't read the score. I've lost my glasses. Can you... What's the score?
So Abyssal are up 7-6 right now.
Well, see, it's the other way on the HUD, so I can't really
true,
read
it is.
that way.
Mind Freak... I think it says 6, and Abyssal are currently 7.
That's funny.
Yeah.
Dude, that's...
Why is that
funny? That's just 2
any
funny
particular-
numbers. It's like 2 funny numbers, just like one after the other. You know what I mean?
Yeah, 6, 8, 7.
Dude, but 7, 8, 9.
That's true.
So
well, once we get to that one, that's when the discussion will become very important. But for Abyssal, this round, again, they're forced up. They really don't want to give Mind Freak any opportunities to have like those slower paced rounds.
Yep.
And this is a decent spot for them. The Smokey or the one from Phoebe, they're just going to go past it. They go forward and they find Bay as well. Phoebe comes through the NP9. It only gets 1. Not what Mind Freak are after. They've got the 3 rifles here, but this is such a hard one to try and retake. Looks like they're going to go for it anyway, though.
They kind of have to. I mean, the firepower they've got is just overwhelming. If you're Abyssal here, this is your chance to steal away rifles. This is your chance to take away just a whole lot more control over the series. Especially if you're Abyssal, you don't have to invest in towards those rifles in towards the next round. You're able to get yourself another round. You're able to be 2 rounds clear. More importantly, it does give you a great chance to break that economy of Mind Freak, but with time ticking, it looks as if Mind Freak could be in very, very strong danger. Zoon to at least get 1, make it 2, but there's no time at all. Zoon most likely will be falling to the bomb. Cairo as well, maybe. Zoon doesn't die there on 1 HP. The map's broken. The map's broken.
There's a wall.
The map's broken.
That's an interesting one as well.
There's a wall. Sorry, that's a horrible argument to make. I've just realised what you've said. It's an awful argument. There's a wall there. Yeah, you're like a meter away from a bomb detonating. What are we doing?
Living, apparently. And for Mind Freak, that is perfect for them. Because, yes, you lose the round there, which does hurt. But the 3 rifles saved. You get the MP9. Phoebe's gone for that 5.7. You have yourself a pretty decent buy into this one. Abyssal's one isn't anything flash. I mean, they lost most of their players at the end there. So the Galils, the Mac-10, and yeah, like just a Deagle on Blood. So Mind Freak can bounce back into this one straight away. This is going to be some very tough decisions need to be made for Abyssal, and well, gets flashed in towards Connector side, and that really doesn't work out the way they wanted to there. They don't have to follow up. Foggers on the Mac 10 tries to desperately get back. They're stuck towards top mid, and now uncommitting because Vinny's got enough forward, but Vinny shut down. What a kill from Phoebe.
That's massive. Because, I mean, now you're at least going to have to deal with the rotation. You do have Bay lying in wait. The firepower here on this B side isn't too good. Zune, Cairo then eventually made their way over as Phoebe and Bay start to just light up this B side. Blood will just be completely overrun. There will be a team kill involved. So the only people that can beat Mindfreak are Mindfreak, apparently. And it's at a 7-8 scoreline now. We're seeing Abyssal around that. You know, I feel as if they win if we see Vinny being able to get that pick over towards Phoebe. That's a round that they win, just because the rotation isn't going to be as quick. You're at least allowing Abyssal to be a little bit more flexible in the way they're playing this T-side. And that's sort of how we want that's how Abyssal want to play this T-side Inferno. They want to be flexible. They want to be able to get a pick and say, okay, B, let's go. Or, okay, let's go apartments. I like this.
I do wonder there, just the fact that they committed still into that B rush. I mean, yes, I mean, at the time you're thinking, okay, the rotations haven't come across quite yet. We know that there's only just the one player there from what we've played, like from getting into top mid and seeing those couple of players towards the A side. But like Abyssal had time to sort of just calm things down and then continue towards A, because Mindfreak completely rotated off that. So yeah, not what they were hoping for there, and this apartments play is not finding much. Just Foggers with the one. Void shuts that down, and now it is Gump, so it will just be a little bit of a reset round. I mean,
the Gump can't be stumped.
We can't be stumped. An M4A4. He finds both on side, gets a bomb plant, clutches up against Bay, the newcomer. Can see it all now.
I didn't know you could read the future, mate. That's really impressive.
Thank you.
Yeah.
It's going to be difficult when he doesn't have the bomb, though.
Well, he gets it after he kills the two on the A.
True, which he's about to do, of course.
Yeah, well, I mean, no one's expecting it. He's only got Void holding his line. He's already sitting on 3. Well, that's the first. I'm now more scared that you might be correct. But
there's no time.
Maybe. I mean, it depends how silly Bay wants to get with it. Depends how silly Bay wants to get. Bay, let's not be silly here, please.
Bay just holds the angle, gets this kill. Yeah.
Okay. Looks like you were wrong. Wrong.
Yeah, you thought for a second there, though. There was a bead of sweat dripping down your head, thinking, oh no, maybe he's onto something. But no, just round done. And once again, we're tied. We cannot separate these two teams here on Inferno. The pull by for Mindfreak, again, looking nice, but Abyssal, the money just not there for them, so it really is almost the full eco. Gump just pulled out a speciality on that Deagle, but again, not much to be thinking this round, especially with just, no util to back it up either.
Yeah, I mean, there's just no... I mean, the util just isn't there, right? And for Abyssal, the Glocks just have to group up. They have to be able to find themselves kills. They can't sit there and lie in wait. They can't get static, they can't get stagnant, which is, you know, something that I think Abyssal have sort of tended to do on this T side, right? They haven't necessarily been as fluid as they sort of have been in previous games, in previous matchups. They're trying to play with the pace a little bit more, and they're getting slow, and they're not necessarily being able to... Oh no, that smoke comes out just the wrong time, but Zune is able to at least clean up. Phoebe to find 1, but Zune for 4. A nice little clean up with the Glocks, as we will see Mindfreak take the lead back, a 9-8 scoreline. Yeah, man.
Yeah, this is... it's slightly concerning for me, because we go back to that first map.
What's your
and... Well, I was going to say, you actually called it quite nicely. Gump called a really nice CT side, especially on Mirage. The T side wasn't too bad. I mean, they 8-4 in the end.
Yeah.
But this is where I'm starting to get a little bit worried, especially if they can't find this next round here. Money's still in the bin. You're not really going to have enough loss bonus to force anything down unless you do find it. And look at that from Cairo. Vinny shut down early. A lot of presence towards B, immediately on that rotation. You can see they want to get some more into that top mid now from Abyssal, but not the start they were hoping for once they get these rifles back in, and the pressure right on them here.
It really is, and I mean, for Abyssal, they just haven't been able to sort of break through. Right, there was that wall of Phoebe on that B site, and it looks as if now just Mindfreak have been able to build off the back of that. There's just a wall everywhere that Abyssal turn to. The question is, if you're Abyssal, what do you do? What do you do?
Well, not that.
I'd hope it wasn't that, otherwise it'd be a very short game.
Yeah, Fogger's just got completely off guard, and Void is going in for more as well. Danger switches over to that AK. Zune is flashed. Oh my, don't clear close! And Zune gets that kill. Gump is able to find it back, but it's a 4v2 situation. And this should just be easy stuff for Mindfreak now. Fall back, take the corners you need. Cairo, that nade, hits the spot. Void will take the kill, and now it's left to Danger. 30 seconds on the clock. There's one back there. But Cairo's got the angle. They've also got the second player in. The nade doing even more damage. And it's just a matter of time before this all comes to a conclusion. Cairo knocks them down, and Mindfreak up to 10. And in the driver's seat to send this to a third, and Abyssal take themselves a timeout.
That's yeah, not clearing close in top mid. Not clearing top mid at all.
So those little things, the mistakes that
that's not a little thing.
Well, it's more just like the things that you'd usually do when you do those clearances properly. I mean, yeah, like when you lose that player early, you start to get under pressure. Foggers is probably on the mic there with Gump. They're trying to figure out what they do now, and then a 5v4. They just don't clear things well enough there. And Mindfreak, you know, take control of those mistakes.
Little things like making your bed in the morning. Not just completely forgetting to clear half of bracket on Inferno when it's the most held angle in the game.
Well, I feel like they must have thought they're going to double swing the top mid there, because the flash was good. Like, Zune was completely flashed. If they swing in his direction, he's dead.
Yeah,
it's a 4v3 and there's something else to work with there, but
they hadn't smoked it off. Oh, anyway. Sorry, I didn't mean to snap at you, Harold.
It's been a long day.
It's been a long day.
And there's still more to go.
How much more to go?
You don't want to know.
Oh, Jesus. Okay, alright. Yay! Yeah, I mean, what? We'll see a lot of this car presence taken. You'll have Bay, you'll have Phoebe yet again being tested by Abyssal. There's no inkling at all for a rotation out of Mindfreak either. They haven't even started like looking to move towards a rotation out of that Orb of Kai, but flashes do go out the B side. It's getting hit.
This is where Bay and Phoebe need to lock in. Bay hasn't had themselves a fantastic game here and is put down. Phoebe, on the other hand, just can't seem to miss. Danger will get the flank behind, hits that, and ooh, Blood just lives long enough. And oh my god.
Has it happened again?
What was that? He shot. I think. Did he have one bullet left in the? I think Danger wants to perform the 1v3 clutch. He didn't want Blood involved, and that's fine because the bomb's down, and now the opportunity is here to do it. There's Cairo and Void are left all by their lonesome. We'll have to dissect what happened there, but right now Danger needs this. Flash the smoke off the other side. They get through enough here. There's a chance to stop this defuse, but they think it's the fake. It comes through. Mindfreak to 11. And Abyssal.
What?
They're in the depths and they're in their own heads. I mean, Flam is like crouched under the desk. He's completely lost it.
I love this region, bro. Why is it always Mindfreak?
Can we get a replay of that? Like, he had one. I think the thing was he had one bullet. He was going to just did a reload. I don't know.
Why is it always against Mindfreak? This time we've did the same thing against them.
Oh my god! I don't. I don't know. Like, yeah, sure, why not, guys? It's 11-8. Abyssal have the full buy back in. They almost actually won that round, considering there was not much of a buy around it. So, I'm
watching the delayed stream. He just sizes him up and just shoots him. I don't know.
Anyway, important round here. So let's have a discussion about it.
Really is an important round. Imagine if something hilarious didn't happen before it. But this is Abyssal's make or break here. They just don't have the money at all whatsoever. Straight up off the back of this, I mean, they've got to do something, right? They've just been so inactive. They just haven't had any impact whatsoever on this T side. And with Phoebe finding the opener yet again, Vinny falls by the wayside. For Abyssal, their days are looking numbered, and the number is not very high.
Yeah, poor old Vinny. He's been knocked down, I think, the past 3 rounds in a row. First has not been able to have an impact at all. And again, Abyssal, they lose presence over towards that B side. Like, I mean, Phoebe's just been fantastic over there, and Bay's just been that good backup. Like, there's been that presence there, doing the util as needed. Yes, the scoreline's 6-14 for them, but they're just doing their job. They know what they have to do on that side. And Abyssal just, they're just running out of ideas here. Again, there's going to be presence that's going to be around to this top banana side. You can already see Mindfreak have that rotation close. The Zune can head over there, and yeah, at least this time they've got the rifles with it. But again, it's not a huge amount of utility, so if there's anything for the after plan, it's basically nothing. And I think that flash to go off. They don't have a blockage here, but 20 seconds. I mean, they have to hit this B side. This is everything here for them.
Yeah, they've got 3 to deal with. They just haven't been able to do anything at all. Bay finds himself the opener. Blood at least gets one back, so a little bit of a fighting chance here. But Phoebe, oh my days! Blood! Okay. Okay, Blood, now you flip this back. Oh, wow, it's Blood! A 3-piece! The Prodigy! It was written in the stars that OCE would have a superstar to rival JKS, and it looks as if Blood is going to be that man. An insane 3-piece to keep Abyssal alive, and it looks as if he may be called upon for more.
The turnaround there is fantastic, and Void and Cairo, I mean, they're here, but they're not going to go for this hideaway in church, or maybe just even get further out. They wouldn't mind taking some rifles away from this one. And they've done damage.
Oh.
Gump's going to be close to maybe going down here, but I think just far enough away. As with Blood as well, and Abyssal, they get themselves back into this one here. Phoebe, they're kicking themselves. They had 3 players to sort of choose from. They did damage to all. And then, well, that was good enough from Blood, the reaction there. The turnaround there to Coffin, that was something else.
I feel like he's just gotten upset over the fact Danger shot him.
That was the activation.
Yeah, that was the activation. So we're all laughing, thinking this is a funny OCE Counter-Strike moment. No, that's just Danger going, Blood, wake up, bud, wake up. Come on, come on, wake up.
Mindfreak need a response, and again, it's another opener. Caro, Foggers responds onto Zoom, but himself and Vinny so low on HP. Foggers gets himself into CT spawn. And already hear these rotations. Phoebe's got to be aware of this. And spots the barrel first.
But it's left Bay on that B side alone. A phase through this smoke could be absolute danger. That smoke won't hit anybody. At least the rotation's now starting to come back. Bay has to drop back in towards that side. There is going to be Vinny clearing it from up top. There goes Bay. Phoebe is nowhere to be able to defend this B side. Smokes and flashes will go out. Abyssal, they've gotten themselves one of the highlights to retake in the map.
The plan is through. They'll desperately try to get away to the back, and they do just enough. Phoebe has that nade. Got to be careful about taking it out. Oh, I'm not sure if they saw the cross there. And now, Mindfreak, all of a sudden, another round that they seemingly had a bit of control with. Void onto Danger. Phoebe's nade does the job, and this time they do not miss out. Mindfreak up to 12. 3 map points to take this to a third.
That's an insane retake, especially off the back of that CT out of Foggers. Yes, that rotation has to deal with that. It really does. But the fact that it's left Bay by his lonesome, he's been able to stall for enough time to allow people to get back in towards that B site. That's the main thing that's won that round. Like, I like the idea of the double up into towards that door angle, that door area. But off the back of that, you need to be getting that carpets. You can't be allowing a walk up to come in through that sort of banana area of the map, and can't allow it to sort of happen for free. Especially with the Molotovs coming in, Vinny burning, smokes do go out. That's going to start to slow down this B take. Oh no. Blood, Vinny, low was need the HP, especially for Blood being the guy who's turning around a lot of the guns for this Abyssal side.
So now, try and take themselves again to top mid. They haven't really hit this ace side at all. It's been presence there, and maybe this is the one time it actually works in their favour, because you can see Cairo a bit earlier on the rotation here, and the setup is coming in towards top mid side, but just as I think that again, it's back to B. They really feel like they can exploit this enough, but you feel like this time here for Mindfreak, they're in a much better situation. The AWP is there, smoke will go down late. And Bay's got another one as well. So this is problems here for Abyssal.
Why do Abyssal just keep defaulting towards this B side? It hasn't worked the last 6 rounds. Why is it going to start working now?
Oh.
Bay, Phoebe, they're finding kills. Vinny will get one back, but it doesn't matter because Kai's here with the AWP. They're walking straight into a stacked B site continuously. And with 30 seconds to play, Foggers will fall. 13 on the board for Mindfreak. And we get a map 3. We get a map 3, dude. A map 3.
Map
3 of them. We have 3 maps.
Oh, we love the 3 maps. It's our first time today. We go all the way in a best of 3. The other series not as much from what we saw there, of course, Rooster getting dumpstered. But from this series here, I mean, that's fantastic from Mindfreak, because there were moments there where Abyssal, it kind of felt like that first map again, where Mindfreak were keeping it close early on, in fact had the lead, and then everything started to seemingly unravel a bit. But when they needed someone to stand up, the individuals to do it, they did. And they got into Abyssal's heads, and they just they found those clutch rounds, the rounds that they couldn't get on Mirage. They find here on Inverno. Very, very respectful map, and I think deservingly get this to a 3rd. And now Abyssal, and from Ivory, I mean, this is tournament live. It is all going to come down to Nuke.
It really is. And I mean, after Nuke, we're sending one of them home before we get to Nuke Has, and before we throw to a break, because these beautiful people love seeing the coming back soon screen. They absolutely love it. It's a delicacy to them. Give us a quick prediction for map 3.
Ooh. You know what? I think Mindfreak take it.
Beaut. We both think. Well, you reckon Mindfreak will take? Actually, I've just computed what you've said. What? Okay, fair enough. We're going to find out who's right, you or me, because I reckon Abyssal's going to have it. But we're going to be back. Nuke, map number 3. Who goes home and who is going to be taking on Rooster to stay alive? We'll be right back, and we'll see you guys there.
Mindfreak, not as good as the old Mindfreak, I would say, with yours truly. Yeah, I would say that would be a comfortable win for us.
Abyssal, we all the time, and it's a bit of a grudge match at this point.
Yeah, good team. I have some friends on that team. They've beaten us a few times, but last time we beat them, we had their number. Yeah, good team.
Abyssal, we've beaten them before. They've beat us as well. I think it'll be a very close match.
Abyssal have lost to them, but I wasn't playing, so it'll be interesting for sure.
Bit of a rivalry going on. We've played them a few times, lost in the ECA Open final, but we beat them twice. And the lead up to it at LAN, I think we're probably going to take them.
We are favoured against that matchup because we have experienced players have played on LAN.
Got us the last time, but overall, I think our win record is better than theirs.
Bums.
Hello everybody, welcome back to the video game. We've got the HyperX Internationals 2026 underway. Map number 3, Nuke Knife Round. How good is it, Harford?
Oh, it's wonderful, Lachlan, as we get ready to see who is going home and who is staying in the big DFRAG house. It should be unbelievable. As the knife round comes together, Vinny Blood Bay kills across the board. It looks like it might be Abyssal to lose this, but they're staying alive. But Mind Freak will take knife, which means they get to select which side, and they are looking like they're just straight into that CT side pick. Which Nuke, that can be pretty important. It usually tends to lean into the CTs, but that doesn't mean that Abyssal won't have their work ready to go here for their T side. And well, this is it. As we said, very eloquently from both of us. Winner stays on. Loser is done and dusted on day one. Before, it's only 3:11 p.m. Like, they're gone before the day's done. 5 p.m.'s knockoff. At least for the normal world. Not us. We're going to be here till 3 a.m. most likely, but
5 a.m. is actually our clock off time, so technically we're working not the 9 to 5, but the 5 to 9. The big game.
Except we started at like 8:30.
I feel like you're getting bogged down in the details too much, and you need to cut it out, bud.
We just watch and we cast what is in front of us, Lachlan.
Well, speaking of casting, we should probably do some of that. We'll actually see Adder's being taken here by Abyssal as well as Ramp, and it looks as if this B side is going to be under duress. It's going to be Void and Phoebe, at least to try and deal with it. The dualies are Void. Guessed it. Blood. Oh, it's not clean, but it gets the job done with Bay and Void. Both falling. Cairo to at least get one back. Phoebe have 5 points of health, which, yeah, this will be interesting. I think it's remaining interesting.
And it is, that's round. I mean, Zune up on the A side, just jumping down from heaven. Won't have a chance to really compete in this one. Try and get down, see what they can do, but Blood is already covering vents here, so should be a pretty quick kill, you'd imagine, unless they're not ready for it. Zune is just going to wait, shoot, bang, and it will be Blood, though, to lock in that kill. A double in the round for them, and Abyssal. They lose the knife round, but they will take the all-important pistol. Bomb plant, money in the bank, and Mind Freak. Not much to speak of on this CT side. It will just be the full save for them. And that's what Abyssal needed after very convincing Mirage, you'd have to say. Having some close round there, but they were soundly beaten. They were soundly beaten on Inferno. So they definitely needed to get themselves the first round here just to get some confidence back into the team.
Yeah, and I think something that we've seen a little bit more on Nuke as of recently has been a little bit more of a migration towards a T-sided sort of CS2 meta that we do have. Oh, look at this free cam work. Shout out to Hambo Vegas. God damn, that's a wiper with a bit of motion right there. But yeah, I think we've seen Nuke be a little bit... Oh, actually, this setup... Actually, don't worry about what I'm saying. This could even be a ramp hit coming through from Abyssal. Vinny looking very intrigued, but... Okay, it looks as if it's slowed down a little bit, and we're chilling out. We're chilling out a little bit more before we hit this A site. Oh, I thought I was about to get very nervy. But yeah, I mean, look, if you're able to pick up the first 3 or 4 sort of rounds on this side, usually you fare pretty well in the game overall, in the big game overall. But for Mind Freak, you know, being able to find a little bit of consistency on that side and being able to do some significant damage is sort of what they really want to do early on here. And with Gump only able to find the one with the single SMG they've brought in, that's going to limit how much money that they can bring in as well, which will make it a little bit more interesting, especially later in towards the piece when everyone's a little bit money cooked, you know what I mean?
Yeah, and that's going to be an issue, I guess, for both teams. We've seen it in, well, for both teams when it's come through, where it's just Abyssal, I think, especially in that second half of Inferno. They just didn't really have the money around them, and it's what affected their buys and sort of just threw everything away from them towards the end of that map. And you go back to Mirage, where Mindfreak, it was 8-4 half. They lost the first round after coming into the T-side. They force up, they lose that. They don't get a buy until round 3 or 4. Win one, immediately lose the next. Money just never really got going for them. So this becomes an important first CT buy around here. Will be rifles. Doesn't seem like there's going to be any ops out on that end. And it does look like we are just going into a quick little tech pause.
Already.
But I don't think we had many on the second map, actually.
We haven't had any tech pauses this day. Just
No.
day one in general.
It was sort of,
First time ever. No tech pauses day one.
it was just some sort of matchmatic ones.
Oh, yeah.
On the first map, but
Yeah.
nothing too outlandish, and hopefully it's just the same thing here. But yeah, I mean, we look at these players, we look at these teams. We've talked a lot about Blood for Abyssal. From Mindfreak here, who is going to be the one to stand up for them? I feel like Phoebe definitely went above and beyond on that last map. Do they have the backup here on New? Because is that an AUG on Void?
Well, if it looks like a duck and it quacks like a duck, I think it's a duck, bud. Yeah, I mean, look, for Mindfreak, I think this Mindfreak roster's interesting, in my opinion, purely because it doesn't necessarily have a star, if you know what I mean. Like, they don't have a big-name player. Like, you look at this Abyssal side, their big-name guy is Blood, is Danger. Right? You look at this Mindfreak side, like, no offense to Kai and Zune, but if we're looking at Kai and Zune and going, they're the star guy for this Mindfreak roster, we're in a bit of strife. You know what I mean? Like, this is... It's a little bit more of a challenge, right? You take a look at some of the other teams in this region, you take a look at, you know, your DXAs, their star, you know, at the moment is sort of kaput. I mean, Govi. You take a look at, you know, GZ, their star, I mean, it was PZ at least for a little bit now. It's looking to be Slimy and Hazza. This Mindfreak side doesn't necessarily have a star rifler, but they just need consistent team performances. I can see why Void's bought that up, because he's been probably one of the dangerous angles at this point, as Bay at least gets himself the opener through the smoke. That's Gump taken away.
Gump dropped. They had numbers out towards outside, which means ramp is pretty open here. So allowed Abyssal to get that control. Rotations can go straight back down there for Mindfreak, and Zune's tucked themselves away on the side. They don't have the quick rotation just yet for them. Foggers in the meantime, the trade with Phoebe there, and Void, and Zune gets the first and the second, locks them in. Blood finally comes through to shut that down, but this round is done and dusted, and it might be the other debutant on land to finish this one as Babe knocks down Blood, and Mindfreak, their first buy in here, comes to, well, good fruition. And for Abyssal, I don't think even the bomb plant there, so not what they were after. And now they'll have to, they will force up at least. So now this becomes again another one where it's important for that economy side.
Well, yeah, I feel like, especially in your T-side of Nuke, you're allowed to take a little bit more risks with the economy, because you aren't necessarily sort of expected to win a lot of these rounds. We know how CT-sided Nuke can be as a map. We know how CT-sided, you know, this entire sort of, I mean, this entire map and the entire history of this map, I guess, and OCE as a whole is in general. But yeah, if you're Abyssal, you're allowed to take these liberties with your rifles. You're allowed to take these liberties with your economy. You're allowed to take sort of a little bit more of a heavier risk, just overall in general, and it can be a little sort of frustrating to deal with if you are Mindfreak and you just see them buy Galils every single round. But similarly used to be done by Cairo. He'll drop down into the side, play alongside Bay. Bay, 1-for-1, Blood, Danger. They've gotten themselves kills. Cairo to at least get himself another back. Cairo, you've got to hold your own on this A side, and eventually will crumble, but that AUG of Void is now looking at dangerous. Gump will finish it off. Nice little shot there with the Galil. As Abyssal, they really get aggressive. They really start to pick themselves up the ladder, and they get themselves a third off the back of that force buy.
That they do, and for Mind Freak, that especially hurts them. You can see the 5.7's MP9 sort of coming out there, and it was
the timeout off the
close
back of it.
round, a really close one for them. And we've seen this multiple times now for both teams. Both have decided to take very early calls for timeouts. Just if they see something wrong early on, which I do like. So I feel like when we're watching these teams online games, you might not even see a timeout in this situation. Or in fact, the whole game, it just doesn't really happen. But LAN has a different experience. Especially, I mean, both teams are facing each other for this one. We've seen on the cameras, there's that little bit of extra pressure that's there. You want to make sure you're locked in early to these rounds. You can't let it snowball. Like we saw with Abyssal against Rooster, like we sort of saw with Mike for the second half against Thunder Down Under, and what I assumed was happening over on the other stream. Of course, if you are joining us for the first time, the other game, which was Thunder Down Under, who have now qualified for playoffs against Rooster, 13-4, 13-0.
As in 0.
Yes.
As in not a single round at all.
Which isn't great.
Well, it's not ideal. Definitely isn't ideal. Bay getting a little bit more aggressive in towards lobby. We will see a little bit of a clean up. Phoebe to at least get 1, but Foggers with a 3-piece. Foggers with 4. We can't let him get that. We can't let him get 4 here, boys. Jesus, alright.
He's got to have his fun. It's the eco round kills.
He's stealing the ecos away from Gump, who wants to up the numbers.
It's true. Gump's sitting at about... he's about even so far today from this series, I think.
We can check if you'd like.
Yeah, we can. I mean, with the scores at least for now. Fogger's up to 5 for Vinny, 3 to Gump. Bud's also on 5, just most of those with not much damage around them. And 3 to Danger. Meantime, Kara and Zune have 3 apiece, as does Bay. And Phoebe and Void are the ones that haven't particularly got going quite yet. But again, this is that all-important gun round here for Mind Freak. Orp's now out. We didn't see that in their first round. He didn't have the extra cash behind it, but you can see the sacrifices there. Bay goes to that FAMAS, which he seems very happy to do, playing that role where it's got that extra util back up around that side. And for Abyssal, look, they are actually starting to build up a nice little bank here. You get it to 5-1. I mean, Mind Freak, you're not too concerned right yet, because this is sort of how both Mirage and Inferno started. Just sort of from sort of opposite ends. One team sort of got a little bit of the jump early, other was reeled back in, and things stayed sort of close for a while in Mirage. Inferno went a little bit longer. But yeah, you could hear it downstairs that they're getting a little bit vocal early on. If that keeps happening more and more, this one might spiral out of control a little for Mind Freak.
It can, and for Mind Freak, it feels as if it's a little bit of a bitter pill to swallow at some point, but, you know, not necessarily being able to have too much control on that CT side, especially on a map like Nuke, can be a little bit sort of disastrous in a bit of a way, but yeah, for Abyssal, you're really sort of hoping that they can take full advantage of the lead they've already got so far. They're able to, you know, sort of deny a lot of these rifles their chance to sort of succeed and get comfortable and settle themselves in. As Void will be under a little bit of duress. We'll see flashes coming through. Void will at least get 1. It looks as if Abyssal don't really want to test it anymore. They'll try to hit this A site. They've only really got Bay to deal with, but if they go through outers, then see they've got the whole world to deal with.
Phoebe's in garage at the moment. And Zune has actually just started to go downstairs there with Cairo, and they're both in a really nice position now. So good stuff from Zune if he's aware that they're close to red side. No, they're not. Cairo gets the first, has to get running, and sneaks around for the second, almost the third as well. Blood shuts it down, 3v2. The B side is open. The jump down the vent there, not completed. And now the rotation just enough over. They try to make their way in towards the side. Void is there. They need this kill, and Vinny does find it. Bomb will go down. And a 2v2 on the retake. One that Mind Freak need to grab. The door shut in front of Phoebe. Another one open there. As now it's left to Blood and Phoebe. Who can find the clutch? And it's Phoebe to deliver it. Mind Freak take the round. It costs 4 lives for it. But he's number 2 on the board. And Abyssal almost get themselves the 5-1 advantage, but they can't quite drive it home.
They really can't. I mean, look, overall, you take a look at the money for Mind Freak. If they invest back in after that round win, they are going to be absolutely hamstrung for their cash, for their dosh, purely for the fact they've only kept themselves a single rifle in that round. It feels as if in some of these situations, right, especially economically wise, it makes more sense to just get the kill and throw the round. Just so you can keep that loss bonus to then invest fully in towards the rifles, you know what I mean? But look, overall, Abyssal, they're making these rounds close. They're not allowing Mindfreak to just take them.
And you can see the presses there. Zoom went early. Danger. Phoebe gets one and immediately traded back. Bay up and above. MP9 only gets one. Bakar and Void in the outside. All of a sudden it's left on Gump, and he's not ready for Void. Was checking that sort of angle, but Void just a little bit further forward. Mindfreak, a quick round there from Abyssal. They tried to take the pace to them. Does not work out. And all of a sudden it's a one-round difference, and Abyssal have absolutely no money in the bank for most of their players, but it might be a little bit of a force-up here.
Yeah, I wouldn't be shocked at all from Abyssal if they force in completely, right? You get the hero AK on Blood, you just allow him to sort of get to work, continue to try and build up a lot of that confidence. Bear in mind, sitting at 7-4 at the moment, he's not necessarily having himself a bad game. I think we're just missing a lot of the impact out of him sort of so far here in Nuke. You know, we saw that impact on Mirage, we saw that impact on Inferno. We haven't quite seen it, at least in the first 7. If you're Abyssal, if you continue to feed that hero AK to him, he's going to be something special in this region. That's why Abyssal have picked him up. That's why I think a lot of people consider him to be something special here. But if you're Mindfreak, it's business as usual. It's getting 4, it's getting 5, it's getting 6. Being able to try and take the lead through that CT side to finish off strong. Because that's going to be the confidence builder, actually, in a must-win map like this one. Unless they want to go home. It's like, I don't know if their flight's sitting there at 6 PM ready to go or not, but if it is, like, you know, MJ, what on, bud?
You think they'd spend at least one day possibly relaxing around the Brisbane side, but these teams don't want to relax. They want to keep playing CS. They want to go all the way to the playoffs. Exactly.
They want to go to the big game.
The big game. And this is a big game for both teams, and it is delivering so far this final map. Just a one-round difference. Abyssal, as you said, has been given that hero AK. And already 7 kills in this game here, and this is before you think about that CT side AWP that could come through as well. Bait tucked into the side close here. It was Blood who caught the damage early, but still got that kill. Bait fourth though, delivers with 3 big kills from Bait. Make it 4. Beautiful stuff here from the Lando Butin, and it will be Void to finish it. We are all tied up at 4.
Oh no. Oh, they just walk into him one by one, by one, by one. Bay, I mean, well enough to just keep your head, son. You've done a hell of a job there. But Jesus, that's just poor from Abyssal, right? We're not seeing any play off the back of each other. It's just, guys, let's just get out, eh? Let's just see if we can get something going. I mean, we'll bring it back to a 4v4. You'll see the Deagles coming out for Abyssal. I mean, the buy, it's not great, but it's not awful, right? You can still do something with the Deagles. This is OCE, you know?
This is going to be in the back of Mindfreak's mind. Some of these rounds and the other maps where they haven't been up against a massive buy, they have dropped a couple. It has hurt them, so they need to be here. These Deagles can do so much if they've just given a bit of an opportunity. Blood is going to be that first one forward, and he sort of just snuck around Hut's side. Someone up the top, and now they know where the AWP is as well. Cairo knows where a couple are there. He hits the first, maybe not so much, and now he's stuck in the open. It will be the other coming through. Phoebe just trying to play with them. The longer these fights go, the scarier it gets. Gump hits that beautiful shot there, but they're doing enough here, Mindfreak. Cairo onto Gump. Some damage on these CTs, but now it's all just Vinny. And there's only one he can find. So Mindfreak, a slow start, but now ahead 5-4. Abyssal the buyback in, but those smiles that might have been there earlier, the little bit of talk we heard downstairs in those first few rounds, that has all disappeared very quickly.
Yeah, I mean, look, this is the business end of the CT side. Right, for Nuke, if you want to be able to find off at least a good mark and a good piece of at least consistency going in towards this second half, towards that sort of T side, if you are Mindfreak, it is winning these final few rounds. It's keeping them at 4, not letting them get to 5, not letting them get to 6. But for Mindfreak, you know, job's not done. They've still got a lot of work to do here on the CT side, and Abyssal, they're laying a lot of the foundations and a lot of the groundwork that's going to see them potentially pop out a little bit later here. This will be something interesting to take a bit of a look at.
Bay starts to creep forward, and this is a good amount of information with Void as well. So they know they're not inside at the moment, but there hasn't been the control and presence outside. So that means Phoebe is about to get a lot of information, and they might just want to sneak away from this one here. Zoon has joined them, and Zoon hits the first. Phoebe activates now, keeps it into the 4v3. Molly should go down. You can see Fogger's trying to push it and will take that kill. Cops damage for it, but presence taken, and now Blood downstairs. They still need to get in. Mindfreak have actually taken this piece up pretty well. They can rotate back across, but the door's being blown open there from Void. What a nade. It's left on Blood in danger. As they try to get back up towards that A site. They should. They will. Plant will go down. It's a 3v2.
That's an insane plant out of Blood. Just the insane placement, because you've completely opened everything up towards this heaven area, and with Danger eventually falling, looking to try and play it. Now Kai has all of the space and all of the control at the moment. Blood, you've got 3 to find, son. You've got to at least start off strong. You need to isolate these doors, and there's at least one that is going to be isolated, but there's just too many. You've got to get the picks off the back of it, and we're going to be seeing Mindfreak get 6.
Big stuff from Mindfreak. Abyssal have come to a complete stop here. Up 4-1. Mindfreak 5 in a row. And it's the gun rounds on top of that. 2 of them being diffusers as well. And a great chance to try and make this an 8-4 half. Abyssal. Now they're looking at that 6-6, which would still decent for the T side before they switch to CT. But the money, the guns, sitting with these CT players. So Mindfreak, the confidence is starting to come together. They're the ones starting to get some cheers going. 2 pivotal rounds to end this first half here.
Yeah, this will be... These last 2, vital. I mean, we've seen a lot of the foundation work that Abyssal have sort of pulled out for has mainly been centered around that lobby presence and wanting to take it and wanting to at least maintain a lot of control through lobby, through ramp, into that A site, and just keep Void under a lot of pressure in towards ramp. Of course, they go out as in that last round. It doesn't quite work out. You know, it gets a little bit sloppy, gets a little bit stale, but oh, here comes the site take. Danger, Vinny finding picks, Bay, Cairo, Phoebe at least getting one back. That's the bomb down. That's a man advantage here for Mindfreak.
Cairo got themselves down as well into the side on that AWP, and that is a fantastic position to be in. Blood has been able to grab the bomb, but now, once again, it's a 1v3 as Cairo hits that shot, gets damaged, and Blood, there's an opportunity here. Cairo, Phoebe, and Void are low, but there's just too many angles you feel. But they keep giving these fights 40 seconds, but Cairo hits it. They keep their cool, Mindfreak, and they're up to 7 now, and Abyssal just don't have an answer after a nice start. Their T-side has completely collapsed around them, and Mindfreak are just playing them like a fiddle.
Yeah, I mean, this has to be your CT side. If you've taken this to nuke for a reason, you've wanted to play up in towards this, you have to have a very, very strong CT side. And I love the fact that Mindfreak have trusted that, right? They've trusted the fact that our CT side's good. They want to try and put Abyssal's T side into a little bit of a mess, a little bit of a mix-up. But if you're Abyssal, right, this 5th would be amazing to get. It would be a great get.
Might have it as well, because Zoon is stuck in towards these vents. Cairo gets one back, danger 4, but now Zoon can activate as he comes up, but taken down by Foggers. Void jumping into the side. Beautiful stuff from Void. First there, trying to get this second, needs it and finds it. Beautiful stuff from Void. And now it's on Gump. All of this has happened in relatively a short time, so there is the chance to get this one straight back. That kill needs to come through, you feel, and it will be Gump. He needs Void. He knows where both players are, but now so low themselves. They try to swing out, and Phoebe will knock it down. Mindfreak roll out 7 on the trot from 1-4 down to an 8-4 lead as we switch halves. And this might be everything. Abyssal staring down a last place exit here.
Just hit him with a bullet. There's 3 of you. He's on 10 points of health. You know the other sitting CT vent. Just hit him with a bullet. What are we doing? Oh, yeah. I mean, look, CT side of map, 8-4. You're not too upset about it if you're Abyssal. But where Abyssal do need to sort of pull their heads in is this pistol round. Is this first 3 or 4 rounds of this half. That's where they've got to try and sort of make themselves known, right? That's where they've got to make themselves known, especially to at least start off here.
Well, this is the thing as well. I mean, they took pistol on the T side round there. They got the first 4 of 5, but this is the thing. The moment you get guns on that CT side and you get the confidence behind both of those things, it is incredibly hard for the T side to really break into those sides. And we saw that. Like, there was the opportunities there. They probably should have taken that last round. They did everything beautifully, but Void just locks in and pulls out a moment that Mindfreak need, and all of a sudden, what a pistol it becomes here. Mindfreak the chance to get to a 9-4 5-round buffer. Abyssal, they're trying to stop 7 in a row happening here. Can they find anything?
Well, it's going to be up to Danger and Blood to do so. They're already down here in towards this lower side, Blood. Okay, nice little shot. The Dualies of Danger have to come and activate, and they do. Phoebe, at least able to find Blood, brings it back to a 2v4, but with picks coming out left, right, and center. Zune, Cairo, all of a sudden it's all down to Zune. The last man standing as Vinny gets a trade back, but the 1v2, it's already too close to call. It's already close enough to be uncomfortable. For Mindfreak, they had that base site. They've just walked straight into the crosshairs of Blood and Danger. But with that bomb down over towards Ramp, Vinny is just going to find the final pick. And Abyssal, they've picked up both pistols. I know you love your mathematics, and I know you love your numbers, Harry. Would you like some fancy numbers, bud?
I would love some fancy numbers.
68%. Do you want to know what that number is?
What is that number?
That number represents the amount of teams that win both pistols, how likely they are to convert Nuke.
Well, pretty good odds for Abyssal. They still do stare down a deficit right now, but a great chance in the next few rounds to start to reel in Mindfreak, who for all their hard work, this could disappear pretty quickly. 7 in a row, could be 7 on the other side, but the pistols, Bay, the Glock is what comes through, picks up that MP9. Danger, though, finds the double that is needed. Blood onto Cairo. Will get taken down, so at the very least they are doing some decent damage here, but Vinny should have the last 2, both low. Zune, all that remains outside, and Foggers will be the one to shut it. So Abyssal, very quickly, 6-8. The numbers. The numbers, man. You've got to get that up. Got to have it looking nice. He's sitting at 8-10 right now. He's got to get to 10-10.
You can't have 2 numbers guys on the team. Yeah. You can't have 2 numbers guys. It's either Gump or it's Foggers. It can't be both. Otherwise, they get no numbers.
Well, both aren't numbers guys, because both are going negative right now, so they have to figure out who's the numbers guy.
A negative number is still a number, no?
It's true.
You know what I mean?
Little tech pause.
I do love a little tech pause.
Yeah. Well, this gives us a good chance to have a look at what Mindfreak are going to maybe pull out here for their T-side round. So you lose pistol, no bomb plan on top of that as well.
No.
A couple of good kills at least there on the CTs that force those sort of rebuys that you don't particularly want. You can see like Foggers keeps that MP9. Like Danger sort of has gone in for the rebuy, and so has Gump. So they'll know how important it is that they need to make sure that this one locks through. Meantime for Mindfreak, you know, rifles are out. You two maybe I'd like a little bit more there, but overall, you're not too fussed. But they know how important this round is, because for Abyssal, a chance to get this to a 1-round deficit, Mindfreak most likely not a full buy into the next round there, and then we've really got ourselves a game. The other end, Abyssal could be in real trouble if they drop this one.
Speaking of trouble, I do have to make a PSA. For those people in chat who are spoiling the score, I hope both sides of your pillow are warm. And for the kids that keep saying 6-7 in chat, you're not funny. You're not funny. You've never been funny. Alright, unless you're Duncan who finds it hilarious, it's because he's 12, maybe 13. Check the TOS on Twitch. I don't know if he's allowed to have an account. Anyway, back to the game. I just wanted to make those public service announcements because, you know, we do it for the community.
Sure.
Yeah. We do it for the community. Speaking of the community, this CT community here on Nuke, it's got to come together to deal with a very, very evil Mindfreak. Well, yeah.
As a blind Gump goes down and Blood, he gets Bay, but that is all they find, and outside control belongs at the moment for Mindfreak. Vinny up and towards heaven. peeking. Doesn't want to completely commit to it. And Mindfreak don't want to commit to going down just yet. Just thinking about it, seeing if Abyss will get any aggression out of side one. It's not happening. And Danger has moved forward there, getting a lot of information that will just... Yeah, well, I mean, it just allows Abyssal to actually get these rotations down towards B.
They've read this. I mean, you've got Foggers down here, you've got Vinny down here. You've only left Danger up top just to deal with any late lurk that comes in through lobby. Abyssal, they're perfectly set up for this at the moment. Especially with the double up in towards double door. Oh, this could be very, very dangerous, especially with an SMG here. Flashes will go out. The question is, who's ready for it? Zoon and Kai, they're ready for it. They'll actually get both, and Abyssal's best chance to pick up 7 falls by the wayside.
And I don't think Danger got spotted there, so most likely they get the M4 save, but I mean, Void's not far behind them. And, well, I mean, Abyssal, they set up for that perfectly. They had the spots, but Mindfreak just won the aim duels. Like, the flash didn't particularly move them out of position too much. But that's massive for Mindfreak. You're going to walk away as well with the 4 rifles saved. Big moment for them. First gun round as well. Abyssal, I mean, they were decently set up to deal with that B hit. Doesn't happen, though, and they lost presence outside. And, oh, hello.
Who's got cool skins?
That's Cairo.
Bro, they're saving anyway. Show us the skins.
Cairo?
Zoom dies to the bomb. Oh, well.
He didn't read where the update was for Nuke with the bomb. Clearly. That or he was looking at Cairo's knife as well and just forgot to move.
I want to know what skins he's got. I want to know what skins he's got.
There's a couple there.
I want to know. I can only look at it through the inspect, Mr. Observer. They're in a timeout. There is no other reason to not do it, Hambo. What are we doing, buddy? At Hambo Vegas on Twitter. If you want to see his skins, let him know.
Hambo skins?
Well, if you enter the giveaway at Taffy AU, you just got to DM him. You can actually win Cairo's knife.
PSA from me, none of that is real.
He's lying. He's lying to all of you. He just wants to make sure you don't enter, so he wins it.
Oh, you've seen right through my entire play there.
You think you can toy with me?
Well, timeout taken there from Abyssal, and well, this is a massive round for them. 2 M4A4s. They've gone into the investment, the MP9s as well. If this goes wrong, Mindfreak have got 1 foot in the lower bracket final against Rooster. Because Abyssal lose this, you have to force out the next round. You're looking at a 6-11 scoreline. So these MP9s, the extra util, the M4A4s need to be in positions to find impact.
And it's limited util on that CT side too. Oh no. This can get really dicey just purely for the fact if that T side does have a lot more util, you spend a little bit more util just to deal with that utility, if that makes sense. You know, you don't want to give up all too much space and just let that T side have their way with a lot of the smokes and a lot of the mollies and a lot of the nades that they will be dropping. For Abyssal, they've got to use this util effectively, and it's pretty much all gone except for the belt on Vinny.
Outside control here for Mindfreak. Where does this first fight come from Abyssal? Do they initiate it? Do they just wait? I mean, this is one of the moments you can do that. These MP9s, you kind of want these Ts to gain ground and get in these positions where you can just surprise them, but blood is done and dusted from this one here. We haven't seen him get an AWP so far on the CT side, and I don't think it's coming anytime soon, especially with Abyssal losing another. Zoon takes Foggers. This forced buy in, seemingly a disaster. Vinny's position known as well. Cops a bit of damage there. Mindfreak are all over them.
They really are, and they're just not letting them get any space, right? They're not letting this CT side sort of have anything in this map. They're just all over them. They're just not making life fun at the moment. You'll see Bay dropping down into the side off the back of the picks from Vinny. Void at least gets another, being aggressive in towards Hut. And the Outers controllers very quickly turned into Heaven control. Danger and Gump. I mean, you gotta save here. There's no way that there's no way that you can lose any of these guns, even though you're keeping the 2. Oh, there goes the MP9. Yeah, this is disaster for Abyssal. They're staring into the abyss, mate. There's nothing there, nothing staring back.
Well, they're being dragged down into it. And now Mind Freak. I mean, they're most likely getting out with 5 here, and there's a chance they get danger as well. Don't think they're going to go searching, so there's at least that M4A4 that they will be able to take into this next round. And man, this is disastrous here for Abyssal. Danger just needs to live, and that they will, but there's not much else to go around behind it. The M4A4 surrounded by... I mean, you're not buying this round. 1,900. You lost bonus. Only 2,400 as well. This is a disaster.
You're sitting at that 3,300 mark for the next. All mathematical reasoning says to force buy here. All mathematical reasoning says you force buy here. You have Deagles being picked up. You have half armor potentially. You have a flash, and you try to take Outer's control, and you get aggressive with that Outer's control. You give a full belt towards danger. That's what every single piece of mathematical intuition I have tells me to do. You give up 11, you give up 12, and then you can fight for OT. But it looks as if Abyssal aren't going to do that. Instead, they're going to have 3,300. They're going to have 3,400 bucks flying around. It's not enough for a full buy on the CT side. They are in money hell right now.
And Mind Freak are loving life. His pistols surround the M4A4 and Void. He's going to be hearing most of this. The players of Mind Freak are outside. Pass that information. Don't need to take any of these fights too early on. Cairo's found Gump there. Logan sprays a couple of USPs, but that is just not happening. The M4A4 gone as well. Phoebe, Bay, everyone from Mind Freak is stepping up when needed right now. Vinny dropped. Foggers, all that remains, and that sinking feeling for Abyssal. It gets bigger and bigger. Mind Freak are 2 rounds away from knocking them out and moving on to this lower bracket final.
This will be back-to-back events as well for Abyssal where they get knocked out day 1.
Lands bring out the best in some teams.
And the worst in others.
The worst in others, unfortunately. It's not over till it's over. But Abyssal, I mean, as you said, the buy that goes in, the money... Like, yes, the M4's a couple there, but Blood has not had a chance to get on the AWP at all in this second half. It's just not been played well, and full credit to Mind Freak. They have been fantastic, and they've lost both pistols. You said 68%. That 32% is coming to fruition for Mind Freak.
Well, thank God that there's, 33% chance that I could be wrong. I played the numbers there. High school mathematics, primary school mathematics, where they teach you about chance? I think I did alright. Personally, I think we'll see M4's coming out here. FAMAS's, my apologies, and MP9 on Vinny, still limited util. They've already committed numbers in towards that B site. They've already committed numbers in towards the A site. This is a bunker down. And just pray that you make the right read. That's all this is here, Has.
You don't want to make a mistake here if you're Abyssal, so you're so worried about staying in these positions. And Mind Freak,
they've only got the single kill.
They're spread all over the map. They're in perfect positions. Blood second-guessing himself at whether or not they're coming into Heaven's side. They've got the cover there. They clear that out. It's the question. Vinny, danger down. This is all Blood. He needs at least one. He needs 2, and Bay's coming from behind. Shuts it all down. Half a second, I thought that'd fallen to pieces. But now it's all on Foggers. 1v4. And Phoebe's got to cover up the top. This round's done. I mean, at this point, you're trying to find one of those M4s dropped. They won't even get the opportunity. Phoebe shuts it down. Mind Freak. 6 map and series points. This is, we came into this one. We said it was somewhat even. But you would have thought most of the time Abyssal are winning this game. I'd have to say it's the ball over. And I picked this for the final map.
No, I picked it. I was right all along.
Hey, not over.
That's what you sound like, buddy. That's what you sound like. I was right, you were wrong.
That one just sounds upset, right?
No, I'm not upset at all. You're too smug to get for free, bud. But no, yeah, I mean, credit over to Mindfreak here. They have played a fantastic CT side. They haven't given Abyssal they've played a fantastic T side. They just have not given Abyssal room. They haven't given them any opportunities to work in and around. Abyssal have been very much sort of red. They just haven't been able to find anything.
It was 4-1. Abyssal were up 4-1. We're thinking, all right, they're back in this after a pretty slow, painful defeat over on Inferno. But now it is all just falling to pieces, and it's not. They're going out without even a whimper here. Blood will find that one onto Bay, brings it back into that 4v4. The Phoebe's already got forward, and Blood trying to play around that smoke. Are they ready for this? They've crept forward a little bit further, but they're not.
Oh,
Phoebe
no.
finds it. Beautiful stuff. Zoon finds danger. Foggers and Vinny, all that remain to try and keep this Abyssal team alive in this tournament. Foggers on the 5-7. Void will knock him down. It's all on Vinny. MP9 out at long range and makes it more difficult, but now all of a sudden, maybe, just maybe, there's a chance. A bit of life. Phoebe is low, but they have the drop, and they get the kill. Mindfreak 13-6 and 2-1 series victors. Abyssal done and dusted from the HyperX Intel Nationals.
Yeah, it's Vinny's headset just gone flying, by the way. Yeah, look.
Hi, Jim.
That's not great.
Hey,
Jim.
Yeah. I just thought I'd sneak in, become the meat in this sandwich.
Oh, Jesus. We still got to get you that milk crate. But yeah, Jim.
Strong bones, mate.
Strong bones, exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
Good build.
Looking thick, solid, tight.
Yeah, thick, especially. You were sitting outside.
I was.
You weren't commentating it. Any outside perspective that you had just for that match?
Well, look, while I was in timeout, I
wasn't timed out.
Wasn't timed.
Self-imposed.
Okay, yeah.
Self-imposed.
Break. No, look, honestly, Abyssal just ran out of steam, to be honest with you. You're getting 4-1 up in the third map. Your confidence is pretty high. You start taking rounds, and, you maybe got a little bit too far ahead of themselves. I think it's safe to say that Mindfreak have shown that they've got some ticker. And I think on a map like Nuke, it can be pretty unforgiving. If you mismanage your CT economy, you're kind of out the window because you really do need that utility to stop a lot of the fast plays. But yeah, as far as Mindfreak are concerned, man, Cairo with that AWP, it's not necessarily a relatively easy map to AWP on, particularly on CT side, but he made it work. He made it very, very difficult for Abyssal to find paths through. And also, too, they had to really think about how they were using their utility. It just wasn't able to deter him in any way. So I think it's safe to say that we're starting to see a few of those bubble players coming through Mindfreak now. This is I guess they got that first match out of the way. That was a big road bump for them. But now they're playing teams that are a little bit more their standard, and they're stepping up.
Well, I mean, sorry, I had about 3 voices going in my ear at that time. I think we've got an interview. I think we've got an interview with Tony.
Okay.
No, never mind. We don't have an interview with Tone. We don't have any replays either. So, Harry, hey buddy, how are you doing, man? How'd you find that series?
Yeah, look, I'm actually quite impressed with Mindfreak there. Like I said in the last map, I was going for them, but overall, like we talked about it going into it, Abyssal are probably that team with the more experience. They've been together what seems like a little bit longer at least, and that was the sort of the thing that they've technically not played each other in that sort of essence with most of the new Mindfreak roster, but like Mindfreak going into this one, they still felt pretty confident overall. And look, you said at one point, it is for Mindfreak. They don't particularly have that one outstanding rifler. It is a very team-based oriented team. And that's what won at the end of the day. Yes, we saw some big plays from Blood and Danger, but just the last map there, you saw both of those players didn't particularly get going. Blood was early on, but the moment they sort of all fell downhill. And again, they took 2 pistols. Well,
yeah.
So the gun rounds were just completely disastrous. You have to go back and think how that economically it was managed, especially on that CT side. It's some poor calls in the end that come back and hurt you. And like it wasn't particularly even close rounds.
No.
Like Mindfreak were just completely on top of them and all those guns around, especially in that second half.
Do you think Blood has made enough of an impact to continue to be considered a prodigy in this region?
I mean, look
Hammering
from some of those highlights, absolutely. Like, he definitely has it there. For Abyssal, I mean, they were my dark horse coming into this tournament. I'm actually really surprised it's gone out like this and a bit disappointed, which I'm sure they are as well. But at the same time, I think there's still a lot more on offer for them. There are good players in that team. You just have to draw it up as not being that good on the day, and you just have to give the flowers to Mindfreak. They were just better.
They really were. Jim, we sort of had our first look at Blood. Same question.
Yeah, look, he's looking solid. He's got the fundamentals, that's for sure. And I think you need that X factor as well as solid fundamentals. Definitely has that too. So if he can perform against some of the teams that are here on this at this event, he's got a bright future ahead of him, and hopefully someone takes him under their wing and really helps him develop. But yeah, this is an excellent first showing, and I'm pretty happy with what I see.
Of course, first event that we've had, Abyssal with Blood, but we'll talk about Mindfreak because it is their first event here as well under this roster. What do you reckon went right for them, Harry?
I think just overall the way that they were able to, again, the team-based side of things, especially after that first map where they lost some of those clutch rounds, they go down 13-5, you think, okay, well now this is going to be just Abyssal sort of rolling into the second, they're going to maybe put their foot down, and there seemed to be a bit of that early on, Inferno, but yeah, they just communicated really well, and I think, we talk about there's not particularly a star rifler, but like Phoebe has the international experience at the ESL Impact level, and they have been a very good player for a number of years, and they were showing it there with a fantastic B anchor on Inferno, just shutting things down time and time again, backed up well by Bay, and I was actually quite impressed with Kyra on the AWP. He's not one that you usually think of too much with the AWPers in the Aussie scene, like, serviceable, does his job, but they were really, really solid today, even like they sort of fell off a bit on Mirage, towards the second half. But that first half, when they had the AWP CT side, they were absolutely phenomenal.
Well, I mean, we've got our interview coming in right at the moment. We're going to get Void Cooper. Welcome in, young fella. We're going to get you set up. There is a headset standing right over there, but we'll get that put on for you. We're going to squeeze in now. It's
What happened to Tony? He was supposed to be downstairs. We just...
That's all right. We don't need him. You can't ask questions anyway.
He's been bumped anyway.
Yeah, we get rid of him. Why not?
How you doing?
Good. I just want to point out the difference here between like
the height. Yeah, there's a bit of like it's like a lag kind of graph.
I'm glad someone's in here who is also now 6 foot 11.
Do you want me to swap so that
it's about representation?
You 7-footers and us 6'11" guys. We're chill now.
Looks like my elo. Hold
Ben, do you want to start with some questions here?
We'll start it off here, Coop. You've been a vet for a long time in this scene. What's sort of been the appeal for this project? Of course, was Animus Victoria, was Low Cortisol Gaming, now Mindfreak. Like, what's sort of been the drive for you to join into this team?
To be honest, like, I think we kind of built the foundation of this team mostly as friends, I would say. Zune is like obviously part of the old Mindfreak sort of core. And this is his first time IGLing. So he really captained this project and he really wanted to make it work. Having the core of A&V helped in terms of VRS just to get the ball rolling. But quickly after just like jumping in, a call together and just talking it out, we realized like this is actually like a great group of people. And I think that shined through today, to be honest. I think like the moments that we played, we were just calm and we always trusted each other. And it was really good. So that was kind of the foundation of like how we built the project, and I think it shined through today. So it was good.
I was going to say, like, as a group then, does that make a really easy transition into LAN? Are you guys comfortable with the LAN setup?
Yeah, definitely. I think, we're the kind of team that, as soon as prac done, I've been in teams before where you kind of just like hop off TeamSpeak, you hop off Discord or whatever, and you kind of do your own thing. Nothing wrong with that, of course, but it's definitely a relationship where it's not just business, right? So I think coming into LAN and seeing everyone is pretty surreal, and we're really grateful to Mindfreak for that as well. Just to get us down here and just play DFRAG LAN. It's awesome. It's been great.
And you guys, of course, stay alive in it now. Rooster in a best of 3 later today. How does the group feel sort of going into that game?
It's interesting because I think pound for pound, like individually, we kind of match up to Rooster. I think, we have like the sort of similar blend of experience in some of our players, but we've never played them before. So that'll be interesting. I know they have a lot of individual like heavy hitters, so that's probably what we're going to have to look out for. We're probably going to expect a bit more of a looser style, but there's no reason for us to not feel confident after a big win like that. It's just awesome to be here on LAN and just playing, and I think we can steamroll that into hopefully good start and a good win.
Cool. Of course, you've got a break for now. what is it, like 6 or 7 hours or so before you decide?
Yeah, 6 or 7.
You had that in there, didn't you?
Just, Jesus Christ.
You are good, man.
That's alright, you can ban me in the Twitch chat, it's fine. What's that mental going to look like for you guys for the next, few hours?
Well, we'll probably, I don't know, probably have to head back. Maybe check out some of the VODs, I think. See our Rooster play, and we did a bit of prep last night for not only Abyssal, but we didn't know who we were going to play. We kind of figured we'd lose to Thunder Down Under. There's no shame in that. If that's the one, we do all the.
I backed you.
But once you do lose, it's like okay, it's not the end of the world. So we did mostly prep for Rooster and Abyssal. So I think just kind of go home and check out the notes and just make sure if there's anything we missed, we have a bit of extra time now to prepare for that. So that's what we're going to be doing.
Hell yeah. I think we're all done here, boys. So
Awesome.
Coop, feel free to take the headset off.
Thank you, guys.
Awesome to see you.
Awesome.
Good to see you, man. Don't take the headset with you, bud. That'll be very expensive to replace. Appreciate you, Coop. But yeah, I mean, look, after that matchup, right, we've got that decider, BO3, between, Mindfreak Rooster. That'll be an interesting. We gotta shuffle over.
Hang on,
apparently.
what time? Yeah. 1, 2, 3.
Yep.
There you go.
Yeah, there we go. Oh, how good. How good.
In motion,
how
in
good.
sync.
Yeah, there we go. But yeah, look, that deciding map, do we have any predictions for that one? Give me a prediction for the decider BO3. Come on, Harry, I know you got something ticking upstairs.
I think Rooster have got a point to prove after getting dumpstered by Thunder Down Under.
Yep.
I feel like they will go into that feeling they will be confident 2-0. But, as was pointed out there, they are a bit of a looser style team. There's not really a whole lot of thought sometimes put into their rounds, but they play with flair, they play with style, and it is entertaining to watch. So, again, they should come in favourites for that one. I think there's a little bit of a step up from what Mindfreak have just faced against Abyssal, but, I think they've shown enough that they can definitely make it a decent series.
Jim?
Yeah, look, I agree. Definitely can make it a decent series. I think it's safe to say that they'll be looking for that, eventual correction, that revenge arc, if you want to call it that. But yeah, it'll be an interesting series. Look, land's always a different equation. It's different when you got your opponents almost sitting directly in front of you, screaming at you, as we can hear from time to time. So yeah,
we can hear that.
Oh, I thought it was just.
I thought
me.
it was just in here.
Oh, okay. I know you said you had 3 voices in your head before. I don't know. But look, it's an entirely different equation. So, look, at the end of the day, experience in this sort of environment is what wins out.
Yeah, most definitely. And I mean, speaking of experience, we are a very experienced analyst desk, aren't we, fellas?
I'd like to think we are.
Somewhat.
Speaking of experience, the throw to break. An awful one at that. How does that sound? We'll see you guys for Group B. FlyQuest DXA. Going to be coming up here on the A stream. That's going to be it for now, but we'll get Group B underway and we'll take you guys through it after a short little break. Hello everybody and welcome back to the HyperX Intel Nationals 2026. Group B, about to get ourselves underway. We'll take a quick look at that bracket, but in the meanwhile we do have FlyQuest taking on DXA coming up. Fellas, quick thoughts. We'll make it quick thoughts because we're about to head into this map.
FlyQuest shoot good.
Yep, that's a great...
Yep.
Yeah.
Anything to add to that, Tony?
DXA shoot not too bad.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's fair enough. We'll take a look at Group B, because that is the group we are going to be focusing on. FlyQuest DXA, of course, is going to be here on the A stream. GZ, taking on Arcade, will be over on the B stream. Losers will go into the lowers. Winners go into the winners. Who would have thunked it? And then loser of the winners will play the winner of the losers. So
Seems simple in theory, doesn't it?
It really does, and I don't understand why people get confused with all of these formats. But we do have a special treat for you two, gentlemen.
Ooh.
See,
Okay.
production have felt bad for what they've done to you two. So they've given us vetoes.
Oh. I thought they were going to take you away or something like that.
Well, you can if you want. It's fair enough, but we do have vetoes coming up.
Okay.
Take a look at what we will be deciding. Of course, FlyQuest banned us to Anubis Mirage. Sorry, they've banned Cash, Nuke, Ancient. My apologies. DXA have banned us to Anubis Mirage, which means we get an Inferno for a BO1, and everybody's so excited for Inferno. Everyone's so excited. You guys don't look dead inside at all. How do we feel about the map?
Oh, look,
Inferno.
yeah,
Inferno.
burning up inside, I think is the best way to describe. Well, look, it's the safest pick, right? Like, we're going straight into the middle of the map pool.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not surprised to see it come out, but I am surprised to see teams not necessarily taking too many chances here. Like, this is, for the first game of this group, obviously, theoretically, you got both these two teams on their best and most comfortable map. Maybe not their best, but their most comfortable at least. So, look, DXA are probably ready to give this a red-hot crack.
They really are. Do we have expected scorelines, gentlemen? We'll start with you, Tony.
Oh, okay. Expected scorelines. Look, I'm thinking single digits. Look, I love DXA, I really do, but there's a reason why it's called Inferno.
Is that correct?
They walked into the Lions'
So
den.
give me a number, dude.
35.
35?
Yep.
I thought he said
How bad do you
35.
think FlyQuest are?
Sorry, two FlyQuests. 35 to FlyQuest.
Oh, my God.
I reckon, a few anti-ecos or something in there. DXA got a little trick up their sleeve.
I thought you were about to say DXA were winning.
No,
Jesus
no.
Christ.
Hey, that'd be a bold prediction, wouldn't it? Stake your reputation on it.
Yeah.
Look, I think it's safe to say FlyQuest are the firm favourites here.
No.
No, I know nothing really
serious?
surprises you anymore.
Serious? Jesus.
And look,
Shocked.
I'd be surprised if they got maybe more than 4 rounds.
4 rounds? Okay, well,
Okay.
at least there's a little bit of faith in the DXA boys to not get, the same
Something.
treatment as a Rooster.
That's true. That's true. I've heard that members of FlyQuest FPS maxing down there, so trying to squeeze every inch
What
out
does
of these
that mean?
screens. What does it mean?
The
You'll see
FPS max.
It's pretty self-explanatory, isn't it?
Make sure.
I don't know.
Get the max amount of FPS.
Right, let's go meet the teams.
Critical
bro.
thinking.
You're confusing me. Let's go meet one of the teams. Let's go. Production, do something, bro. it's always good to put names to faces, especially beautiful faces like Kaput's. I've decided I've got to be nicer to him, dude.
Yeah, that was
I've
great.
been so mean to him.
Growing the hair out, he's looking good, man.
He's looking good. It's a nice little look for Kaput. But for FlyQuest, you'll notice a distinct member lacking from that roster compared to what we saw at the Major. No story for this event. We've got Gratisfaction standing in. Gentlemen, thoughts on the return of our Kiwi GOAT?
Kiwi GOAT. Oh, look, to be honest with you, I think he's quite a natural fit in terms of what they need for this event. He's always been quite a self-sufficient player in the way that he plays, and you know you can put him anywhere on the map, and he's able to handle himself quite well. I don't know. Look, in terms of the map pool right now, I think it's like the era of Gratisfaction because they are very pug-heavy maps. Inferno, it's going to be hard for him maybe on that T side to get the AWP going, so you're probably going to see him back on a rifle, but don't be surprised if he pulls it out, particularly against an opposition where he feels as though he should have the upper hand.
Do you reckon that there's a chance that Grat is a little bit rusty against DXA? Of course, hasn't played an official in a month when he left Altered Ego. What do you think, Tone?
Look, I think he's well and truly on the grind. We've seen him face it. He's been, I believe, one of the top ranked in OS, specifically top ranked in the world as well. One of those guys that really likes to grind, face it out. As well, fun fact, this is Gratisfaction's first domestic team since 2023 when he played on Encore for the Blast Major.
Oh,
yeah.
I completely forgot about that.
So Grat, welcome home for him as well. It's been a few years, of course, but this should be a fun one, I imagine.
It really should. We'll take a look at what both of these teams had to say about each other to see if it really, truly is going to be a fun one, at least for both of them.
FlyQuest, very hard matchup, but CS2 is a game of pistols and conversions. As long as we can get those and win a clutch or two, we can definitely push some rounds out.
They're expected to beat us, some might say, but we'll see how things go. Yeah.
In this BO1, I think it's possible. In a BO3, no chance.
Yeah, so I think DXA are an upcoming team, like with a couple of younger names, I think, as far as I'm aware. I think for us, it's a bit of a different level. I think they're probably a lot of tiers below us, in my opinion. But I mean, it's good for them to come and get some experience. But I think we should have a quite an easy matchup against them.
I'm just going to make Justin's vein get really big in from the coach slot. So the bigger that vein is, I'm doing my job, and we might get some extra rounds in.
We lose 2 VRSs if we lose, and they lose their jobs if they lose. So,
bigger that vein is, the better I'm doing my job.
You wonder what industry he works in.
That's just an insane all-time quote.
Play the man, not the game.
I will say we had a single FlyQuest player in that. In's the only one who knows who DXA is? Just quickly.
Maybe he was the only one willing to go on record.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah. He was humble too. He was like, look,
there's a chance.
There's a chance.
There's a chance.
Look, they come, we spank them, they learn something, they don't do it again.
Well, yeah, you'd hope so. But, I mean, looks as if we've got maps underway. So we may be heading into the game, gentlemen.
Oh, okay.
And I'll leave you to it. Enjoy it, boys. Don't get too rowdy without me.
Certainly not. Well, not a map to get rowdy on. Inferno is quite measured, quite controlled. But, of course, we see FlyQuest straight onto that CT side, and DXA, they've got to run at them. They've got to run up the hill first half.
Yeah. Sturdy up the hill, hopefully for them. FlyQuest, of course. Triple stack over towards B, expected on Inferno. Of course, Inns, Vexite, and Grat, of course, are playing towards that CT corner. For the moment, DXA, of course, just, taking slow map control, getting that top banana control, but maybe you want to see them take up into apps, of course, a little bit slower than most teams we've seen on Inferno today.
Yeah, could be the case. I mean, they saw TDU run something similar on their pistol, but contact towards B. Not pulling anybody from FlyQuest over just yet, as they do make their way straight back down Banana. So they're going to activate those players in Carpet who are going to be pathfinding their way into the A site. Should have relatively clear path too. They've actually left wide open.
First one for Netic there on him in Govey. As the rest of DXA now speed up with that first loss. It is going to be another from Netic. Back at default here. Netic still able to get almost a reload in. Has to jump around. Kaput and Supers will put him out of commission. And well, for DXA, bomb down here, but FlyQuest still hot on their trails. We're going to be seeing them trail around over towards mid Vexite with the dual Berettas as well.
Yeah, going to go straight through Diggity too, the both of them. No one going through Carpet, just not enough time to make that happen. Pincering the site, they've got to clear out Broken. There we go, finding another. Oh, this is a great pistol round coming out from DXA. They had left ins to try to pull the pieces together. And I don't think there's really too much of a chance unless they all fall apart here. They're not going to do anything. They're just going to sit back and let that bomb do the work for them.
Not a bad shot, though, from Ins. Oh, in a second. All right, hold up. He's making it a little bit costly. But there it is. Screams of celebration. DXA claiming the pistol against FlyQuest. And
oi. Well, look. Maybe the first of a few rounds for them. I think from FlyQuest, it's just important that they remain
composed,
steadfast, stoic.
Yeah.
I mean, they don't look like they're too bothered by that, to be honest with you.
They've probably heard worse at the major.
Yeah, to be fair. I'm actually disappointed, though, that Grat has not kept his moustache.
Yeah. It feels bad.
Change feels bad, man.
Yeah.
They're going to come in with the force, though. So they're going to make DXA's job a little harder than maybe they would have liked. Oh! Carpet bomb, the top of Banana. Vexite is lucky to get out of there. Pretty sure it took damage from all 3 grenades too.
Yeah, down to 38. Normally you don't live that, though. I was going to say all 3 nades would probably take you out of commission. So interesting strat for DXA, doesn't pay off.
Yeah, just trying to bide his time a little bit. Looking to do some chip damage himself. They're just going to keep feeding him grenades.
Yeah.
I like this. Vexite, you're the util damage man. You've got the swinging arm. The pitcher.
Yeah, soften up DXA. A few taps of that 5-7. Round goes pear-shaped. DXA, though, once again, taking their time. I like this. They're making FlyQuest second-guess themselves. Not that they normally would, but keeping it slow, keeping the knowledge away from FlyQuest is what you want to do. Fake finding that first one on the ends. Grat not able to find anything. That Deagle 5-7, though, from JKS. Vintage from him with 3. But DXA now trying to stroll on into this site. They have to deal with Netic. They haven't seen him yet, but they will find it. Fake. Low HP, though. Bomb goes down. Doable here for Vexite. Both players tagged up a little bit here.
Yeah. Particularly if he finds that, direct headshot onto Supers. Could get very, very difficult for them. Flash is just going to make things... Oh, there it is. It's on. He's got the grenade too.
Oh, swish. Oh, my word. Vexite, what a round.
They did a lot of damage, though, and it was that chip damage from the grenade that actually got them over the line in the end. So, just that feeding of the beast over towards B, keeping him well fed, supplied with all the utility that he needed to make sure they weren't going B. You could see, though, that FlyQuest, they decided that they were going to just collapse on mid and leave carpets open. 557 from JKS is always a handy thing to have in the round. Makes it easier.
Yeah, it definitely makes it easier. That Vexite, less players to deal with and getting the job done. DXA gonna have to force into it, right? You lose that second round after winning the first. The money feels a little bit shaky, so Galil's Tech 9 is going to be coming to play a little bit more faster up Banana this time. Not really leaving that info gathering up to FlyQuest. They're just going to send everybody there and see what they can do. Ins and Vexite, though, playing this pretty close there. Great shot over the top. Vexite just free-firing for this one with the help of Ins. Vexite now face-to-face with Supers in that smoke. He somehow snuck himself next to Broken Wall, and Vexite has had enough of his games. Continuing to spray on through. Vexite for 4, looking for his ace. And the other game going off.
Yeah, the other game popping off, but Ins finishes that off quite nicely. Vexite, he even kissed one of them at the top of Banana.
Yeah. Smooch of death.
A smooch of death. You're one for kisses, aren't you, Tony?
I definitely do. I definitely do love a kiss here or there. Of course, we won't when we get the plug in. That's for another day. But DXA, well, look, is that? I was gonna say force out Galil from Supers. I don't know about Suit. Gonna go for a scout though. Interesting call.
Yeah, look. I think he just wanted the. Decoy grenade sound from it. To be honest with you.
Yeah.
Bought refund. Trying to play chess in 4D.
I like this from FlyQuest though. They're really like just setting up the util perfectly, tossing over to a teammate, getting in a prime position to throw him there. And you can see that Netic prime position with that MP7 to farm up some quick kills. Flash goes mid, and Netic first one here, potentially waiting for that second to jiggle on out. Supers will meet the same fate. DXA now trapped up in apartments here because FlyQuest have the pincer maneuver if they want to go down mid and just completely wrap onto DXA here.
Yeah, Zoot's got some work cut out ahead of him if he's going to face in Boiler. You got 3 CTs just waiting for you to steamroll all the way out, but I don't know, they're kind of caught between that rock and a hard place right now, DXA. Maybe they can pull attention over towards the end of Carpet, but eyes firmly trained here. This is going to be relatively open and shut for Netic. It keeps it nice and clean.
4K MP7, that's a lot of money. And it is getting late. I really want to know what's going on with the B Stream Prod. Let us know, of course. FlyQuest, a little bit more cool, calm, collected over here.
Yeah, look, we got the chill game.
Yeah.
Just a couple of chill guys.
Just a couple of chill guys hanging out. Enjoying some nice tunes on Inferno.
Yeah. The other guys sound like they're clubbing in Armadale or something.
Yeah.
Just no respect here from FlyQuest. Loving the pressure that they're putting on all the choke points. They have weathered the utility though, so not a lot of damage done. Only Fake really copping the brunt of it, but they are leaving something in the coffers. I don't know, I feel like DXA are having a lot of trouble trying to take some territory here at the moment.
Yeah, there's like phantom pressure, it feels like, from FlyQuest there towards top banana. They're not even like facing there from Car or Broken Wall, and it's still DXA like, do we walk up? Are we allowed to walk up? If FlyQuest's going to let us take this space? And they just piece back, throw a HE, and falls back, and all of a sudden DXA down a man.
Yeah, like, they're not getting permission. Like, no signed note from Mum is going to get you up into top banana. They are copping so much damage from util. It's not funny. So, right now, that's a key difference between the two teams. McGovey had no idea of that line being a possibility, but there's only one being traded out before DXA do fall in that. And, well, it's starting to get a little bit more difficult now for them. After the hype of the pistol round,
yep,
the reality is starting to set in. So, FlyQuest building that money. CT Economy looking pretty damn strong. T Economy having to make a few informed choices.
Yeah, no bomb plants here for DXA really, so money going to be a little bit of an issue if they can't get that bomb down. FlyQuest continuing on the trot. I'm really liking the back and forth from Inns and Vexide over towards Banana. They really are in tune with each other, and you can see why FlyQuest did respectably at the major, of course. Just a lot of great practical protocols here from FlyQuest that just enable players to come alive there. JKS finding supers down mid.
Yeah, just taking individual duels, and that's exactly what you cannot allow to happen if you are DXA. And they're just taking fights now in mid. They need to be careful of the player hitting out Boiler, but like, he's not going to win the round from here, surely. There we go, Gratisfaction finding another. I don't know what kind of level he's on right now, Gratisfaction, but it was a no-scope in there at some point. So
poor Ming.
Yeah, I think it's safe to say that he's looking comfortable enough to be picking up the AWP on CT side. Inferno can limit your retaking ability sometimes, but they're not even getting into the site, so why do you even have to worry about that scenario?
Yeah, is that like, I believe I just saw like 3 flashes there, tossed a CT on the floor. Alright, they got plenty of util for B at least, Inns can circle back over towards CT, grab those ones. And as well as say DXA, this isn't the full DXA, I guess. This isn't full power. Of course, we were absent Mist. We have Bingovi, their coach, subbing in, and that's why Monitor's behind them. Monitor, of course, just normally the owner. So yeah, this isn't DXA at full power, I guess, is a note to make. Yeah,
look, Bingovi's no stranger to Tier 1 OCECS, though. Yeah. So, not as though he's necessarily out of the meta, but it's more a question of how much playtime has he probably put in at this point in time, and how is he going to fit into what the team needs as well. So they are struggling a little bit in that regard. Right now, they are just having trouble getting into a lot of these choke points, and I think they've got some. I think they've got something. These crossfires are making a lot of things difficult right now for DXA. They just cut to pieces. Gratisfaction and Vexite making top of mid very difficult to get past, but they are going to hit this A site.
You can't get past Justin, though. That's one thing that we haven't seen from Justin in a while. You know, a very solid anchor player here, and that's, you know, we're speaking back to FlyQuest when Justin came in. You're like, this is a good move on paper. This is a really solid veteran behind them. Of course, this is when FlyQuest already had a ton of veterans behind them, and Justin just adding to that veteran seed, just cool, calm, collected himself, and unfortunately for DXA, not quite getting as loud and up and about as we'd like them right now.
Yeah, look, they're just not having the opportunity to. Safe to say too that you know, the firepower that I guess he's brought to the roster, a very similar player to Liaz when they made that swap. So like in terms of how they play, how they think, even their movement style is very similar. Both players that are really good with those rifles in terms of recoil control as well. So yeah, look, to me it just seemed as though it was a bit of a firepower upgrade with Liaz's form at that point in time, but now it's looking like it was a good choice. As Netic, to be honest, I was really happy when I saw Netic picked up for FlyQuest as well, because he's one of those players who's been plying his trade for ages around the top tier of OCE. Finally got his chance at the major, and definitely took it.
Yeah, Netic, of course, formerly of Rooster ages ago now. Of course, Netic's been on FlyQuest for quite a while. But yeah, definitely always good to see, you know, players getting their shots. Of course, ASAP as well, one of those guys that we always allude to be the next up-and-comer, be that guy that can put OS on the map, especially internationally there. Great molly there from JKS, and it is going to be another sped through the smoke. JKS almost as well, finding kaput. Going to be getting up on a first orange, though. Getting an off angle, but Gratz got it. He knows exactly where he is. No fooling FlyQuest right now. It's 7-1. Cool, calm, composed. No, nothing. Just another day at the office.
Honestly, they are looking like they are just having another day at the office right now. While the rest of the world is knocking off, it's just gone past 5 o'clock. They are clocking on here with FlyQuest, and I think DXA need to clock on a few more rounds. So, as you said before, that the coach is in server. Mingovi not able to provide the input directly from the coaching slot, but also from the player slot this time. So, yeah, it's been a pretty rough half for them so far. Wasn't to be expected that they were going to push the needle against FlyQuest, and no, I feel like FlyQuest are just going through the motions right now. They're getting all their protocols right. They're just making sure that their utility's been on point. So it's been really difficult for DXA to take territory, because FlyQuest are just running through scenario after scenario, and it's just, there's nothing for DXA to work with.
Yeah, 50 flashes and CT definitely helps that banana control, and kaput. Lurk up through on towards the short side. Gratz got the trade though, falls back now, but there's a smoke there to Moto. DXA have good cover now to walk on through, but this is going to be a boost over the top. Grat looking for the shot. He'll find Mingovi. Thought that was a head ripped off, but just a body. Kaput now trying to cower in Graveyard, but that Graveyard's no longer open. The gate has been shut. DXA, though, at least to get the bomb down. FlyQuest now for this 4 versus 3.
Oh, the pressure's going to be put on too. Zoot's going to try and get into apps. That's a good post-plant position, but they are just going to push numbers through. Of course, the flashes will come in. Blinding pit.
Oh,
Zoot, here we go.
Okay. Oh, never mind. It looked good for a second.
Had the ultimate trigger discipline until, well, there was just too many numbers to contend with there for DXA. That being said, though, got themselves into a post-plant scenario, so the strategy was working. They were able to isolate that player at Carpet, take down JKS, and they got themselves into the site quite nicely. Cool little boost, though. Gratisfaction, sharp shot. I think, you know, the questions in the pre-game were whether or not he'd had enough grind time, and I think it's safe to say that he's not missing a beat at the moment.
No, absolutely not. And it was a lot of questions as well, because we didn't get to hear that Grat was the 5th until very late in the piece, just before the LAN. And, names were tossed up, of course, in circles. I had my circle, maybe think it's Sterling, of all people, to fill in. But Grat definitely feels at home as the stand-in here for FlyQuest. And, well, 8-1, but it's not Inns leading the charge. It's actually Netic, 12-4.
Okay, yeah, look, it's definitely Inns' map, but I think he's happy to see his teammates taking that mantle at the moment. Like, to be honest with you, there's only so many frags to go around in these sort of scenarios, and yeah, they've only really had to put a lot of pressure on this on this A site in the post plant scenario. B's been pretty rock solid. But that's a good opener now for DXA. It's been quite difficult for them to come by openers, but immediately traded out.
Yeah, immediately traded out. Vexite. A bit of a fluff of the HE. Vexite doesn't matter, though. He gets a little chip damage. Little battle wound for him. In's going to get involved. He's had enough of throwing all the utility here for Vexite. He wants to get up in it. And, well, for Kaput, hiding next to barrels, I don't think he's going to get out without having to take a gunfight or two. And, Kaput? He finds Vexite Inns, but, well, there's a third waiting. Netic, of course, just checking their flank, making sure Kaput can't be on a cheeky timing. And another round, FlyQuest.
Yeah. Looked as though it was going to be quite convincingly for FlyQuest, but Kaput just made a nuisance of himself from barrels. So, again, they've just been bullied out of this map so far. And DXA, as we said, there's no pressure on them to perform whatsoever. This is like, in theory, the hardest matchup you're going to get at this LAN, so it's always going to be the case that they were the heavy underdogs. They're just looking for, I guess, a warm-up for what will be their next, that elimination match, right?
Yeah.
Haven't lost yet.
Yeah, no, they've still got best of 3 to play. Boost over the top from Grat. They're going to be put under pressure. Good flashes here from DXA. Some protocols that FlyQuest weren't expecting. Netic, though, looking for the lineup. He's helped out by JKS, 2 apiece. But Netic will get taken out.
Oh, okay.
M4 and Spawn, we're rotating around here because we have to be cautious of Kaput, but JKS will put him out. And, well, for FlyQuest, the fire continues here. DXA, one more on this T side.
Hambo died for this.
Where's he gone? Rest in peace, Hambo.
Okay. We've regained control of the Matrix. Okay, double bogey.
That's something. I don't think FlyQuest were expecting that either. There, of course, triple stack. Netic's put under fire now. He'll throw one out himself. Forces DXA. They're trying to peek above the smoke there in front of it, and a molly in their face, and Netic is having none of it. No games for Netic. It's all serious business.
Yeah, look, it's safe to say this is pretty clear where the mismatch is. I don't think what DXA are doing is really going to matter a whole heap.
Yeah.
Because the individual levels between these two teams are quite clear. It's night and day. Like the fact that Netic can just stand at the top of this B site, stand and deliver, is probably the clear indicator for me. They really should have been hitting that B site a lot harder, a lot faster, and putting him under a lot more pressure, but the fact that he's been able to just hold it down and bring it back to a 3v2 in FlyQuest's favour after losing the first 2 to HEs, that says a lot.
Yeah, 35 seconds here. Supers. The loud vocal member here for DXA is the one that really gets them up and about. He's been a little bit quiet so far with that AWP. Of course, hard to get activated on the T side. You don't get so many rounds with that one, especially without bomb plants. JKS, perfect flash setup from his old teammate in Gratisfaction. Netic from behind. And just like that, 11-1 for FlyQuest. And somebody check on monitor. Looks like he's fallen asleep right now.
I think it's the vein in his head.
Yeah.
That might be a little bit larger now than it started with. But look, FlyQuest, they look like they're just starting to have a little fun. 11-1, might be... 11-1 might be probably where they set the par for the course.
Yeah.
in this instance. Obviously wanting to try and get every round possible, but yeah, they're looking pretty comfortable right now. It's hard to be in a worse position than this.
Yeah, and I can't remember who said it. Somebody said during an interview, it's like realist. I think it was Mindfreak actually. Mindfreak, when they saw Thunder as their first opponent, they're like, you know what? If we get a few rounds, we get the game. It'd be cool, but you know, it's just good to get a little bit of the nerves out, I suppose. And for DXA, it's probably about warming up into the night for them. FlyQuest not really giving them a lot of opportunity to get warm, but just about playing the rounds out.
Yeah, this is. I guess you want to make the most of an experience playing a team like this, right? If you're in DXA's position, you know, how often do you get to play an international level team right at home? So you know they're going to want this game to go more than 13 rounds. We'll see. Oh, okay. Excite is just cleaning up after Gratisfaction was the bait. I'm not going to check carpet though. Supers has a chance.
Yeah, Circuits is a great spot. Treatisman's good. But we'll go down for FlyQuest at least, some money secured. And, well, one player going to be trapped in Library Vexite. We'll have their number as they walk out. Supers, Zoot, what can you do? Dual Berettas here as well. Oh, the backstab. Oh, Vexite, not today. No cheeky knife one there for him. No clip to be had, but FlyQuest match point here already. Making it quick.
Yeah. Unfortunately for poor Supers, right? He's in this situation where he's like, hang on. This is too good to be true. Like, how am I able to, you know, find this space against the best team in the region? Well, guess what? You didn't really get to do anything with it, unfortunately. I needed to make something happen. But this should be the end of proceedings this round. Straight on him. Oh, here we go.
Zoot, okay.
In with the Nova.
Into the Nova, getting one on the ins. Trade back from JKS. And, well, FlyQuest, they're halted for the moment here. Some good smokes from DXA. Block lines of vision. And for Supers, going to be up on that first orange. Fake Mingovi here, trying to cover. Got everybody from DXA minus Kaput on this B site. FlyQuest can just cancel and go to A if they want.
Yeah, they've got that luxury, haven't they? Plenty of time on the clock, plenty of utility to be able to do so. They don't have to. But this is where they just go dark, right? Like they sow that seed of doubt in DXA for that rotation. DXA has just gone, you know what? Bugger it, we're just going to double down on this side.
Yep. Anchor down here, Molly top of orange. Going to be towards first. Netic, JKS, Mingovi falls. Vexite as well taking fake out with that Molly. And can put the poor remaining seed to try and do something against FlyQuest. Of course, Netic's tagged up, so is JKS. So there's something here with this 5-7. Locked behind a smoke. Netic bouncing around, jittering at the opportunity to take him out with that MP7. And Kaput shows face. Netic spots it. And shots come out. The spam's coming through. Netic's trying to go for the knife. He's just going to hug the wall. Gives it over to a teammate. And FlyQuest in a lightning quick pace. Take out Inferno there.
Yeah, they saw the schedule. They knew it needed to be sped up a little bit, and they've done their part.
Well, boys, I mean, look, it's not the result I think we hoped for, but I think the result that we expected.
Yeah.
Yeah. Any takeaways at all from you two?
Oh, look, I think it's pretty clear that there's obviously levels to this. If you're DXA, like you're getting bullied out of all the main choke points. You can't get set in any rhythm. You've got to find a better default against a better team like FlyQuest. So, you know, as far as their experience here is concerned, you know, you're always going to take a little bit of confidence, even if you only get a single frag against the player that you deem maybe even possibly your idol. Yeah, look, that's probably where the good news ends, though, for DXA.
They got around.
Pistol.
Yeah.
You know, Pistol's only 50-50, right?
Well, I mean, if it's against FlyQuest, you're taking it.
Yeah. And then we'll get loud for a second, and then it got really quiet real quick.
Well, I mean, yeah, they had that spark.
Yeah.
They got the whimsy of a team at LAN, you know what I mean?
That's what we like to see.
A team with a stand-in.
True.
DXA, by the way. Yeah. Of course, Mister's in here. But was there anything sort of out of the ordinary for FlyQuest that you boys expected or saw? Something that you weren't necessarily too either happy to see or something that was a little bit of a shock to see from FlyQuest?
I don't think they really had to pull anything out of the top drawer, unfortunately. They were just very heavy. Yeah, very heavy on the re-aggression, particularly in Banana and at top of brackets as well. So even though DXA were under the impression they were getting territory, they just got collapsed on a lot of the time. So it was very difficult for them to get going.
Yeah, of course. Are we going to blame DXA's coach for this one?
Yeah.
Always.
Yeah,
okay,
always.
good. Yeah, beautiful.
Not enough tactical timeouts.
Yeah, beautiful. Happy to shift the blame on the monitor. You know, you shouldn't have been talking all that good shit in the interviews.
Yeah.
Yeah, fellas. We're going to be taking a look at the winners. Of course, we'll have a quick score check of what else is happening around the grounds over on that B stream. If I can find it, I should have pulled this up, but it is 10-5 GZ at the moment. Besting Arcade, that was a matchup that GZ were very, very excited for. But we will be back with the winners coming up, so it'll be FlyQuest, and hop over to the B stream to go find out who they are going to be versing. We'll have ourselves a bit of a quick break, and we will be right back.
Full 13-1 game it was, and I have the coach of DXA Monitor 303. Mate, you took the pistol, everything looked hunky-dory. What happened?
Look, I think there was a bit of a miscommunication after the first round. Everyone was talking, but not many people were listening. So we tried our best. We put a bit of a show on for that first round, and let's just not talk about what happened after.
Yeah, look, it was a game. It's a good experience for the boys, of course, playing against a tier of player such as FlyQuest. And now, of course, you look to that lower bracket game. You have to, of course, win to stay alive. I believe we just saw Arcade losing to Ground Zero. How do you think you guys are going to match up against them?
To Arcade. Look, we've played them in 3 or 4 officials. We've beaten them in the last 3 or 4, so I think we should be able to put on a good show. It's just about now pivoting back to normal CS from that last game. So we'll just be trying to pivot back, get ready for our game, and do what we did in Open.
And you talked a bit, or like in the interview stuff leading into this one, we actually saw it in the clips going in, JKS's vein. I'm assuming it didn't really appear in that game.
Look, we were turned backwards, so I couldn't really look at them. Every time I turned around, Grat was giving me some cheeky smile or Netick, so I really couldn't get into it, Like, I got that one round, a bit of a shout, but every time I turned around, they just scared me, I just couldn't take it.
Well, coming into the next game, Arcade are a very vocal team. We actually heard them a fair bit on the broadcast. But they weren't even in the game that was on broadcast, but we could hear them downstairs here, even though they did lose. DXA, looking to match that?
Oh, 100%. Now that we're playing Oranges, you're not going to hear me shut up. So, good luck, Oranges. I'm going to shout into your ear.
Beautiful. Well, that should be a fantastic lower bracket game coming up, mate. Enjoy. Hopefully DXA stay alive, and have a good one.
Yeah, thank you very much. Have a good one.
Thank you very much. All right. Well, guys, we thought we were done, but we've actually managed to grab Vexide, who was standing here with me for about 5 minutes earlier after the game. But we won't talk about that. Instead, we'll talk about what just happened in that 13-1. Vexide, first of all, mate, congratulations on the win. First time back playing in Oz in a bit. You guys lost the pistol, but then, let's say it was a pretty easy game after that. How do you guys feel after that one?
Yeah, I feel like we were taking it pretty easy, and then we lost pistol. They got a bit loud, and we had to humble them. So, yeah, that was it. Job done.
That it was, and of course now you're looking to the next game, Ground Zero just beating Arcade in their best of 1 there. How are you guys feeling going into that one?
I'm mates with a few of the boys on Ground Zero, so I'm pretty keen to talk a bit of shit. Hopefully it's not a fucking full smashing, and they can get a few rounds and we can have some fun.
Well, I was going to say, from the major, you've sort of made yourself the vocal one on FlyQuest. It is a pretty mellow team overall. Is there anyone else here? Is Grat actually the sub? Is he going to be making a bit of noise, you reckon?
Probably not. He's pretty chill. But I reckon Corey's got a bit in him. He's got some fire underneath him. Especially in Oz. He loves talking a bit of shit, and so, yeah.
Beautiful, and of course, if you guys win that, you're through to playoffs. I'm not sure if you saw the results earlier today. Thunder Down Under making their way through. There is, of course, Rooster coming up against Mindfreak in the other game there. Are you guys thinking ahead to that one at all yet for tomorrow's playoffs, or just still locked in on today?
Definitely locked in on today. It's pretty naive to look at the games in front of you without just playing what you have right now. So, yeah, I'd say we're just focused on playing Ground Zero, and that's it, really.
Beautiful. Well, mate, enjoy the next one. A best of 3, of course. So, could be 2 13-1s. There's already been a 13-0 Thunder Down Under, so you might see that. Yeah, so you guys actually got outdone on that side there. But good luck in the next series.
Man, appreciate it.
Paralyzed.
The most professional I think I've ever seen Tux. I'm not gonna lie. We've all
done him like that.
I can't.
That's
believe
good
it.
news, actually. I'm quite
Yeah.
impressed.
Yeah, he's still got it, even at what 30, 35.
That's how he strafe peaks.
Yeah, that was CS2 early days, like in the beta. Just quickly, fellas, what do we think of the strengths here of GZ?
Oh, look, I think it's safe to say that Epoch Dud's calling has probably been a pretty big strength of them. Look, I know that both these two teams technically do have stand-ins, right? Like, we're not seeing the full potential of both these two rosters, but the Ground Zero have definitely got some, as I said before, some bolstered firepower with Hazard coming into the roster, as well as sort of, Slimy being... He's been a bit of a journeyman recently too, so I think it's safe to say that now things are starting to settle down. That core of players are going to want to be, working through things and taking a match like this as an opportunity to solidify their fundamentals.
Harry, quickly, what do you see as GZ's strength?
I think there's the cohesion between them is definitely one. And as you can see, they've got a few boys who are very much... enjoying themselves. They like to have fun with it. And, I was downstairs when I was setting up for the interviews there, and look, Arcade were giving a fair bit, but Ground Zero were giving it straight back to them. Like, there was a lot of just, a few friendly jabs thrown back and forth. So I think the same will probably come out of this side. I had a chat with Vex's side, of course, being he's sort of the one that is the most vocal on that FlyQuest roster, but he actually said Netix is apparently going to be giving a bit for this series because he likes being back in Oz and apparently likes throwing a few barbs around.
I'm shocked it's not against TJ or ASAP, but we'll take a look and see what potential jabs might be thrown between these two teams, verbally at least, for this event. We'll have to take a look at the head-to-head.
FlyQuest. They're pretty, they're not great, are they? Backside, Declan, yeah, he's bad. Nothing, no worries, all good, we'll win, yep, sure.
Ground Zero is also one of the better teams, I'm pretty sure. I think we practiced against them the other night, so I don't think we're too worried about them.
We've had some scrims recently against them, and a lot of practice with other teams where it's like we're getting close to these teams and when we know what we're doing wrong.
Yeah, Ground Zero, I'm personally friends with most of the players in that team. So obviously I'm going to talk a bit of shit and I'm looking forward to that matchup particularly.
Declan on FlyQuest, he's been talking too much. You can't be that good and just talking shit to the little guys. You gotta chill out a little bit.
I mean, it's the same with the Rooster. If you come up against them and they're playing really good, it could be a tough matchup.
I think the main thing is whether their vibes are going to be good, because they notoriously have shit vibes, and if they start losing some rounds, they're under massive pressure, because if they lose any game to any team here, their VRS is fucked. So I think it's going to come down to how strong they start and if they start tilting, basically.
But the fact that there is a chance there is promising, because it means if we're on a good day and they're on a bad day, maybe we can win. Maybe. Hopefully.
I mean, personally, I don't feel like there's any pressure, honestly. Like, I feel like I'm here, I'm playing, it is what it is. It's nice to be back at home.
I really want to beat Josh in FlyQuest.
That's a steep hill to climb, to be realistic.
I mean, it's a powerful words, especially aimed at Vexar, your man, Harry.
Yeah, well, as I said, he was going to be talking some shit, and as was the Ground Zero's players' words there, I think they're going to be giving just as good back. So,
do we have crowd mics down there? Should we get some? Should we invest in
we've
some?
been hearing it mostly down through here. We've definitely some more shots of the players. We saw a bit of that in the last series. It wasn't as much going around. DXA with their pistol win, but for this one, I think any that Ground Zero get, or any FlyQuest get, this one will be a bit more vocal.
Well, I mean, you can't have a series without knowing what maps they are. You know
Well,
what
of
I mean,
course, of
fellas?
course.
We've got to have a take a look at the maps and see exactly what we are playing here in this BO3. The first BO3s of Group B. Cash, Gone, Mirage, likewise, Dust 2, Anubis to be the picks, Inferno to be the decider, GZ's Dust 2. Do you reckon that GZ's Dust 2 has enough to beat FlyQuest because it is notoriously good in this region?
No. Yeah.
Local expert, Jim.
It is. Local expert. What do you want to know? Like, you want to know some good spots on Dust 2? Because I can certainly help you out there.
I'd love to learn how to play the map. It'd be great. I've been playing the game for 10 years.
No, look, to be honest with you, Dust 2 is one of those sort of roll of the dice maps. And I think if you're FlyQuest right now, you may be feeling a little bit vulnerable on it too, to be honest with you. So I think Anubis is a comfort pick, obviously, for FlyQuest. So this series, I think, there's no surprises in terms of which maps are coming out. There's no real, curveball being picked. No one's picking Cash just yet. But it's definitely one of those vetoes now. I'm thinking, okay, Ground Zero might actually have a leg in here on Dust 2 if they get themselves rolling.
Cool. Harry, do we have any concerns, worries about the vetoes at all? If you're GZ or FlyQuest?
I mean, I feel like Ground Zero are pretty happy. They get the Dust 2 pick. The series, I feel like, hinges on that. If GZ can take Dust 2 and get into FlyQuest's head, then this one could go the distance. FlyQuest get ahead of it early. They don't allow GZ to play their game that we've seen them do at a local and, land level before. Then things are going to get difficult for them. Because you'd imagine FlyQuest should play pretty decently into Nuke. We've already seen them do decently well on Inferno. It was the same things that we sort of Thunder Down Under. The two top teams, just no Inferno back to front. They seem pretty confident on it. So it'll be an interesting first map, that's for sure.
Do you have any players to watch out for, boys?
Pretty much the whole FlyQuest roster.
Anyone in particular?
Look, if you're gonna look at someone, I'll be honest with you. I want to see how Hazard's actually fitting into the Ground Zero roster. Definitely being one of those players that can open up the round on his own. So in terms of, I guess, opening duels, he's the man to watch. But always going to see Tux to be the one that's, I guess, gauging how well this roster's going to go. He's the coach, right?
Oh yeah. I mean, we're going to say goodbye to Jim.
Bye.
Bye, Jim.
Did he get taller?
Nah.
You don't think he's gotten taller?
No, I think he's about the same height. Started.
Yeah.
You have to go back and watch the VOD, which I'm sure everyone's doing right now. But
Think we're
welcome
gonna have
in.
to.
First map, FlyQuest Ground Zero, JKS. Well, before we can even catch El Perez to start this one, he is off and racing. Justin Allo. 2 quick kills in that USP. Gratisfaction forward as well. And FlyQuest are putting all their numbers in early. And that is how you start a series. We talked of how Ground Zero might be able to get themselves going on Dust 2. It's their map. And, well, FlyQuest, that's a decent start.
It is, well, look, for FlyQuest's standards, Vexite only getting 3. What are we doing? Like, why are we in the server at that point?
That's a great question.
It's really hard to be a colour commentator looking for an explanation as to why something hasn't worked when you actually genuinely don't know why it hasn't worked. Oh, well, no, they're just hitting their shots. It's pistols, they're just hitting their shots.
Is what it is.
As the saying goes.
Well, pistols still for Ground Zero, and it will be JKS again, who's been getting some target practice. The M4A4 Omichella taken out of the sky. He only gets the 2 in the end. There will be Gratisfaction, though. M4A1S out. Puts them down. And GZ... Well, they did at least take 1 gun away there, force that rebuy, but that is about it. Now they've got themselves on to the 4x. AKs in the bank. Let's see what they can do with some rifles in hand.
They got a kill! They got a kill!
Congrats!
You gotta look at the positives, right?
We're not gonna be too downtrodden. It's only 2 rounds in.
All I'm saying is you gotta look at the bright side every now and then. Omichella, a lot of shit talking, hasn't done a lot. But no, I think GZ just sort of setting up. Really, they haven't necessarily shown all too much. They've shown that they're quite happy to be a little bit more aggressive towards FlyQuest. They're not necessarily scared of them, at least early on. And they're going to try and hit this B side here, where they've got to come up against Netic. And well, that'll be interesting. It looks as if there may be a weak spot that they do want to push for, and that being Netic, the sort of the new addition to this lineup, apart from the standing.
Yeah, and FlyQuest have read this pretty well. I mean, they've got presence down, or was watching towards lowers, and they've also pushed right up short side. So GC sort of trapped in that end. They didn't go through any long side push there. Slimy had been running around top mid to see if that's going to be coming to fruition. Doesn't look like it. But now they're just back into more of the default CT setup. And GZ, I think, still interested in this B site. Maybe now looking to try and get this one done with a split through mid where JKS is waiting in towards CT spawn. But they're starting to run out of time a bit here as the utility starts to hit through.
I mean, with 40 seconds left, right, you've thrown that mid to B smoke. You've started to definitely poise as if you want to have a look at it. We'll see that block smoke coming in through tons. This will leave it really awkward, especially as Vexide at least gets one. JKS, he'll look for a little bit more, won't be able to find all too much. But there is another there! It's a shooting gallery, and it'll just leave Slimy by himself. He'll be the one to at least get himself one, so that's a second kill for GZ. And, yeah, FlyQuest will deal with, I guess, the young hopeful potential that we have in this region accordingly, and we'll drop him down.
Yeah, that one done pretty quickly there once the gunfight's fully started. I mean, they sort of read into that pretty early there, FlyQuest, with the amount of presence they had towards just covering any sort of B exit after they got into uppers. Allowed the sort of split to try and come through, but yeah, fight's just not falling in GZ's favour at all. They lost a bit of util early on, and well, hello, Slimy. That is a fantastic shot there onto ins. Meantime, Vexide has found Tux.
Good nade.
But, you know, 4v4. The Deagles are out, and at least one of them is finding a little bit of presence here.
I mean, hey, it's a third kill. It's big. That's a third kill, that's big. I think for GZ at the moment, it's just building up this little bit of confidence, right? Like, you understand it's David v Goliath. You understand that, you know, there really isn't necessarily anyone sort of counting on your performances to be amazing or incredible, or there really isn't any pressure for GZ. They get to play a little bit more of a free-flowing game today, if anything, and it looks as if they're having themselves a grand old time.
Has it with the smoke as well, so they might be able to get that cross in towards the A side, although short presence up close, that was her. JKS M4A4 is waiting, and he's going to be flashed into this one, but APOC reading it. Oh, has it? Gets a bit too wild on that one and takes out his teammate. They are still keeping this a pretty reasonable round here, 2v2, and now APOC dud. M4A4 in hand, and a chance possibly in this one. The initial shot from Netix missed. Now Grad's starting to push up. They should deal with this, and they do. FlyQuest will make it 4 on the trot to get this first map underway. Ground 0, of course, Flam, they get that buy back in, but this one needs to find a little bit more than what we've seen so far.
I mean, look, for GZ, that's sort of their game, right? Is that they love to show a lot of presence all over the map. They love to have themselves a little bit more of a late sort of push hit towards D2, and that's what's made them pretty formidable within this region, right? Is because they play so slow, they play so measured, they play so tempered. And it looks as if, you know, they're playing more that European style of Counter-Strike that FlyQuest are a little bit more used to, and they look to be dealing with it in any reasonable way. But I mean, opening picks yet again, that long battle is definitely going to be one that GZ want to try and fight and look to try and take a lot of space for, but off the back of that, they can't get it. They're taking mid, and with Molly's coming out to at least displace Grat, he'll have to drop away, and, you know, if you GZ here, it's just sort of picking your poison, right? Where you want to hit, exactly what you want to do. And it's not necessarily to talk bad about GZ. Trust me, I've had my moments where I've made comments about Hazard and I've gotten angry DMs. But I love you, Mama Hazard. I think we're friends now, hopefully. You know, I think GZ very much sort of understand the situation, and it may have gotten into their heads a little bit, because when you're David v Goliath and you have that underdog status, you play a little bit more recklessly, which I think FlyQuest are sort of used to, especially in an Australian event.
So they had taken the presence away from short here. And FlyQuest, though, the numbers. See, JKS just coming back now. Grat, the flash is going to push off angle for a second. Spots doesn't quite hit, and now they start to make their way up short side. Slimy is taken out there. Could be a second, not quite. The bomb will go down, but they've lost the 2 members. The rest of FlyQuest are starting to rotate over. They've got long control as well, so APOC Dud desperately needs to find something with this AWP, or just be given something here as they keep going across. He will get them on to Netix. Nicely done, but now Inns is up already towards Ramside. The boost up from JKS as well. We'll find the next 2. And FlyQuest, they allow the bomb plant, but that is all 5 in a row. Looking the goods here on their CT side.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's just FlyQuest
Anything
just
else
shooting
to
better. Like, that's just FlyQuest shooting better, bro. Like, what do you want from me here, man? What do you want from me?
Well, how do they fix it?
Oh, good question. I don't play T1 CS. How do you think I should fucking know?
You're the colour caster, mate.
Well, yeah, I'm a caster for a reason. I don't play.
Come Sunday, that might be a different story.
Oh, what do you want me to IGL or something? Omicella at least gets himself that opener. And that's what GZ need to do, right? You want the colour commentary? Here's your colour commentary. You know what GZ need to do? Hit their shots, play with confidence. Damn it, Vexite, I'm trying to make a point here. But I mean, 4v4, they've got that long control, right? They've got FlyQuest committing numbers over towards that A site. Like, yes, they've taken that tons presence with Vexite. Yes, they've been able to push through uppers. They've been able to take lowers control off the back of it. But you've got, like, this... You've got this... Like, space that GZ just need to hold, and they need to control it. Allow FlyQuest to take every other part of the map. As long as you hold your little space and your little mark, you should be chilling. Also, you're breathing real close, apparently. Apparently you're giving everyone an ASMR, mate.
No, apologies.
No, I think they're into it.
Push it back.
Only's just sent me a message and said he likes it. Yeah. I don't know what he's doing.
JKS, the spray through. Omicella, the double in the response, not too bad there. And this time the boost up for Justin may not find what he's looking for, but he still gets it there with Vexite. Omicella, though, the opportunity now is a 4K in this round, a 1v1 against Vexite. Can he find this one here? Teammates before, rivals now. Both of them talking about how they'd like to win this game. Omicella, a massive opportunity to give Ground Zero their first round here. He jumps down, he takes the fight, but he can't quite hit the spray. And hey. Yeah.
Oh, this is shades of TJP the other day. Oh, the other event. This is concerning shades of TJP. Boys, as long as we're keeping it friendly.
Keeping it PG, of course, yeah.
Doesn't even need to be PG, it just needs to be not, like, Twitter-worthy. As long as it's not Twitter-worthy, we're fine, fellas. Just remember that. Ian's at least gets himself that open. Molly's to go down. Tux! A little bit of a drive-by. I didn't know he had it like that. Goddamn. But, yeah, FlyQuest, I mean, I'll give up a rifle.
No, disperses. Nothing spotted there from Grat. Ground Zero just waiting in this mid-side here. See if the FlyQuest CTs maybe just give them something. I mean, 4v4 situation. Got 2 rifles now as well. Definitely workable for them. The issue, of course, is you just don't have the utility here, which is why they are just waiting to see if FlyQuest just give them that maybe one opener, because they're just going to have to go into all these fights completely dry. And Vexite, Tux is going to be the first through the door. Should have his first kill there. That he does. Flash goes up. And it will be APOC done. Hello. Dig out. Finds the double. JKS, though, from top mid. Should have at least one here. And has spotted Hazard at double doors. Not sure about the others now. Grat, he's under pressure here. They're getting to the side. First one hit. He gets himself back towards Car. Trying to get a ball. Goes to the no-scope. Misses it. And Hazard finds JKS in mid. And Ground Zero on the board.
No, I was expecting some chirps. I was expecting some yelling. I was expecting some screaming.
All serious, mate.
I can't believe it. The day we see Omicella, all business, is the day that I think OC Counter-Strike dies, mate. I think that's the day the game's gone. But look, for GC, I mean, they're showing enough to at least keep it competitive, right? That scoreline is not representative on how this game has gone completely, but I think what FlyQuest are doing really well is they're taking a lot of that bedroom presence whenever they can get it. They're not over-aggressing in towards that area of the map, or whenever they're sort of feeling it out, and they're saying that there's no real presence to deal with. You know, that's something that they continue to do well, and that's being able to open up everything else in the map. Once they take that bedroom presence, they're pushing 2 over towards B, they're pushing 2 over towards mid, and they're really looking to try and contest short as much as they can. So for FlyQuest, I mean, this bedroom control is really everything they're after in this CT side.
Control should be taken here. Gratz actually flashed himself back in for this one, and he will find that first on the Tux. Very nice stuff there. Continues to stay around. Could be more. Desperately trying to get back in towards that CT spawn area, and he will get there. Flies out for the third. Gratisfaction. Still as sharp as ever. Sub for this. And maybe a permanent replacement if he keeps up these hits. Gratisfaction, the 4, looking for the ace, charging it down, and he'll get it.
Well, blind too.
FlyQuest the 7th, and Grat with the ace.
Why are we acting like Grat hasn't been playing for the past, year?
Because people are silly.
They don't understand that Alter Ego is a team.
Well, it was a team.
Well, yeah, it was a team, but it still played Counter-Strike.
To be fair, if you're someone who just watches, say the Tier 1 CS side and you haven't seen Grad in a while, it kind of makes sense. Because, the last sort of, the bigger ones was 2023, I think was, you mentioned Encore?
Yeah.
Was on that one. So,
it was on Encore. We played RMRs.
If you don't follow it too closely, you just see the name, you recognise, you think, oh, Renegades days. Where's he been?
Yeah, well, still.
Hasn't lost it.
Yeah, I don't know. So, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, look. You bring up a valid point here. I don't know, I feel like I'm too much in the sauce of being a Counter-Strike degen.
Not all of us can know everything, though.
No, I think that there's people that don't, at least have an interest in keeping up with people, you know what I mean? Good nade. Great fucking nade.
Yeah, Slimy cops the most of that, as does APOC Dud, so again, Ground Zero. FlyQuest are allowing them to get a lot of the presence into, say, mid, long, but to get there, I feel like they're using so much utility, and then they can't get that next step for the complete setup. They just can't find the openers to allow them a bit more ease of access, to open up one of these sites, and it's just getting more and more worrisome for them. Again, 35 seconds left in the round. They just haven't particularly decided where they want to go, although Tux onto Vex site, that's the opener they needed, and now they've definitely decided it's into the B site, but the timing, goods from there. Ins and Netix get those trades back. APOC Dud does find Ins, and Netix is caught between a rock and a hard place because he has to look back towards the B side. Omichella will take that. Smoke dissipates, so he will go down, but it's left in a 2v2 and a chance here for GZ for their second.
So Hazard at least getting 1, make it 2. Nice little spray down for GZ. It'll give them another sort of lease at life in a bit of a weird way, but it feels as if they've finally figured out this FlyQuest CT side, right? It's a lot easier for us sitting here in a third-person view to take a look at what FlyQuest are doing and say, well, I mean, they're taking long control every single time, doubling up in mid, doubling up in B, and waiting for the hit. That's what they're doing. And when they're getting pressured in through long, they're taking the space, or they're leaving Grat to it. They're leaving JKS in through long. If he's not needed, they're not calling upon him. They're dealing with it the rest of themselves. And it looks as if GZ are finally starting to catch on to that a little bit more. We're seeing a very early double up in through long, followed by, immediate pressure putting in towards mid, putting in towards B. And they're just shuffling over. And for GZ, it looks like they're finally getting it. They're finally understanding what this CT side is doing. Is it too little too late, Harry?
I think that this is actually a pretty big round. No AWP there for Grat. Ins will get Omichel, but Slime with the immediate trade back. 4v3. Next has got decent information about, there's no one in top last banana side numbers, but I mean, Justin, the nade will go out, but he's been taken down as well, and now 4v2. This should be their round. And I was going to say, FlyQuest have no money to back this one up for the next one, so it's a risk to go for this for Ins and Netix, but look, they'll feel like they've got the confidence to do it. But GZ, this is actually working their way back into this first half pretty nicely. Should be a third. In fact, you confirm it now as FlyQuest leave. And you can imagine possibly a fourth after this, because again, FlyQuest, the money, it's not there.
It isn't, and I mean, you should be potentially seeing a fourth picked up by GZ after this one, depending on what the buyer's looking like. It'll be, what, $1,900 loss bonus. Oh, sorry, $2,400 loss bonus. Alongside the 2 rifles that they do keep over, they've still got kits. The reinvestment shouldn't be too big. I'm expecting half armor, pistols, potentially a little bit of util But for GZ, this is sort of their chance to potentially get 4, potentially even 5 if they're able to beat one more of these rifle rounds. But this is also my minor concern with FlyQuest, right, is that since we've seen Story's departure, and I'm aware that Grat's a stand-in, and I'm not picking on Grat here, but I am saying that I don't think this FlyQuest roster is as effective without a mobile AWPer as mobile as Story.
Yeah, well, I mean, Story is a different playstyle to Grat.
Yeah, and I'm saying that with that playstyle, right? Sorry to cut you off, but with that playstyle, that it lends itself to a little bit more of a mobile and a little bit more of a quicker CT side for FlyQuest. That they just sort of have to adjust to being without that.
Yeah, and you can sort of see it here. I feel like they're trying to be aggressive at least early on in these rounds, but then it's sort of just to settle into your basic sort of default setups. And, that is going to be the thing as well here. If GZ make this a 7-4, make the 8-4, 7-5, start to really get themselves close, and they put the pressure on this FlyQuest roster, I mean, as it was pointed out, sometimes the mental on this team isn't great, and it can lead to disasters. They're in towards this B side now, and Vex side, just the USP stuck in the flames, goes down. 4v3 now, Nate going up forward. Tux, Slimy getting all the kills they can ask for. Just JKS remaining in mid, and there's nothing happening there. So GZ will find themselves that 4th. And for Justin, if you'd like to take maybe a rifle away, that's not happening either. And, well, yeah, there you go. Now, we've got ourselves a bit of a game here.
Yeah, it's a little bit of it's the big game for GZ at the moment. But what I really liked out of GZ there at the moment, in that round, right, we see FlyQuest doing what they usually do. They take that bedroom control, they're looking to get up short, they're looking to get through lower tons. They don't spot a lot. GZ hit that B side late, they hit upper tons late, and they're able to take advantage of the fact that FlyQuest were expecting something late out through long. We had 2 people in CT as that B-side's getting hit, where only Netic was by himself. We had Vexite dive into the side, eventually get done by the flames that came in. And then, I don't know if you noticed it, but Inns body blocked the nade that then caused about 50 damage to Grat. Which is a bit of fun.
Whoops.
Yeah, I feel like that might be a little bit of a whoopsie. A little bit of a uh-oh.
It happens.
A bit of a oopsie daisies. But look, I mean, for FlyQuest, right, like, they're slowly just they're playing the same CT default every single round so far. It's about time GZ has sort of adjusted to it, and they've been able to, pick up a few rounds off the back of it. My question is, how does GZ's CT side match up against FlyQuest's T side? Because it's going to be early sparring yet again, where I'm expecting FlyQuest to be winning rounds.
You feel like the pistol revealed possibly just a little bit of how that's all going to come together there, but at least with this last round of the first half, these buys for both sides here. I mean, for GZ, look, the 7-5 half, you've also just got the momentum heading into that second, considering how many you've just managed to accumulate in a row. I mean, this was, 6-0, 7-1? It was just seemingly FlyQuest going through the motions, hitting their shots, everything was just going smooth for them. And now, they're being challenged a little. Slimy is going to be shut down in towards mid for that one, and they have the numbers while even blinded towards this B side. Omichella gets one there, tucks back on the JKS, and Vexite's position is known. The problem is Hazza stuck in an awful position here. Now it's just the coach standing in as the player. Oh! Tuck's got for us! Oh, hello! He's going to run out of time, but wow. You don't mess with the coach. You don't mess with the stand-in. Tux almost pulls off something magical. But FlyQuest, they can breathe a sigh of relief as they do take the final round of the first half. 8-4 as we switch things up.
That's a moment of excitement from Tux. Holy Jesus.
He's feeling it.
Yeah, he definitely is. I mean, I was having a bit of a chat to him yesterday, and I was just talking to him about, how he's been going, how he's been feeling about having to play because Vision isn't here, how he was feeling about playing for the last few weeks because Vision had net issues consistently through the DFRAG Open Series. And, he was like, it might sound a little bit cliche, but I feel like I'm in very good form personally. I feel like, this will be a good event for me. I feel like, GZ have themselves a great opportunity to sort of show off exactly what GZ is. Bear in mind, I am a stand-in, and bear in mind, I'm way more comfortable as a coach. But, I feel like I'm in the best form I've been in for at least a few years now. And so, it's good to see Tux at least continuing that confidence in the server. I mean, he's not too badly negative. He's -1 at the moment at KD. You know, he's keeping up.
Oh. Not for this round, at the very least.
Cheers, Tyler.
Really just helping your case there.
Jesus Christ. What are we doing, bud? What are we doing? Just making me look like an idiot on national television. Because everyone knows everyone's tuning in for this one.
What's FlyQuest? AUCS LAN? Of course they're here. They're all waiting. They're ready.
OC, buddy. There's New Zealanders here.
That's true. I do apologise to our New Zealand boys. OC as the whole is slimy. Pushes into uppers, gets some decent timing there, and that'll actually just allow these rotations to start heading in through mid and actually through lowers as well. They might go back to this one here, but JKS is reading it, not the second. APOC does find that one, and he's picked up the dualies as well that JKS was going back to try and grab. Meantime, it's meant this A hit's just gotten a bit more speed about it. Omichella, it'd be really nice if you landed one of those shots just to give them back into the 3v3. Pushing forward, Hazza is knocked down at ramp, and that basically would give the rounds over. So Michella gets one, but that is all she wrote. FlyQuest take the pistol. That's both in the book, 9-4. They can open up this lead again.
I mean, look, for this GZ roster, right, like, it feels as if they're in that stage yet again where they're just trying to work out what FlyQuest are doing. Right, they're just trying to work out how they want to play against GZ. And, you know, the biggest sort of fear, you know, if you are FlyQuest coming up against a team like GZ, who isn't necessarily the top team in the region, but definitely considered to be in the conversation for 2, potentially even 3, is that, you know, they will play a different, weirder style to you, and it looks as if FlyQuest just maintain control. GZ are trying to play catch-up. They're not necessarily doing anything proactive. They're not trying to take space. They're not trying to be aggressive. They're just sort of going, all right, take your punch. I'm gonna try and block it. Like, and FlyQuest are just going, yeah, sick, all right. And they're just continuing to pummel. But, yeah, we'll have to see exactly when GZ decide to sort of flick the lights on and have a bit of a look at what they're saying.
Of a step on short side. It actually works with the double here.
Get 3.
Pressure. Oh, Gratisfaction will lock in a couple, but
that's guns.
I mean, that's guns handed over 3v2. FlyQuest this round is not one you want to be losing here, as JKS will get that plant. Not sure if they heard or saw Vexite jumping across the car, but I mean, this is workable. Yes, you don't have that much util, and yes, you don't have the other ones there, but the flash is good high. But then it comes through. But oh my god, this could still happen. Vexite, Omichella, but Vexite locks it down. Oh, FlyQuest, that could have been a disaster, but they do make it count in the end. They're up to 10, and it almost wasn't that. I mean, look, if you're ground zero there, you can't be too fast overall, considering that was 5 USBs backed on shore. That's like one of the first times I actually feel like I've seen that actually work properly. Because I feel like we all the stacks with the USP. Well, yeah, the Inferno, that's better. Dust, I haven't seen that really at all.
No, you don't see it a lot on Dust. Like, if anything, you'll see, 4 at the back of B site, where the lurk will just find it and just go, hey guys, you should go A. APOC will almost just get dry swung. Netic just took the space dry. Oh, the flash is perfect. It's heavy damage. It isn't necessarily a kill, but Slimy will eventually get it done. Util continuing to just abuse APOC. That'll have to hide in towards that smoke, allowing Tux to just shoot through. Not be seen just yet. Grat has a feeling that APOC's in that smoke, but doesn't like the look of it at all.
Yeah, nicely done there from GZ. Guns up. And they're putting the pressure on FlyQuest as they lose mid-control there. APOC Duck's actually been sent out with the flash as well to try and take these fights. He's waiting, but then the flash in response there from in sends Vexite out. Beautifully done there. They keep the presence around mid. They don't need to commit to it though, but you can see GZ worried about that now. You've got 2 players sort of looking towards that area with Tux, who's now getting his way further into CT, and that means he's kind of lost control of that A site. But now the boost up and the listening in. In the meantime, Omichel is coming the other way, and Tux maybe won't be cleared out. Hearing all this, but he needs rotations that comes in. Or does he try and activate here? He hopes they don't look, but Grat, well aware.
Well, as the saying goes, the cat will always find the mouse.
That is the saying.
That's all you get, mate.
Justin, oh, wow. Galil just doing all the damage there. Hazard and Slimy taken away, and so are GZ's guns. And, well, unfortunately, they find themselves back in the situation they really started with in that first half, where they just let too many fall to the wayside. Omichella can find one, but that is all he gets. FlyQuest up to 11, 2 rounds away from that 13, and taking Dust 2, which of course being GZ's map pick is their worst case scenario, unfortunately.
I mean, look, you're not on a first name basis with JKS. Can we just get that the other way?
Oh, I was like,
you're not on a
what are you
first
talking
name
about?
basis with him.
I was like, oh, I called him Justin. Are we not on...
You're not on a first name basis with him.
No, but I don't think...
Well, you know him like that?
Do you know him like that? Double up with the Galil?
JKS gets 2. Not Justin gets 2. JKS gets 2. I'm just ripping you.
We just having
we're just having a bit of fun, a bit of footy, yes. I mean, the Galils will just look to get everything done for FlyQuest. You get the early 2-piece, right? We're not necessarily seeing anything too out of the ordinary for FlyQuest, right? They're sort of just falling into whatever traps GZ are setting, but when they're not setting traps, FlyQuest just look to be taking space or just taking command of this. I mean, nothing's changed, right? We were waiting for that flick from GZ to see exactly when they were going to, be able to somewhat sort of read where FlyQuest are going and see what they're doing. But, I mean, FlyQuest just aren't giving them the time to do it. They just continue to win round after round. And, we saw it last half. 7 rounds is what it took for GZ to get a read.
Yeah,
they don't have time.
You said you were worried about how they were going to deal with this FlyQuest T side, and I think your worries have been found to be pretty true, because this has just been a domination straight back here from FlyQuest, and now you just really see that confidence of running out through long flashes, everything there. Slimy does find Netix, and I was going to say JKS is low. He's actually just going to stay around for that one. Omichella, the FAMAS! GZ aren't done with this one just yet. 2v3. There's a lot of noise going on that other game downstairs.
That's okay, bro. You get used to it after a while. I think the entire team is putting more effort into yelling than actually aiming. But, I mean, the B-side's open. We didn't see that rotation come through quick enough. As soon as that smoke went out, we saw a molly go through. No one has really checked or cleared to go and fight ins in that spot, so he's just taking the space off the back of it. Prog Smoke, my apologies, will go out. You've got Omichella on an AWP, you've got, Slimy, the early person with a Galil, early person with a rifle. And it really just looks as if time is ticking before we do head over to our second map of the series, which is Anubis. But with Vexite going 1-for-1, it leaves it all to Inns, who will fall. Slimy does give GZ at least another lifeline, but, in my mind, this is a band-aid for a bullet wound, Harry.
Yeah, it does seem so, but GZ at least get themselves up to 5 now. And, up on the back of Slimy. You've got Omichella also picking up that AK. It was enough there to get most of the buys they'd want for the rest of the team. See, Tux is just going to sacrifice there with the MP9, but FlyQuest, from what they've done in the earlier rounds, full buy, straight back in. Grat holds the AWP as well with that, the T-side AWP, and he's had a fantastic game here. 18 kills, JKS as well, 19, Vexite 17. Netix haven't really been asked to do too much, so they can just, set everyone else up. Bob's your uncle. And GZ, well, they found 1. They need 7 more to try and take this first map to overtime.
Look, the amount of times GZ went B, I'd hope Netty could have a bit of a better scoreline, being the B anchor. But, I mean, JKS is finding that opener. Yet again, we'll see mid taken. They're actually going to be very, very deep in towards that mid control. Grat will have himself a bit of a look over towards Xbox. Omichella, okay, he's actually warmed up now. He's looking to play a little bit more competitive. This is an Omichella that we should be getting used to, especially later in the piece, later in this sort of series. But, for Dust 2, it looks to be too little too late for Omichella.
You do say that, but 4v3. FlyQuest, the opening pick, but responses here from Tuxon. Well, also the side of Omichella, so still chances for that one. The B-side, though, where they're heading, and Hazard was that one linchpin in there. He's been taken down. Door still needing to be smoked, but then Tuck's trying to go big. Ins does get Omichella, and now it's
Winnable.
all on Slimy. It is winnable. Oh, HP! Slimy through the door as well. He's ready. The next Slimy with the 3! Massive stuff there from Slimy to keep this opening map alive. GZ, they won't go away just yet. And, yeah, that's what you got to do. That's a highlight clip. You've done that against FlyQuest. Not bad at all.
Yeah, that's it. Put Slimy in T1.
I've seen enough.
Put him in T1.
Straight to the T1 scene.
I mean, yeah, I was about to say, it felt like that rotation from GZ was just a little bit delayed. They left Hazard on that B site alone when they realised they had sort of committed a little bit too much towards mid. They committed 3 people towards a mid fight. You've committed 3 people towards your mid fight. You've left Hazard by himself with that AWP in the back of B. Now, he can hold his own. He's pretty good at what he does. Nice little flick from Slimy there. Holy Jesus. But still, a 3v3. Oh, sorry, 2v3. My apologies as Inns has fallen. Apoc's quite low. They know where Slimy is. They've got a rough idea that Omichella's going to be playing in through long. And the Deagles just haven't really been able to overpower the rifles here. But GZ, I mean, they're looking better. They're looking stronger. I was talking about how long it would take for everything to click for GZ. It's starting to click. You know how I said, was it a band-aid for a bullet wound? It's actually just been surgery for a bullet wound for GZ. They've just able to put themselves together and be able to play a little bit more confident. And I like what we're seeing out of GZ at the moment. They're not doing anything overly special. They're saying, hey, we're trusting what we're seeing. We're trusting our instinct. We're trusting sort of what we expect. And they're playing off the back of that, and they're playing without fear. And I love that out of GZ. Even if they don't win the map, the fact that they've been able to come up against Goliath in this region and say, hey, we are not scared of you, that's pretty big. It's pretty special.
Well, they haven't gone away. Which, I mean, look, 4-12. They lose that. 13-4. No one would have blinked an eye. Would have been like, yeah.
Apoc gets the opener in through Sui as well.
Yeah, and no, all of a sudden, they've rattled off 3 in a row. Another opener there. Gratz dropped, so no chance to use the AWP that round for him. Netix has gone and picked that back up, and haven't seen this out of FlyQuest yet too much with this long presence here. They tried it once, and that was actually when they were up 12-4. Attempted that one, was shut down completely. And now GZ, you take this one, again, FlyQuest, the money's not quite there. You're probably thinking a 9th round. I mean, when does this one start to get a little bit nervy for the FlyQuest boys?
Well, I'd love to see that FlyQuest camp if GZ win this one. Oh, okay, Netic. Yeah, sick. Yeah, cool, bud. You've just walked out long and just, yeah, done that. Yeah, cool. Yeah, just a regular Sunday for the fella. I'd love to take a look at those player cams here for FlyQuest as soon as this round's done. Oh, that's a lead. Oh, it could have been absolutely perfect, but it's just gone wayward. Vexite JKS, not necessarily expecting it, but dealing with it very, very quickly. Hazard in behind. Vexite will remove him. Apoc Dud has 3 to find with the AWP. And the bells of death slowly ring to the architect of this project. Flashes will go out, the AWP will ring in response, but with time being a massive factor, and the AWP in this situation not necessarily having the best mobility, it will just be Dust 2 falling. A good fight out of GZ, but FlyQuest, they're the big dog in this region, and a big dog got to eat.
Big dog got to eat indeed, and well, I mean, GZ, they started to get things going a little bit towards the end there. They had their moments. Couple of rounds, first half in a row, couple of rounds towards the end in a row as well, when you're thinking, okay, maybe there's an opportunity for them here. That was the round there. They got the opening pick, but then Netix just makes that play in towards long, gets above the smoke, gets that kill there, and I like what they tried on that short side.
Yeah.
In another world, they at least even that fight out. Hazard gets red at the end there, and in the end, FlyQuest gets itself comfortably. But I would say, look, they can see it bleeds GZ at the very least, so they will attempt to maybe see what they can do as we go to nuke on that second map. It's a difficult one, of course, because you've already lost your map pick there, but look, FlyQuest, they did what they had to do.
Yeah,
let's see if they can finish this series off.
You're not wrong. They just got to get the job done. My fear for FlyQuest is that they've only come in prepping for TDU. And so they're just kind of working out what GZ's about, just being like, okay, these boys can shoot. God damn, we've got to prepare for them. But
I mean,
no.
Nexide should know.
He
I
should.
feel like Netix should have a little bit of a...
Fame got to him. Speaking of Fame getting to us, we're going to have ourselves a little bit of a quick break because the broadcast talent needs a little break. Okay, bye guys. We'll see you guys for map 2. Anubis, it's coming up.
Paralyzed.
FlyQuest. They're pretty, yeah, man, they're not great, are they? Backside, Declan, yeah, he's bad. Nothing, no worries, all good, we'll win, yep, sure.
Ground Zero is also one of the better teams, I'm pretty sure. I think we practiced against them the other night, so I don't think we're too worried about them.
We've had some scrims recently against them, and a lot of practice with other teams where it's like we're getting close to these teams and when we know what we're doing wrong.
Yeah, Ground Zero, I'm personally friends with most of the players in that team. So obviously I'm going to talk a bit of shit and I'm looking forward to that matchup particularly.
Declan on FlyQuest, he's been talking too much. You can't be that good and just talking shit to the little guys. You gotta chill out a little bit.
I mean, it's the same with the Rooster. If you come up against them and they're playing really good, it could be a tough matchup.
I think the main thing is whether their vibes are going to be good, because they notoriously have shit vibes, and if they start losing some rounds, they're under massive pressure, because if they lose any game to any team here, their VRS is fucked. So I think it's going to come down to how strong they start and if they start tilting, basically.
But the fact that there is a chance there is promising, because it means if we're on a good day and they're on a bad day, maybe we can win. Maybe. Hopefully.
I mean, personally, I don't feel like there's any pressure, honestly. Like, I feel like I'm here, I'm playing, it is what it is. It's nice to be back at home.
You really want to beat Josh in FlyQuest.
That's a steep hill to climb, to be realistic.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the HyperX Intel Nationals 2026. Of course, Map 1 taken by FlyQuest. We move over towards the sandy shores of Anubis and had a bit of a chat with FlyQuest coach Gomez during the map break, and he said something that I think is no surprise to anybody, but he's going, we let it get close. We're having a bit of fun. So
no humble brag, of course. Just telling it like it is, old guy.
Yeah, just telling it like it is, old Gomez. But look, I mean, overall, you know, it feels as if there's a certain weight that the FlyQuest name carries around here at this event, and you know, it's hope to really potentially even live up to it, you'd imagine. But this B-site, it's getting smokes down. It looks as if the hit's coming in.
I mean, Chella is really the only one here, so needs to deliver. Does find the first pretty nicely. Netix up close, though. We'll get that instant trade back. 4v4, bomb will go down, so there is the chance to retake here for GZ. No kit on any of the players. A bit of util there. APOC done on just 1 HP, so maybe just going to play a bit of a, you know, run forward, be a shield for half a second, and maybe see if they can get some headshots out of him there, as it will be Hazard to find the first one in. Vexite falls, and now he ends up close to the pillar side. Netix with him. They're finding these ones back, and they're doing enough as Justin, Mr. JKS, comes through. Make it 3. JKS locks it down, and FlyQuest will take the pistol here on the T side.
You gotta stop calling him You don't know him like that, shit. You're not best friends with him. You're just not best friends with him.
His best friends were Ted. Did you see they've got the TJP stickers on the back 10 there?
Well, yeah, they're TJP stickers.
That's true, actually.
Everyone in this country should have them, because they're just a generational sticker.
Should just be handed out, honestly.
Really, yeah. They give it out to you every time you pay your taxes. You pay taxes, the Australian government gives you a TJP sticker. That's only if you do it.
Pretty reasonable equivalence. As Ground Zero, they have forced into this round with the pistols. They popped out on that scout, so looking to see if they might be able to find anything there. The stack might actually be walked into here. 3 playing towards main side, so the rotations can come over pretty quickly if needed. Tuck's going to be hearing now. The flash pushes him off that angle, so they're going to chase off that side there. Meantime, the CTs actually try and go away from that. They're looking to see if anyone was in towards water. There's nothing there, but JKS is waiting in the wings. The molly, though, stops that. And now they're just sort of trapped where they don't want to be here, GZ.
Yeah, I mean, not only do they get forced out of that A site, but now they're just put into a really awkward situation where JKS will just have to sit there and farm up some of these pistols. Gets 2. Now TJP Mac 10, you mentioned before, mate, is just got an absolute tear. APOC dud with the scout to look to see if he can find something long range. He does have 3 people tagged up pretty heavily. Nade won't quite finish off Grat, but Inns will finish off APOC dud. That's a second to be picked up.
That it will. And GZ off that. It is going to be absolutely nothing that they can particularly work with. I mean, Slimy on the Deagle. And in fact, actually, I'm going to bow up a couple at least around that, but this should be FlyQuest getting themselves a third and continuing to make that money, especially with those Mac 10 kills. I mean, JKS, that long range Mac 10 kill, you shouldn't be getting that.
Mate, that's just love of the game. That's your mate, Justin. That's your mate, Justin. Just what he does, man. Sorry, I don't know him that well. My fault. My apologies. It's the Savage family. Hey, Bogdad. Well, it looked on. It looked as if you'd timed both of those flashes perfectly.
Unfortunately, doesn't find anything there. Meantime, Gratisfaction as well. The Mac 10 at long range. Inns joins in. And if Slimy is cleared, it should be a third for the round there as Tux left all by their lonesome. Just the USP in hand, and they're not going to be heading in his direction anytime soon. So, FlyQuest, 3 on the board here. GZ will go into that next round with a full buy at the very least, but does kind of feel like how that first map started, where FlyQuest just got off to the decent start. Ground Zero took them a while to get going. Did give us something, but again, you just can't give a team like FlyQuest this much of a lead. As close there from Tux. He does get the dink on the USP, but against armoured players, it's going to be difficult.
Yeah, look, I mean, would have been a chance for Tux to work on his dance moves if he just saved it. It really would have been a good opportunity for that one. That's fine if you don't like that joke carry. That's all good. I understand. Mac 10's still here in the server for FlyQuest. They're going to continue to raise the capital and raise the funds for that T side. I mean, what, they're sitting at 8k, 7k, 6k, 6k, 5k, and they're still rocking Mac 10s. Yeah, that's... yeah,
it's love and life.
Love and life. Living La Vida Loca, as the kids say. Slime at least gets the opener, so Netic to fall away. That's the hero AK. It will be recovered.
And yeah, well, I mean, for GZ this round, what they want to find is the round in itself, but just making sure they can keep as many rifles on their back as possible. They are playing against a lot of these Mac 10s here. I mean, Grat's the only one with that rifle in hand. The hero one, as you pointed out, they'll have plenty to buy to the next round, but they need to make sure they don't get caught in positions like that. Inns immediately onto Tux. Jucks back into water as well. Grouping comes back together. There's still 55 seconds in the round and plenty to work with here. But now it comes down to if Ground Zero can hold their nerves. Slimy goes in towards mid-side. Oh, look away at the wrong moment. They're lucky. That grab was just a fraction of a second late there. But now that mid-side's taken, and APOC done. AWP trained on, needs to hit this shot, and he will.
That's a good pick. Omicello to get 2 as well. That's the water rotation gone, and the bomb dropped. Inns. There's a little bit of work to do, but, I mean, time ticking. GZ, they'll get their first hit on Anubis. It looks as if Inns won't necessarily challenge. He'll take the M4, he'll take his ball, and he'll go home.
Yeah, I mean, they technically don't even need to save this one, and well, they won't actually save this one there. Omicello will find that kill and lock in a few for that round. Ground Zero get themselves on the board, and I think do it the best way they could have asked for. Keep most of the players alive there. AK picked up as well. Hazard and Tux should be able to get the rifle, and I think it will just be the MP9 that they'll switch around. Tux, I mean, he's playing as a stand-in role, and look at him. He takes the MP9 and the extra util because he's just a man for others.
He's just a man of the people.
He's just a man of the people.
He's a man of the people. I mean...
Huh.
Well, there's a rifle for him somewhere.
I think that was mid.
I don't know where that's ended up, but there's a rifle for him somewhere if he wants it.
There's a lot of fights going on we just didn't see there, but...
I think they've tried to get aggressive out through B and it just hasn't worked.
Yeah, not particularly. There's...
Oh no, it's mid. They're all mid deaths.
There's a mid deaths.
Yes.
Couple there. Jackass was hanging around for this fight, but you can see Hazard, they try to get something else forward there, but he didn't got out of the smoke properly. Just JKS shuts down that one, and now, I mean, Tux, he would probably can go and retrieve that M4 in mid, but now the problem is, of course, Netix has actually moved into that position. Omicello stranded over on the other end. He's got through main, so that's a plus. Problem is, they're not coming to you, mate, so as good as that information is to pass the Tux, there's not really much they can do with it there. Try to force that fight with Netix, they're gone. And with that, the round as well.
Well, I mean, Omicello, that M4, they'll be well acquainted. They'll be good friends by the end of this round if he keeps it. It's a big
I imagine
if,
he should.
It's a big if.
I mean, FlyQuest are already searching in mid, so that's probably not a great sign for him, but look, maybe he's just very good at hide and seek. You never know.
You reckon?
We're about to find out, because I think FlyQuest are going searching, and it's a decent enough off angle here. I don't think you'd check this one immediately if you're going in towards spawn, so I guess we'll find out, because it is Inns walking forward, and he doesn't, so Omichella finds that. The problem is now his position is revealed.
And now they're going hunting. Well, I mean, back in the day, he did used to rock up to some lands with the red and white striped shirt. Pretty good at Wells well, though, from what I've heard. He used to have the glasses too, which was kind of crazy to think about. Oh, okay, Omichella.
Keeps it.
Where's Waldo got hands? God damn.
Well, it's a rifle saved. Unfortunately, not the round. And FlyQuest, after losing the fourth, immediately bounce back, keep it at 4-1, and the money is there for all the rebuys needed. But you can see how important that M4A4 being saved is. It allows GZ to basically get a full buy straight back in, because they've still got the decent enough loss bonus. Again, Chucks makes a sacrificial, buy with the MP9. But now Inns over towards B main, copping a bit early there. As they're just slowing down a little bit, but there's a lot of presence towards this B main hit. There is only just one player in Omichella there at the moment.
Well, yeah, I mean, if you're GZ, you're just absolutely horrified of FlyQuest taking this A site yet again. That just seems to be their default and has been their default for, 5 rounds now, except 4 rounds now if you don't really include the pistol, but the pistols don't really count. They're not really a real round.
You don't count the pistol?
No, they're not a real round. They can't be real.
You did talk about a percentage about pistols earlier in the day that didn't particularly work out.
I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, I'm right. Quiet. But I mean, the B site, I can understand why we're seeing GZ play it so passively with only Omichella there, but that this is not how GZ play. This is not how GZ play this map usually.
And that's the thing. You want to sort of play a game into FlyQuest, but at the same time, it's FlyQuest. It's a team that is playing at an international level most of the time. Maybe you second guess yourself on a few things, but they need this retake done here. 4v4. They have the util and they have the play into this side as they start to make their way through. But Gratisfaction is hitting his shots now as he pulls out this orb. It's the double, and it could be more, but Sliming and Hazard don't want to give it to him. They are off. They want to save these M4A4s as they rush away for this one, and they are being sort of tracked down here. I was going to say Vexide, who has now started shift walking, is going to start hearing these ones as well. The first one was missed. I think that when his Slimy just spots it, doesn't mean that Vexide won't go for these fights. Down he goes. FlyQuest are still searching for this though.
And now they're pinned, and with Slimy at least being able to get one, make it second, bomb will go off. The question is there going to be a late swing at all? Ooh, it's awkward. Hazard at least gets himself another. So FlyQuest, they're losing guns left, right, and centre. But I mean, the hunt, it's worth, right? If you're able to take those 2 M4s away, you keep this GZ line up to what? 2 M4s, a scout, pistol upgrades, potentially even MP9. Like, yeah, I mean, it's just... If you're GZ, what do you do? Like, you're just getting bullied everywhere across the map. You're not necessarily fighting, right? Like, we spoke about this on Dust 2 as well. It does take them a little while to work out where FlyQuest are going.
Yeah.
But, if it's a map that GZ aren't playing well, they don't have a very good win percentage in Australia on this map. Yeah. So, Hambo, you show us the scoreboard when Tux is playing horribly, but you don't show us the skins when we ask for the skins on Nuke. I understand.
Well, I think he's locking in for that 007, which, it doesn't really show up anymore for that sort of read now, which kind of sucks, because it was going 070.
Oh, now he wants to show us the skins. Too late! You know what? It's kind of like when... It's like, hey, why don't you buy me flowers enough? And then you buy me flowers. I don't want them.
I think you're just being petty, mate.
I don't want them, Hambo, because I had to ask for them. You should know.
It's a nice actual push through CT side through what Omichella's just got through completely there. Most of the FlyQuest squad are over towards the B main side, but Omichella, this is a fantastic spot. And you have to wonder if they will clear this one out. At the same time, though, JKS, he's gotten in through a main completely. So just a bunch of spots that everyone sort of overlooked, but chances on both ends. And yeah, JKS is just on A side by himself. He doesn't quite know it yet, but the side is just complete. How has that happened?
I mean, that's GZ. They're playing a style of Counter-Strike where they're just heavy on that mid-emphasis because that's where FlyQuest have just been bullying them. You take that water control, and he expects that. He expects the push through water. Omicello, I don't think made any noise. That's an insane read out of FlyQuest there, but they're going to get punished for the water presence at all. JKS out on that A site. We'll see the plant going down. Vex site. Well, there's one. Can't make it two, however. But bomb's ticking. There's a timer on this round.
Netix and JKS, the ones waiting here. And Netix, if he finds this one onto Hazard, going to make it incredibly difficult here for GZ. Spots it, doesn't want to take the fight fully. JKS in the meantime has copped a bit of damage though. Actually just group up together, blinded off that angle as well. But Netix finds the first. JKS will get that one back. And he gets the second as well. Not the cleanest, but FlyQuest will not care. 6-1. That gap continues to widen, and GZ lost bonuses with them, but I mean, it's just feeling like they, like FlyQuest read that one there. I'm assuming the only reason they've sort of thought of that is because the JKS is into the site that far, that, you know, they must have done some sort of aggression from GZ's side, but that's rough. And unfortunately, FlyQuest looking to just keep getting more rounds here.
It's good to see that Tux is best mate to that one.
And Owen.
Owen 7. God, I'm funny now. I'm funny now. How good.
You're a comedian, mate.
I try to be, mate. I try to be. No, this is yeah. This is really hard. It's like watching my idol just not play. It's like watching Lionel Messi the other day, just not playing a great game against England.
I mean, it happens. Look, there is the lower bracket final after this. They can still qualify for playoffs.
Qualify quest?
Qualify.
Whoa! Hey, I like that one. Fly quest lower bracket confirmed in the script.
Just know it, mate. Just know it.
Just confirmed it. Just confirmed. HLTV confirmed. Put that on your spreadsheet. Yeah, I mean, another A main hit out of FlyQuest. This is they just continue to just abuse this site. They just continue to abuse it, and GZ just don't have a counter to it at all, because FlyQuest is just going to keep hitting it until GZ do anything about it.
They do have the numbers this time around, so that is at least something to work with there. And the rifles aren't too bad. Trades, but then it all just sort of falls to pieces as now Omicello, he's been the standout on this GZ half so far, and just decides to go away at the right time. Grad misses that kill, and Omicello decides, I might actually go in and fight this one here.
He has to.
Does he think about Grad playing it? Oh, he does. It's off mid-side. Okay, there's actually a chance for this one now. Flies away from the flash. He gets the ding, but it's an M4. And Gratisfaction will take the kill. Oh, that one hurts. FlyQuest up to 7. And ground 0. They're in this weird spot now where they can continuously sort of keep buying enough, but I feel like now it's just going to be a couple of pistol upgrades. That's it. And you've got, call the time out here.
Have a chat.
Yeah, 5 rounds left. Actually, geez, it's 4 rounds left now in this first half. I mean, how do they really get themselves out of this hole here?
Keep digging. Keep digging, you'll pop out the other side if you keep going down the hole.
No, we have to dig up.
Yeah, you got to dig up, mate. You got to dig up. I mean, I don't know. It feels as if FlyQuest have just been playing just standard Anubis here, and GZ's just Anubis pool isn't good enough. Don't laugh at that. Don't laugh at that. Don't laugh at Hambo trying to be funny, because he's not.
You kept doing you, Hambo. Ground Zero will continue to try and keep finding rounds, something they have not been unfortunately too successful with. Perhaps though, again, they've found the numbers the right spot here, but they're just not ready for the play towards Waterside and Nexus up close. They're trying to challenge in main. They've already been taken out from that, and APOC Dunk goes down. Wow, this is that's just rough viewing.
I don't know how many. I think I've used up my entire vocabulary for how to describe this. Should we start making up ways to describe this map?
I mean, what's that one? There's one I like that was there. What can you say? It was like savage, brutal, wrecked.
Savage, brutal, awful, disgusting, terrible.
I'm trying to think who does that line.
Piers Morgan, bro.
Not Piers.
He's British. That's the only British person ever.
No, that's from a cast of something. It's like the aftermath. Savage, brutal. Well, what else can you say? Savage, brutal, wrecked.
It might be a Bardoff quote.
No, it wasn't Bardoff.
What? It was now Lord and Saviour James Bardoff?
No. Have to come back to that one. Perhaps we'll find out.
Well, think about English talent.
It's not. I think he's English. Maybe the way I'm saying it, I'm just imagining he's English. Also, I can't hear anything in my head because I've got all the arcade members or DXA screaming downstairs. That matchup, there's a bit more vocals about it. There was a bit, this first map, yeah, since then it is just, I mean, FlyQuest have just been dominant here to start Anubis, and unfortunately for GZ, they just haven't really been able to get a footy in a couple of moments, but look, I mean, Anubis it's T-sided, I guess. Like, you're just not going to be able to dig yourself out of an 8-1 when it's about to be a 9-1. Oh, APOC done. The last alive. And FlyQuest, they are all business right now as they are just possibly 4 rounds away from locking in a spot in the playoffs tomorrow.
They're sleepy times. They want to go to bed, man.
Yeah, 7:05. And we've got 2 best-of-3s to follow this one, which I think are split between the A and B stream.
Yeah, they're split between A and B.
Yeah. So I think we're running on a decent schedule here.
We're actually ahead because of these games. Cheers, FlyQuest. Appreciate ya.
Well, after the start this morning where we were getting compared to XSE.
Sorry, what?
The text delays and everything.
Text delays, what?
Tech delays this morning.
Oh, tech delays. I thought you said text delays. And I'm like, what?
Meantime, they've actually got the double orb setup. I like this. They poked out with the first one there, but Netix just creeps through the smoke. Oh, Homie-Chella, though. Response is fantastic. JKS gets that one back, but just when you think maybe GZ having something to work with, close but no cigar. And APOC Dart is on the rotation, but surely he can't find this one.
Might have been. I'm thinking about that comment. Might be Red Eye. Maybe James Banks, one of those two. No?
Possibly. Again, if anyone knows, we'll either find out afterwards. We'll get that information across to you guys. Don't worry, as APOC done.
We've got prod on it. Prod's on it. Don't worry, guys. Don't worry, guys.
Oh, that shot not far off, but won't connect. JKS finds it 10-1 as we come into the last round of this first half, and it has been, well, another stomp here from FlyQuest. They are looking at trying to make their second 13-1 of the day. And, yeah, look, it's a bit of a hard one here because we came in thinking Ground Zero, they've got a chance. Like, again, FlyQuest, one of the best teams here, of course, international team. It's going to be difficult. And a bit of it does too. That there were some moments thinking, okay, they might be able to do this. But Anubis has just snuffed every sort of bit of hope or positive vibes they would have had for that first map.
Well, yeah, you said it best, mate. You said it best before these maps even started. If Dust 2 was not won by GZ, this is a 2-0. You said it best, and we're seeing the result of what happens when GZ can't win D2 against the best team here in this competition, which is them having to go to FlyQuest's map pick, and it's it's them suffering the consequences of having to go to FlyQuest's map pick, where, oh, okay, Homie-Chella, okay. But I mean, time's still ticking. There's a man advantage here for FlyQuest. We're just going to see a 3-man B-main retake. The flash is perfect. Ins for 2. Slimy the last man standing. 3 to find. And it looks as if this half is just going to be stuck towards... Okay, well, time ticking. There's nothing to do here.
Few kills through the smoke. Make it look nice here as Slimy continues to fire, not quite connecting. Go for the knife here, having a bit of fun. And JKS with an eagle will shut things out. He's 18-2. Wow, I hadn't even clocked in what was going on.
12.
So, two things to focus on here. How many more kills can JKS get, and can Tux find a kill? Because
if Tux gets a kill on JKS, I think I'm just going to start celebrating. I'm taking the rest of the night off. I'm celebrating.
You got to celebrate the little things.
Yeah, it's the small
little wins.
It's the small wins, like Arcade finally being quiet downstairs. That entire round, they're just screaming like, I don't even know how to describe it. I don't even know who was screaming, but they're just loud. Not a fan.
They're getting into it. Bit of power behind it. Well, actually, how is the first map going on there? Have they finished their
first map? Arcade won it. 7-5 scoreline at the moment. Arcade leading map 2. DXA, they're pushing them.
Keeping it there. That's good.
Yeah, I mean, this T-side will just be looking to try and take some water presence, and it'll be under some significant duress. FlyQuest, it's a win and in for this round, as Vexai with the dualies at least gets a nice little start. Flashes will go out. Vexai wants a little bit more. He'll look to try and take on a few more fights, but for GZ, there really just isn't a lot. I mean, you got JKS sitting on this A site with dualies himself. He'll probably just look to swing or be swung. Really, that's going to be the question. You're just going to ego swing this, and you will. Gets one. Omichello at least gets the trade. That's the A site default. Bomb will at least potentially go down, but with Hazard gone, that's going to just open up the entire...
So backline. So this kill from Omichello needs to come through. Finds it. All of a sudden, 3v2. APOC done with a duel. He's up close. Oh, hello. Swings it back around. Vexite now left in the 1v2 situation. Swings onto that USP. Hits the first. Tries to get the second. Oh, no. APOC done. He will find it. It's not clean. But Ground Zero will not care. They take the pistol. They stay alive for a little bit longer. And FlyQuest, I mean, CT side, you're not really going to have the buy into this one, so yeah, pretty much have to give this round up.
Tux might get his first kill.
It could happen.
It could happen.
Tux can for this
MP7 on Vexite? Why is he forcing?
Oh, he's feeling. Oh, they've all forced now. Oh, okay. Oh, no. Maybe that Tux kill isn't forthcoming. We might have to hold off on that one just for a second.
Hey, can I get a rain check on the Tux kill, guys? Take it out of the script. I didn't like it anymore. I've gotten a very angry text from Little Happy Coleman about your comment before saying it's red eye and asking if I'm an idiot.
Oh.
But I'm a Chella. Good for 2. Spray transfer does its job.
The MP7. Oh no, Grad Vexite. They come through perfectly to hold this one down the site-wise, and now Hazard and APOC done. They need to find these kills. Hazard will get that one onto Vexite. 2v2 situation now, and you have taken away those SMGs that had been bought up, at least for the time being. They've still got 60 seconds to play here, but they're sort of just trapped a little in this spot. Inns has already made the rotation around, and APOC Dud is thinking about it.
He can't back out.
You've got to go forward with this one. Bomb in hand. And this is the part here. When does Inns start to creep forward more? And it's starting to look now. APOC Dud. Oh, the peek. He didn't see it. He did not see him. He's dead to no! Fumbles it, and APOC Dud will punish him for it. That should have been a 12th probably for FlyQuest.
He gets paid to play the game. He gets paid to play the game.
Yeah, mate, we're all human, mate. You're really happy with that one, aren't you?
That's OC Nico moment. That's crazy.
Unfortunate, but there's all things down 11-3. But now FlyQuest, they have to go for this. Okay, Vexite's just doing whatever he wants to.
Well,
yeah. It could be a good buy there, mate. Beautiful use of that M4A1S. Let's see what Grat can do with it.
Did he hit anything?
Okay, Grat didn't.
Tux did it! He did it!
Yeah!
He got a kill! Woo!
Let's go. Tux on the board and GZ are flowing. This should be 3 rounds in a row here. As Inns is forward. He's looking for a knife. It almost actually comes through. Having a bit of a laugh about that one. In trouble. I mean, everyone, but Justin's having look how happy he is.
This is the happiest Justin I think has ever been.
He's got like 20. He's 20 and 4. He's just a joyous beam of sunshine.
I love how Kalen and JKS. Oh, you keep calling him Justin, mate. You're not friends like that. I love how Kalen and JKS have the same facial expression, even though they're on two different ends of the spectrum.
Locked in. It's all business once you're on the server. It's now FlyQuest. Well, this is going to be it. See if they can respond here. Got the full buy in, and okay, Tux is activated now. We need to stand back here.
Yeah, cheers, Taff. Show us the skins next time, bud. Well, see, ends. At least being able to fight off Omicella. That aim punch is brutal. That aim punch is brutal. But he's able to work through it, get himself the pick. Tux has doubled up in terms of the kill feed. Can he double up in the round? Yes, he can. He's got himself 3 now, and this could potentially even be the opener for this B site, and it is. B crumbles to the hands of Tux. Unk on Unk violence is absolutely absurd these days. Has it a fine ends, it'll just be JKS by himself, the 1v3. Has a load.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, you can't really do anything else into this round, so JKS will scurry away. And ground zero, they're putting some respectability on the scoreboard, which is always a plus. And
I think it's called desperation.
Yep. They're getting rounds, man. What do you want from them?
Can't say what I want from them. I can't say it. I feel bad. I'm gonna cancel. We'll end up on the Reddit again for a second time today. No, I can't believe we ended up on Reddit today.
Oh, we didn't.
Yeah, we did.
Well,
we were commentating the clip that ended up on Reddit.
Yes, well, it happens to the best of us, mate.
It does, but look, it shouldn't be happening to us. We're better than that.
Well, there's Dan. GZ, 11-5. Probably in the driver's seat for a 6 here, considering FlyQuest the buy. I mean, Grat's been given that orb, so JKS sacrificing the rifle they could have kept there. Seeing what this orb might be able to do, and it might actually find at least maybe. Oh, no. It was.
Ooh, that's an elbow.
What?
No, it was only a tag.
Only tag.
Had to be through a wall. Omicella at least finishes the job. GC, they get the opening pick and they are the guys backing out.
Well, I mean, it kind of works well for them. I mean, as your FlyQuest, you start second guessing of what they're actually going to be doing there. Do they go back towards that B side? Are they now just completely invest into A? And it's caused a rotation away. Greatest Faction does find a nice kill there onto APOC Dud, but it's just JKS on this A site, and he's only got the MP9. There's no way he's ready for this.
Not at all. He doesn't expect it to be that close, and the nade will come out. Does just sort of show off how unaware he was of where GZ could have been, especially after that pick from Grat. But a nice little mid-presence push coming through from Omicella. That'll take out ins. So Grat has to be very, very careful.
Yeah, would very much like to keep this AWP, and probably does. The ground zero searching a bit. But you also just want to keep these rifles around. And yeah, like, full credit to them. This T side has been pretty decent. I mean, Anubis is it's a T-sided map. So that's something that's always going to work with them nicely. But if anything, it has been a nice response. This Vexa, that is a dirty dig on the hazard there. What a shot.
Has Vexite's deagle ever been clean?
It
continues to be dirty. Every time you look at it, it's just filthy, mate. Clean it.
MP9. Not far behind.
I mean, 4 rifles coming through FlyQuest now. I think enough for the silly business. They've stopped forcing themselves into these weird buys. They've stopped forcing themselves on the pistols. They've got the rifles here. I got a feeling this will be a boys. Let's just finish this off. You'd imagine. GZ, they've got a little bit of momentum, but realistically, how this game's been playing so far, like, yes, you got a little bit of production coming out of Tux, a little bit of production coming out of Hazard. It hasn't been a lot, though. And they're your two veterans that aren't necessarily being able to find a hell of a lot of impact here. So, you know, if you're one of the young guys like Omicello, like Slimy, you know, what do you really have to look towards, you know what I mean?
The gods.
Well, I mean... yeah, but I think we all look towards God in a bit of a weird way.
Yeah.
You know, your mate Justin, aka OC Counter-Strike God.
You're never going to let that go, are you?
Hey, it's your mate.
Oh, boy.
It's your mate, buddy.
Yeah, well, mate.
I just don't know him that well, so I can't say his first name, mate.
Well, 60 seconds left in this round. Gratisfaction, that was the opener that FlyQuest were looking for.
That's the opener towards B main too.
And it's Omicello on top of that, who has been the star performer here for Ground Zero on this map. And I'd have to say throughout this series, and now they have to just sort of pick up the pace towards this A side. Apoc Dud gets a little look at his shoulder, can't quite connect there. In fact, he's more of a selling of a fake, but 30 seconds. I mean, how does this realistically work, especially as the CTs haven't left this one? Vexide is playing that other side there. They do walk through the smoke on the other end. Maybe there's a world where this works. Slimy with one. He needed the second, though. Rotations are already pretty much over here, so Apoc Dud and the rest have to start making their way in. Gratz hitting his shots, and Apoc Dud not long for this world. FlyQuest, the full buy, as you pointed out, Flamer, comes back in. No more funny business. 6 map and series points.
I may have lied about the funny business. They just picked up a second AWP on Anubis CT side. Could be for some funny business here.
The double AWP, when things aren't going well, it just seems to happen on most maps on the CT side.
Well, yeah, it's more of like a last-ditch effort to try and get something going. That's what a lot of teams use it as at the moment, especially with CS2, especially with how difficult AWPing is in CS2. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
I don't know. Yeah. Oh well. It's my thoughts on it. It's so loud.
GZ, here they come straight into this B-side chances, but they need to hit shots, and Vexide and Netix are just having the time of their lives. A shooting gallery for sure. Has her all but stands. He gets a look at an elbow, cops an aid right in the face, and that is done and dusted. Ground Zero cannot pull off the miracle they were hoping for. They were valiant. But in the end, FlyQuest, 13-7, 13-6, they are through to tomorrow's playoffs.
They are. They will be joining Thunder Down Under as our second team into the playoffs so far. And, I mean, look, Thunder Down Under, GZ, what did we think, bro? Well, was it just business as usual? Did you think that FlyQuest were just sitting there making a mockery of the series?
I mean, not particularly. Like, again, Ground Zero had their moments. I feel like where it ended is about what you'd expect for it. Like, Ground Zero having their moments and competing the best that they can. But FlyQuest, again, it's just that tier up. It is just that bit of difference that, you know, OCCS in general at a local level, it's going to take a very long time to try and get to that spot for a lot of these teams and players. But, you know, you have to go through this sort of pain to get to the spot where, you know, these FlyQuest boys are. So,
yeah,
it's a loss, but everything out of this series, out of this tournament for all these teams, it's useful.
It is, and I feel as if, you know, we saw a little bit of little silly shenanigans that I think FlyQuest were having on that, especially Anubis, especially on that CT side with just the continued force buys. But, you know, if they're wanting to try new things, feel free, even if it doesn't necessarily make sense, where they're just letting Vexite just run around, run amok. We'll give you a quick update over on that B stream.
There's a lot of noise for it. I would like to know what the scoreline's looking at.
11-8 Arcades way.
So they're closing in on a 2-0 themselves.
Yeah, and if that goes 2-0, then we will be seeing Arcade taking on GZ to see out what will potentially be the fourth one of the fourth teams. And then we've got Rooster Mindfreak later tonight to come through. But FlyQuest, we're saying goodbye to them for today. We'll see them tomorrow. But you know who else we get to see? Young Hereford.
Who do we get to see?
We get to see young two-tap Tony. He's kidnapped a player and he's going to ask him some questions. So go ahead, Tone.
I don't know about kidnapped. That's a bit whack. But of course, I'm standing sideline here with APOC after a little bit of a rough loss. You really brought it to them towards the end there. How are you feeling about that one?
Yeah, it would have been good not to start down 11-1 on two-sided Davis. Yeah, it might have been a different story if we started on T. I don't know, but yeah, we just kind of let it slip at the end, and I mean, we're just getting fisted on CT. So what are you gonna do? Yeah,
it's Anubis. What are you gonna do? But yeah, you get a little bit of, I guess, domestic international rep against FlyQuest. How did that feel?
Yeah, bro. I mean, it's the first time I played them in fucking yonks. I actually can't remember the last time I played any of them. And nice to get a little bit of a reminder that you're shit. No, we scrimmed them a couple of times the last few days, which was the first time I'd seen them play in Australia for so long. But yeah, it does just kind of show the gap a bit, like individual skill, and also just like their drowning's just a lot snappier. Obviously, kind of like predicting what you're going to do just a little bit faster. But yeah, it was actually, I mean, it's nice to play them again after so long of a drought.
Absolutely. It's good to see him back and getting the reps in, getting some prac in. Of course, I believe the other game's still currently going on. I believe Arcade DXA, who do you feel like you probably have a better matchup against?
Not that team. Fuck me. Probably, I actually don't know. I think DXA have been playing pretty well, but we're just really confident against both teams. I think on paper Arcade's better, but I actually don't know who just won. I think it was Arcade. Yeah. I mean, I'm confident against both. I think they're pretty similar. Maybe Arcade's obviously a little bit better. But I think there's a bit of a gap between them and FlyQuest, so I'm kind of a bit more confident. Yeah.
Oh, well, thank you, Tom. Thank you for joining us, and have a good one. Rest up, mate. Back to you guys.
Near your mouth.
For most of it, the swing around doesn't. The thing was, he was doing his hand movements, but it was for both hands because that's how you usually do it. So, and you get used to doing this on broadcast. Where it's like, but the mic is already set there. But that's all right. Yeah.
We love you, Tone.
We love Tone.
You, mate. We love you.
We love Tom. And
we do love Tom.
Pretty some decent insight there. Like, again, that sort of thing. Not too fussed about it in the sense of, as he said, it's just fun to play them again. Because, again, you don't get to play against the FlyQuest guys, even though they are Australian. Most of the time they are overseas. And, well, as we heard, Arcade, of course, make their way through to play GZ in the lower bracket final. So that one will actually be quite interesting. 13-7 was the best of one. That went GZ's way. But, I mean, Arcade, look, as we've heard, they're loud. They want to get inside other teams' heads. They will absolutely think they've got a chance in that one.
They most definitely will. And who thought that DXA and Abyssal were on the same level? But, speaking of leveling up, unlike Abyssal and DXA, who have gone home, we can improve your home with the help of HyperX and Intel. A big thank you to them for sponsoring this event. We'll have ourselves a little bit of a quick break. Deciding matches coming up, ladies and gentlemen. Rooster taking on Mindfreak, and we're also going to be having GZ taking on Arcade. It is Much Watch Counter-Strike. If you got two monitors, we're taking up both, baby. It's DFRAG. We're having ourselves a bit of a break. Well, welcome back to the HyperX Intel Nationals 2026 production masterclass. We've got upstairs.
Beautiful.
You
Intro
love to
of
see
all
it.
time.
One of the greatest of all time. Actually, one of the greatest to ever do it. Tag Jay Flannery himself. Boys, we're here. Our final BO3 of the night. We're going to find out who goes home, who goes through Rooster, Mind Freak, as well as FlyQuest and GZ and Arcade. Holy, that would have been an absolute shocker. Fellas, we'll take a look at both of those matchups. What are we feeling? What are we thinking? We'll start off with Rooster, Mind Freak. Give us a quick synopsis on what do we reckon, Tone?
Look, I think Rooster are mad. They're pissed. They've had a little bit of a break,
Mad
and
like
they're probably ready to destroy Mind Freak. If I'm being honest.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes Mind Freak don't have that dog in them. Jim, you agree with that?
Oh, look, I don't think Mind Freak are ones to roll over so easily, but look, if Rooster got the dog in them,
yeah,
they thought they were a chicken.
Well,
take many shapes. Rooster take many shapes.
You don't want to take the Rooster.
Well, I say fear the cock for a reason. But we'll take a look at GZ Arcade. Of course, this is a matchup that we've had previously today, where GZ beat Arcade 13-7. Do we see any changes in terms of that outcome in the BO3s?
I wouldn't necessarily say that the changes are going to be massive, but the question is have Arcade gone away and actually gone back to the drawing board of that match, had a look at things, how they've gone wrong, how quickly have they been able to dissect that and then come up with a game plan to, I guess, rectify all the mistakes?
So, anything to the contrary?
Yeah, look, I think it's probably a storyline of momentum as well, because Arcade, they just come off a hard-fought series against DXA, and they were getting loud. Like, I was down there, waiting for the interview with GZ, and I'm like, oh my god, these boys are really, really going at it. And for a team like GZ, they've, just unfortunately fall to FlyQuest, and it's like, we saw a little bit of a GZ comeback in later stage of that Anubis, but of course they didn't really get to play the game they wanted to.
Yeah, there was moments of, I guess, resistance from Ground Zero, but it was always going to be an uphill battle for them in that matchup anyway. But yeah, just weren't able to string multiple rounds together back to back. Kind of faltered, and then once FlyQuest get back into that game, you're really going to find it quite difficult. So yeah, look. Are they going to be able to then take some confidence out of that matchup and take it into this Arcade game? I'd say so, because FlyQuest are quite a level above most of these teams that we've seen here today, and I think it's pretty safe to say that from what we've seen in server, that is definitely playing out. But yeah, Ground Zero and Arcade, I think it's going to be Arcade that's going to have to really step up in this matchup. I'm keen to hear them yell at each other, because these two teams are really quite vocal. So these are two teams that are going to get in each other's faces. They're going to get loud. You might hear them through the floorboards, and I mean that's the atmosphere that we've got here.
Of course, I mean a bit of a grudge match from last LAN when Arcade did knock out GZ, a bit of a surprise to everybody. I don't think the early changes have really been Slimy and Hazard, but we will take a look at those lineups just to reintroduce those people who are here joining us freshly. Who's part of GZ? Who's a part of Arcade? You guys get to find out, and we'll be there with you.
Paralyzed.
It's good to see Tuck still has some moves. It hasn't changed from the last time we saw that. It still gets funnier every time. But boys, we'll take a look at that GZ Arcade matchup. You don't think that they're necessarily Is the chance for an upset as we take a look at the vetoes? We'll have a look at them. Is there a chance that GZ get sort of punished for this veto? I mean, we've got Mirage coming in from Arcade, Dust 2 to be picked for GZ, and Nuke to be our decider. I mean, Arcade just came off a cash and they performed quite well against DXA. You don't think that Arcade playing against DXA and being pushed by DXA is a problem?
Look, I don't think so. I feel like Arcade's probably just going to play the game that's in front of them, whereas GZ, they're going to play, I'd imagine, a little bit more of a mental game. GZ, one of those teams that plays a little bit slower, a little bit more structured, whereas Arcade, I feel like it's one of those flashier kind of, I wouldn't say a pug team, they're a little bit more structured, but they're one of those teams that really wants to get in your face.
Yeah, look, I mean, it's safe to say Ground Zero got their comfort pick in Dust 2. They didn't look comfortable at all against FlyQuest though, but you're never going to look comfortable against a team that's just that next level. Yep. But yeah, in this matchup, I think it's a pretty big and important map for them. And you know, if anything, I'd be looking to Nuke to really try and round this series out, because I think these two teams are going to be quite competitive across this entire series. To be honest with you, like Tux is a decent player. But as far as replacing Vision in this lineup, I just don't think they're cohesive enough. So yeah, they potentially might drop a map here. I don't think they're going to drop the series, but I think they might be vulnerable on at least one map.
Well, boys, I'm going to leave you to it. Have fun. Don't have too much fun without me, all right?
Well, I mean, we'll try not to.
We'll try not to. You never know what happens though in the server flame.
That is yet to be written. And well, for Ground Zero, they're going to hopefully be on the counter here, and already some presence being shown in mid, taking territory here. That's the name of the game. This late flank through underpass could prove problematic, but it's all going to hinge on the timing of this A execution. Haas has obviously got a lot of info. XX coming in. Oh, and he's gone.
Yeah, unfortunate timing there, swinging into 2. Good call from Arcade to send 2 towards that under lurk there. Of course, normally only send 1. Of course, the rest of Arcade now out on an A. Slimy hasn't been cleared here in Firebox, so this is going to be a very pivotal moment. Tux as well, coming from this flank quickly. GZ are all over this site, and Arcade don't even know what's about to hit them. Winnie's still up in Palace. Kraz is taking a ton of fire. Has to tuck towards Palace here, and of course, it is going to be Taylor. Some trades going in the favor of GZ. That kit is still somewhere in that site to play for. Taylor trying to fight his way out, but quickly bested by Umichella, and the defuse is now being stuck here. Tux has that kit. He's trying to do something, trying to make something happen against Night Raid, but Night Raid's going to win it out. Starts off with an Arcade pistol.
No, and don't you know it?
Yeah.
You can hear them.
Yeah.
They're literally in the walls here. That round, I thought Ground Zero were going to be set up quite nicely.
Yep.
Slimy was the splinter cell. He was deep behind enemy lines, sitting under the balcony, and could have done a lot of damage there. Unfortunately for him, he just missed the timing. All those Arcade players had put pressure on Jungle and Con, and so they just weren't within striking distance. And it was a scrappy round, but they got the job done. And more importantly, now they're going to try and face this anti-eco. They've got the Scout on Apoc Dud, and just the I guess best of what they can buy, the Whitlam sampler, a bit of everything. To try and get themselves in contention for this round. But yeah, just now swinging off the contact on A main. You've got a lot of presence in mid from Arcade. It's being given to them free territory over towards B. It's just Hazard with a single deagle. Good luck. Oh, sorry, there's Taylor.
Yeah, Taylor going to be walking up short. Everybody has it. Went that deagle, has to drop down, takes another shot. Michella actually finding mechanical there before Arcade can even get up through short. So GZ are going to make their fast rotate up through where Arcade just came from. And Night Raid on the edge of this smoke. Tux and the rest of his boys are going to flood on through. Night Raid, too many targets to deal with, too many bullets to shoot. Winnie in the middle of the site here. Arcade, at least they have the plant down. A ton of damage has been done to GZ as well, so pretty favourable position here for Arcade. Taylor nailing 2, make it 3. Michella out of commission. Arcade, that's another one, and you can, again, just hear the energy coming out of these boys.
Yeah, they got a lot of energy to be dispersed in this round, and look, Ground Zero actually were in contention there. I thought Hazard was just going to be steamrolled in that site. He did a good job of just holding them up a little bit. And they were competitive, Ground Zero. They just couldn't get the duels going their way. Arcade, if it wasn't for Taylor, he's done a good job of just stitching that round together for them. But I think now with Ground Zero's money, they're just going to try and catch Arcade off guard. Big stack towards this B site. Big gamble. Why not? Just see whether or not Arcade go through their protocols, their fundamentals.
APOC got a killer flash here to go short on Steezy. We're all grouped up and ready to go. Of course, Arcade just kind of taking all the space that they can, especially with the guns that they've got. Has a perfect shot there on a Kraz, but Night Raid there to help out with Winnie. Omnichella, though, with 2 of his own with the flash assist from APOC. That's the team play we expect to see from GZ. And now, a lot of guns dropped in mid, but not really retrievable here for GZ because the looming threat of Arcade still being there. But of course, they're going to rotate over to A here. Pretty much a free site to take. No contention here from GZ, but now they're able to get the guns here, Jim.
Yeah, there's something on offer, at least on short. So they're going to be able to pick that up. APOC Dud has the Galil. Now, is he going to go for the long flank over towards this site? Ooh. Yes, he is. Yeah. So this is going to be really quite critical that they eliminate him in this post plant. Omichella's here on the site, so Arcade have got to dismantle this site hold. They don't even know that the flank's a possibility yet.
Can't even suspect a thing yet. 30 seconds. As Arcade, they have forced clear all their corners. Spot Omnichella on the pixel there from Winnie. That bomb's going to go down, but APOC's going to stop it. Molly goes towards triple, and Taylor now needs to fight against 2. 1 Galil, 1 Deagle, and the time as well is fighting against him. Taylor, you need to get this bomb down, secure himself in a position that he needs to fight. Omnichella is going to swing, but 3 seconds. I don't think he has the plan. Oh, he just gets it in time. APOC is wrapped through Palace here. He's got a timing that Taylor's not going to be aware of, but Taylor finds the shot. Another round gifted to Arcade. I wouldn't say gifted. Taylor looking sharp out there.
He pulls him out of the fire there, to be honest with you. I mean, Omichella's done a great deal of work with the Deagle in that round. The problem was he was the one that was solo peeking there on that second fake plant.
Yeah.
And they got it down in the nick of time. He really wanted to take up maybe another half second of his time to make sure he didn't have time to plant, but yeah, I mean, that's unfortunate the way that the chips have fallen for Ground Zero, but it's the gun round. No need to cry anymore.
An AWP out of APOC there. Very aggressive. Lower middle control going to be fought for. While the rest of Arcade, they just get out A for free. Smokes on stairs, smokes on jungle. And well, Kraz leading the charge. Slimy, going to be taking out Taylor. More smiles here for GZ attempting this retake. Arcade, though, they'll get the bomb down. Pretty good post-plant situation, of course. Gonna have to get back up into Palace. Kraz still fighting for CT control. And that flash comes out. Not gonna blind Kraz. The second one definitely will. Tuck's at least able to trade, but Night Raid's there. Power in numbers here for Arcade. They'll secure themselves another round. The forced save here from GZ, especially with that open play.
Yeah, big opportunity here for Arcade to go on a run around. The CT economy's not quite there yet, so it's not really able to recover them at this point. But I mean, if you're Arcade, you can be confident going out of that. If anything, on the CT side here, you've got Ground Zero. They're being very proactive. They're taking a lot of initiative. However, those pushes through mid are leaving that A site very exposed. And if you're Arcade, IGL right now, give yourself a pat on the back. You've got their you've got the read on their mid push. You've gone into your A exec very quickly with a lot of conviction. And Ground Zero just standing on the sidelines while that side exec's coming in. There's nothing they can do, especially when the entries are being made to look quite easy. So Ground Zero just got these save weapons to try and do something with. They have bought in around the rest of the team, and they're just going straight back into what's worked for them. No need to change it.
Yeah, nothing crazy needs to be maneuvered here. Omnichella, though, and APOC actually have gotten up in a Palace. This is quite an aggressive position to be playing for, and, well, it pays off. Arcade get the site, but they have to be cautious now of that Palace play, and as well the rat that comes from CC. Plant will go down, some good nade damage there onto the members of Arcade. Tagged up quite a bit here. APOC and Omnichella now going going to wrap over towards A main. Night Raid's got a little bit of an inkling that they might be coming from this flank. He's on it down quite quickly. Omichella will take out Night Raid. Tux takes out Mechanical, dismantling Arcade in this retake piece by piece. The all four. Taylor still there, fighting for dear life. Diffuse being stuck. There's nothing Taylor can do about it. Hazard will get the jump to Taylor. First round to Cheesy and methodical, I have to say.
Yeah, look, they went straight back into what worked for them, Arcade. Difference was, though, Ground Zero weren't fully committed to that mid push. Yeah. This time they actually had that heads up play, double palace.
Yeah.
Based on spawn entirely, they were able to get themselves into a very difficult position, given that Arcade went straight back into the A exec. So that was always going to be a risk of running the same strat. But Ground Zero are very persistent in being very proactive on the CT side. It's worked for them. They're going to keep doing it, and they're going to keep catching Arcade potentially in some uncomfortable positions.
Yeah, I'm liking this. A little bit of a change-up. APOC on the AWP, and giving that one a whirl, of course. Unfortunately, you don't really have their primary AWP vision, of course, as we said during the desk, being MIA here for GZ. And, you know, somebody's going to take up the duties, and, you know, why not lead from the front? Your captain, your IGL, very reminiscent of a Semperfi roster, of course. Keen leading from example, leading with that AWP as the IGL. And, you know, when you're hitting shots, it feels like nothing can go wrong as an IGL. As we'll see, a little bit of spam coming out towards Underbound from Winnie. Omnichella, though, just some great timing through the smoke kills here.
Yeah, just able to use that timing quite well to find another. Now in the post plant, 4v3. APOC died again, just picking up another with the AWP. It's getting very difficult now for just Taylor to make it work. And his post plant positioning is good, but just too many to get. So Arcade just not able to find that fifth just yet. Ground Zero doing a great job. You mentioned APOC died on the AWP. Not unfamiliar territory for him. He has AWP'd an IGL before. It's a position he's comfortable in. Whether or not he likes it, that's another story. But he's got a lot of experience at the helm, and you know, with that big green too. So quite a natural fit for him to maybe take up those duties for this event.
Yeah, no, it feels fitting. APOC, very calm guy as well. You know, he doesn't let a missed shot or two really bother him. He's very calm. I was going to say, you know, I spoke to him after that loss to FlyQuest, and he's like, yeah, look, it happens. We're just going to go next and see what we can do. So, well, Arcade, seeing what they can do in this one. Pistols, of course, trying to get through a little bit of a sneaky lowest take. Great boost up here from Hazard and Slimy. APOC as well, still floating around towards Connector with that AWP, so GZ committing a lot of members to this mid hold and could pay off here. APOC pretty posted. Tuck's actually going to find that first one though.
Doesn't get the shot there, but he does know that there are present numbers in mid. And that's exactly what Ground Zero are doing in a lot of these rounds, is they're looking to contest mid, they're looking to push based on their spawns. And it's really unsettling Arcade now, once they've got that, I guess that worked out. So Arcade just going to have to go back to the drawing board in terms of what they do in these rounds. What it's going to force them to do, it's going to force them to play slower, because they're going to be waiting. They're going to have to wait out these pushes from Ground Zero. So it's going to chew up the amount of time they've got going for them in the round. So we might start to see some faster rounds coming out of Arcade, and that's just the nature of which, you know, you've got to try and counter that CT aggression with something.
Yeah.
So, yeah, you might see them try and contest mid to get some info here, Arcade, but I wouldn't be surprised to see them switch it up and go towards these other sites quite quickly based on, you know, that information and numbers game that they're playing.
Yeah, definitely maybe try for a little bit of a faster B split. Omichella, he's going to be getting pretty fast. Angling him here and Tux, both going hand in hand. Winnie does find Tux at least. He's able to fall back to safety. Tosses out a high flash just to let Omnichella know. And he's still holding that one down. Arcade, though, posturing over towards that B side as we expected to see. A hasn't been working for them. GZ have gotten some good reads now. And now, all up in towards the T apartments. It is just going to be APOC actually solo with that AWP. Here's a little bit of a footstep. It has to fall back.
Yep, he's got to go. He knows they're going to exec on him pretty quickly. Well, it doesn't hit that shot, but now the cavalry's here. They've arrived through market. He's going to burn away though. I'm not sure he's too aware, but does find one through the smoke. Not able to find the second. He's hunted. And now Taylor and Winnie, they've got to fashion something together. They're on opposite ends of this A site, or this B site, sorry. So, has it caught with a grin out. That's not going to work. So, Omicella stepped on and squashed by Winnie. And so, what we saw was some, I guess, faster rounds coming out from Arcade. Once they had that info, right, you could see. They knew that the push potential was coming in on that A main. They were able to find one. But from there, they were then very, very fast to react and hit the B site. So, yeah, it's forcing them to play slower. They've made those adjustments. And so, do ground zero do something different. They're trying something every round on their CT side. It's either like a palace-based spawn push. They're either flooding mid. They haven't done anything in B apps, but, I mean, that's usually quite risky. And even in that last round, they're double pushing A main. So, like, this CT side that they're playing is very disruptive. It does have its benefits, but when your opponent's playing slower and forcing you to respect them a little bit more, you really do struggle. And that's exactly what Ground Zero are starting to run into, is a bit of a struggle.
Yeah, that was Winnie just playing very passively. He took that one fight against Tux. They went hand in hand, so I can't fault GZ in that regard, but yeah, you saw Winnie take his one and just completely slow down the clock. The rest of Arcade rotated over, and GZ, unfortunate, just only left one to the site there. The unfortunate thing about being the B anchor is if you get run at like that, it's hard to hold that site down.
Yep. And you've even got this underpass Overwatch going on at the moment. I don't know if they're going to check that, but they haven't got numbers through underpass this round. So first round, they haven't sent someone there. So Slimy's position, not necessarily useful for the frag, but will be good for the rotate here towards this B side.
Yeah, Kraz up in ladder as well. This is a pretty fast position to be in. I don't know if GZ is going to expect that one. As soon as Hazza hears the apps players, though, the call will be to rotate over. Already has Tux to help him out, and, well, smoke dropped onto the Molly. Molly towards the middle of the site, so Hazza can't hide there. And, well, Kraz has taken a bit of damage. The rest of them are coming through, flank from Slimy. And, well, the shots are coming good here for GZ. Arcade now thwarted in their approach. They still have the bomb at least, but Night Raid Mechanical, duo of Arcade to try and do something. Has a picturesque shot here in Mechanical. He's going to maybe try to get to A, but Apox one step ahead.
Yeah, he's straight onto that. So all possibilities of getting into this A side are going to be locked out. But he's not necessarily facing. He's just playing purely based for information. So that flank from Slimy was always a potential. As soon as he had that position in underpass, as Apoc Dud will call this bomb coming out, does do the damage. And they get the bomb plan at least for Arcade, but Ground Zero, more importantly, get the round and keep 4 players alive, which is really important for that CT economy. And it's actually starting to build quite nicely as a result of that. But yeah, I guess the aggression coming out of Ground Zero on the CT side is still problematic for Arcade. Again, though, they've got to play their game. They've got to try and continue to hit these sites. They've got to try and speed things up a little bit after making them respect them in the early round.
And it's interesting looking at this like overall picture from Arcade, because I looked at this team and I was like, they've had some worrisome results, right? 5th to 8th in like most of the events that they've played in. As they'll try to get out A here, of course. GZ, though, they're happy to meet them, of course, with all the control that they've been taking up mid. A lot of the aggressive positioning towards short. Everybody's here ready to fire off. Tux, Apoc. That's a quick 2 from them. Taylor, at least with that Galil's trying to make something happen. And Taylor has been the shining point here for Arcade in some of these rounds. And he gets another there. Has, of course, 2 more. And Taylor could find a cheeky round for Arcade. But Slimy, he's not about it. Going back to my previous point, though, Arcade, you know, it was worrisome. I wasn't expecting a form like this after the results they've had. They dropped Jinxie. They brought Night Raid back in. Oranges as well back in as the coach. It feels like Arcade have found themselves again.
Yeah, I mean, they're starting to put some rounds together now in server, but yeah, as a roster, it looks as though they're far more comfortable with one another. It's that cohesion that you talk about, not just inside the server, but outside as well. And you know, I think it was great insight actually from Void in his interview that it was a team of friends, not just business.
Yeah.
And when you capture that within a team, it's usually the tougher games where you really do rely on that sort of team bond to get you through. So they're starting to put some rounds on the board. Ground Zero have clawed their way back, but I don't know. I feel like this is anybody's game at the moment. So that's exactly the kind of position you want to be in against. There we go, Ground Zero. Night Raid's just going to be able to cut this map wide open, hopefully even cut the rotation off this site. There we go. Apoc Dud just needed to hold his line on Michela. Holding the trigger, but couldn't get the next. And so they've got control of this A site.
Yeah, a little bit too aggressive for my liking. Not what we normally see from GZ. One of those teams that likes to let the action come to them. Slimy, though. It's going to make some action happen there over towards Connector. Night Raid, though, happy to take the fight with him. Now just left to Hazza. 1 versus 3. They're all around this middle position. So one good piece, one good flash, one good fight. High one goes out, but Hazza's read it. Knows the Taylor's there. He's got to know that there's a second because that flash came from mid-high. And now he's going to spot Mechanical. He's trying to find Kraz, though. Kraz is tucking him, waiting for the right time to pounce. Big round to pick up for Arcade to break away here towards the end of the half.
Yeah, they'll be looking for 7 after that. They'll definitely be confident too. So, yeah, it's Ground Zero that are probably going to be feeling the pressure right now. Don't know how their CT economy is faring, but I don't think it's going to be necessarily where they want it to be at this stage of the half. But Ground Zero are having a bit of a CT crisis at the moment. They've been aggressive in the early rounds. It's worked for them in the early stages of this half, but it's not really finding the success that they wanted to. And even then, they went for some mid-round CT aggression. Didn't work out for them. They got caught on that A-ramp push. So I think they're just going to be happy to sit back in this round and let Arcade steer the tempo, because that's going to be a little bit more successful for them, and as it has been.
Yeah, Apoc final one blind. Of course, probably already had the shot lined up. Just a flash that came out from Arcade. And now Mechanical and his boys, what do you do here? Of course, they've lost control of a ton of the map. They don't have any A main control. They don't have any palace control. Mid's up in the air. Mechanical's lurked out through a smoke here, but Slimy... Mechanical's gone, yeah. Gone like the wind. He's through. But somebody's expecting it. Tux turns to Motorhole. Mechanical finds it. Omichella there. Actually going to be on the secondary AWP of all things there for GZ. Now 2 left for Arcade to try and get on B. They're going to jump out the window. Apoc's got the shot primed and ready. Night Raid back to this roster and back to the spawn. 6-6 on the close of the half. Still hard to break a lead for these teams.
Yeah, look, I think Ground Zero worked out finally at the end there that they were maybe overplaying their CT side a little bit. And all they needed to do was just let things play out for them. But as they worked that out, now they're on the T side. So they've got to be the ones to set the tempo for the second half. I think if you're Arcade, you're pretty happy with that. 6 on your T side, on your map pick. So sets them up to bring it home strongly on CT. It's just now a question of getting the pistol and the subsequent antis.
Yeah, they got a bit quiet though. It's it's serious business now for Arcade. It's not just Taylor finding some crazy impact. It's GZ really fighting back for this one, and looking at the stats, it's pretty even spread across the GZ lineup. Omichella, of course, the one to break away here for GZ. And as we said, for Arcade, it's Taylor. So, both teams, they've got some quite talented individuals at their disposal. As now GZ looking for this B here. Mechanical does have a prime molly ready for it, though.
Drop that. Might be enough to split the hit. Not enough to get rid of Tux, though.
And has beautiful shots. Yeah, bomb down here for GZ. Arcade, unfortunately, can't really bunker it down to that one. GZ just kind of using the Glocks. They don't have to use any fancy utility. Just fire away those Glocks, spam away. Apoc as well, hold the flank. Good on another team kill here. Taylor ripping Winnie's head off. But he does find a shot, so, it's all's forgiven. He finds a lineup there. Double for him, I guess, in the round. But GZ, big pistol to pick up.
Yeah, just if he makes a mistake, let him know. That keeps him honest, right? Keeps him humble. Ground Zero, they'll be happy that they got themselves the early opener in the second half. I think for Arcade, it's very much a case of getting themselves stabilised, though, quite quickly. CT side, these anti-air curves are always tough, right?
Yeah.
Ground Zero are not messing about that. They're not mincing their words. They're going straight towards this B site. They just want to get this one run and done.
Yeah, for Arcade, don't mind a little bit of a mid push. Gets them a lot of early information. GZ going to be crossing their T's, dotting their I's, flashes, Molly close as well, just to clear out if anybody's up on that balcony. And of course, a few more flashes and a Molly will get him out on the site scot-free here. Arcade, though, have heard all this utility, and they've got all the flank positions available for them if they want to go for it. And he's going to be able to plant down here. Arcade, realistically, you just throw 5 members at GZ and see if you can take away any of these MAC-10s or Galils.
Oh, okay. Gets one. Traded out. Can Winnie get something done with the MAC-10? No, it's not to be. They do only pick up the single frag in that round, but not to fret for Ground Zero. It was just a MAC-10. So the grouped approach really working out quite nicely for Ground Zero in that round. I like seeing CT, heads up play. Ground Zero were trying it in the first half, but yeah, on the anti-ecos, doing something funky if you're on that CT side and you're trying to catch your opponent off guard. Why not?
Yeah, got to respect both IGLs here. Mechanical, APOC really calling some good CT-sided strats so far here, and off Arcade with some good T calling to start that one off. Kind of fell by the wayside a little bit. And APOC will blow Taylor by the wayside. Quick trades, though. A ton of damage here to GZ as they try to force their way into A. Has it with that Galil, though. Will get shot in the back by Kraz. Up on short. Great timing there.
How is he alive?
How is he alive? Yeah, 1 HP for Winnie as he sits and cowers in CT with his teammate to help him. And for the likes of GZ, they got the bomb down now. They can just get off the site. Where is APOC's all the way out in B? Oh, this is a deep, deep flank.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh.
Crash is on it.
That's not good. That's not good at all. For GZ, still 2 members at A main. Bomb is being stuck here. They need to find the spam. Has he? You need to find the lineup. Oh my word, not a ninja defuse here. Mechanical. It doesn't matter about the stats. He's 4 and 13, but he still gets the round across the board for Arcade.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. That round goes to him. He's the difference in that round, just sticking it. How does he get his nuts to the front door?
Some big nuts.
Yeah.
Big nuts there for Mechanical.
Takes up 2 seats.
Takes up expensive plane.
Alright, Slimy not quite getting that one right. Just stops Ground Zero from getting into mid quickly. Just gives Arcade that opener. Now looking to flood early on. So again, just trying some heads up CT play themselves to try and counter Ground Zero. Best them at their own game.
Yeah, mirror image, it feels like. GZ did the same thing there, CT side. Arcade will take a page. Winnie. Forced out there from Sandwich. Can't even go to underbow because that's Molly too. And we'll find a safe little corner here. Just underneath, next to those sandbags here. GZ. Though they throw a few mollies, and then they cancel on it. Take mid control here because Arcade have given it up.
Yeah, well, look, I'm looking at the utility available to Arcade. There's a single smoke. That's it. So it's going to be really tough for them if they have to retake. Taylor is isolated in mid connector, and now Ground Zero just going to brawl their way straight up the middle of the map. There's no utility to contend with. When he's got that MP9 in a dream, and well, now he's only got a dream.
Nightmare, maybe. They're getting swung by all the members of GZ, and great utility baiting there from GZ. Just realizing Arcade are going to have limited at their disposal, so better off to fake that A take. Don't walk straight into all the utility in play for Arcade, but well, now for Mechanical, he might be getting hunted here. Omichella has not as much cash as he probably would like, so going to take a little bit of a safer route. Going to be taking top mid here with his teammate. Has really the only one that's built up a sizable bag here for GZ in these last few rounds, so for Arcade, could look to hit him where it hurts in these next few rounds if they're able to take it.
Yeah, Mechanical does find one as it exit, but not really going to hurt the T economy just yet. Ground zero. You can see the work being done by, well, Taylor and Night Raid are really stepping up for Arcade. Actually, that's quite a good sign for the youngsters there. But, yeah, I mean, on ground zero, it's far more of a team effort, really, across the board.
Yeah. Yeah, Slimy, Hazza, Michela, all pretty high up there. APOC as well, as we said, leading from the front. When you have a confident IGL, the calls just feel that more fluid. They feel a little bit more in tune with each other. Arcade, a little bit of a mid-stack here, and, well, GZ, we're walking towards it for the meantime, but, of course, they're going to be posted passively. Mechanical, though, with that M4 that was saved. Puts it to work for at least one. Kraz has also found Tux, so guns available and retrievable here for Arcade. They've found them now, and GZ, they have to find themselves a bomb site to take. Kraz hasn't been spotted there by Hazza. Beautiful smoke there. Taylor isn't going to expect, though, the lurk down from Hazza, but he's going to get shot straight in the back. Night Raid's up on short.
Oh, dear, man. That was a bit of a weird exchange, wasn't it? You could just hear, you know, the players scoping one another out. They're still going to be able to check that angle. Michela called for the flash, but just not going to be facing the right way. Slimy has to do it. 2v1. They have some util at their disposal. Are they going to use it to try and flush him out? No. They're just going to try and take that firefight. Slimy tried to just directly take those duels. And they are happy about that.
Look, they were quiet for a minute. I was worried. I was like, have we got the same Arcade? Taylor's still going. he's the loud guy here for Arcade. Kraz joins in from time to time, winning as well. Mechanical and Night Raid feel like the stoic ones, try to like keep the energy leveled out.
Yeah, you got to always have some balance to the force, right? They're the balance. I mean, it's always good to have a good, calm IGL.
Yeah.
So Mechanical's definitely playing that role quite well. But yeah, the rest of the team just let loose, have fun.
Yeah.
Just land, get in, stand up in your seat. As long as you don't unplug your mic, you're good.
Like a certain individual earlier today. Caused a whole lot of tech issues, but that's alright, it happens. As long as they're having fun. That's the main thing.
One man was the downfall of us all.
Shuts down the whole show.
Still a quite close affair, to be honest, between these two teams. I mean, we said that in the pre-game. These two teams are, you know, relatively close to each other in terms of level. Certainly, Arcade will be the ones looking to, you know, punch up.
Yeah.
But Ground Zero, as we saw, you know, they're playing without one of their core roster players. So Tux has been able to step in from the coaching slot. Not doing too badly, not lagging too far behind the team, and certainly not letting them down. There's now Winnie going to try and take that aggression. Knew that there was a chance for a fight there, but Night Raid's been able to settle the score. They're just holed up on this site, taking the duels. This is an awkward posture. Going to have to really be quite concise with their pathing into this site now. The smokes will fade momentarily, so that's going to leave Arcade with a few firefights on their hands.
And Night Raid able to fire one onto Tux through the smoke. I liked GZ's utility there to force Night Raid off of triple completely, back in a CT. But bomb isn't down. They don't have any space here. Running out of utility as well. GZ, it's going to have to be some miracles here from APOC and Slimy to try and find this site. And I really respect how Arcade are playing. They're just kind of sitting back, waiting for GZ to make the move because they have to. They've committed so much to this A take, and it's not going to pan out. Bombs dropped over towards front triple in the eyes of the CT players. Taylor will fight APOC towards the other side of triple. And it is Arcade up and about. They've found the momentum.
And they're very happy to let them know that they found the momentum too. That's what it's about. That being said, though, Ground Zero cannot be happy with that round. Like, they were slowed right down. They were stuck at, you know, Tetris with no utility, no space to work with. Tried to make the boost onto stairs work, but I don't know. I reckon if it was half a second earlier, they might have had some success, being able to catch a player in con. But okay, Night Raid finds one. That Molotov means the trade potential is not going to be very high. So just keeping them nicely at bay with utility. Arcade.
Yeah, I'm liking this. Some good calls, some great adaptation here. As we said, you know, Mechanical doesn't have to be the flashiest of players as long as he's making the good calls, he's putting these players in right positions. Kraz, Michela Well, he'll trade him out. Taylor at least they're on to Tux, and then we're going for a little bit of T-Tours here. But what is going on, Taffy?
We're in the Matrix.
Fellas, they're in mid.
High fives all around. They're very happy about that.
GZ aren't going to be, though.
No.
But I feel like they're one of those teams that's kind of like stoic to the point where they're not going to let rounds like that bug them all too much.
Shouldn't be. Definitely going to be frustrated, though. I think it's safe to say that that's
it's written all over Tom's face right there.
Quiet frustration.
Head in hand.
Whenever you've got, you know, those two fingers over your temple, there's something not quite right with how things are going in game. So, yeah, for Ground Zero, it's just about getting themselves back into a winning position. And I'll be honest with you, they haven't actually done anything particularly special on their T side of Mirage. I don't think they've looked necessarily too comfortable either.
Nah. Arcade, of course, their pick. They're the ones that brought us to Mirage to start it off. And, yeah, GZ, you know, the GZ of old used to really, really like to play Mirage. Of course, various iterations of GZ, you know, not even before Apox time even. GZ, always a staple Mirage in their pool, but yeah, this one feels a little bit different, especially against a team like Arcade, who is reading GZ super well. And as we alluded to on the desk, you know, GZ is one of those slower teams, a little bit harder to read for some of these newer guys in the server. But Arcade, they've got that read. And, well, for the moment, that round lead as well, taking up very aggressive apps control here. Kraz in a nice little one and done.
Yeah, just going to keep Mechanical close in tow on that spot. So, just looking to take the attention away. But for Arcade, they haven't got any info just yet. Big presence from Ground Zero towards mid. Very happy to let them have it too, Arcade. Very happy to let them have it without that contest. Now they're going to take short. This is going to be a lot of pressure here on this B-side hold, and they're not set up for it.
Oh, I thought has a master spot as some sort of utility. Kraz, though, he gets away with two. Able to tuck into the smoke that was placed in apartments. So Kraz, he's got a good spot. Night Raid, almost catching Tux. The timing, so unfortunate. Tux, beautiful position. GZ now have all of the posturing here to hold this site down. And they know that Kraz is in apps, so I imagine Taylor's going to join him shortly. And GZ, they've got Omichella. Of course, Tux has got all of market control, so they know they're not going to come from that position unless it's late. Omichella's still thinking that. And Arcade really drawing out this clock. Tux!
Tux!
Oh, Tux!
Winding back to Quack. The Quack. Very good.
Wow.
That is a vintage Tux play.
Yeah.
So, rolling back the years, that's exactly what Ground Zero needed, though, to be able to just bring things back within, you know, I guess, comfort for them. Because Arcade, uncomfortably close towards match point. So that just levels the score between them. Going to have a quick squeeze of Arcade's economy, because there was no... it's not too bad.
Not too bad. Yeah.
It's not the worst, that's for sure.
And
able to get some nice buys in. They've been able to put some rounds together, so I think it's now just a question of whether or not Ground Zero have the sustain in terms of their economy to play this game in the later stages of this second half. At least two of their players are going to struggle to buy in subsequent rounds, but the rest of the team looks pretty solid.
Yeah, the AWP again for Night Raid. Mid control going to be taken up, and they'll punish Slimy, trying to walk out there on that top mid smoke. Molly as well towards the boxes. The rest of GZ, though, they're grouped up. APOC down towards lower. Saw it on the CT side. Likes to get aggressive with that AWP, get in the face of a Arcade member potentially. This fan from Mechanical just avoided there by Hazard. But he's found there. Night Raid.
Okay.
Alright.
Now, that's a very difficult position for Ground Zero to fight their way back from. So, early CT aggression in mid nets the first. And Night Raid's all too aware of the player playing around the smoke. However, he doesn't catch Tux. He now has control of the middle of the map. Taylor's just decapitated APOC dart in connector. I don't know what's going on. It's a bit of a merry-go-round of events in this site as that bomb is nowhere to be found just yet. They have to scramble to get it. To get this bomb down is going to be a question mark over the round, but Tux appears through the smoke.
Yeah, this is a bit of a wacky one for GZ to piece together. Arcade, a ton of damage has been dealt to their board. Taylor and Kraz were low. And Tux, he might look to put the nail in the coffin here to Kraz. If Kraz isn't careful, he's lost on Nichella. Trying to get out on A. Tux at least finds Kraz. Now has to take 2 gunfights here. Arcade, they don't have to swing. Bomb grabbed by Tux. Player close there. Mechanical shows face though, so Tux is going to try and walk up and best him, but the ego hurts a little bit. And Mechanical, that's a good one for him to pick up 11. Arcade now still back and forth here, but this one's broken the economy of GZ.
Yeah, maybe even broken the spirit. There's certainly some loud voices in this Arcade roster right now. And they'll be happy with that. They're just inching closer towards match point. But for ground zero, what have they got to give here in this? They've tried a number of different things. First and foremost, they themselves are falling subject to CT aggression in the early round. They're basically, choking on their own medicine. They need to find a way to stem that bleeding because it's going to hurt them, and as it's definitely hurting them in the mid to late rounds. They don't have the numbers to hit these sites. They've really struggled actually in the mid to late round on their T side, which is uncharacteristic of GZ. So things just not quite working for them. It feels as though their structure is really quite fragile, especially in as I said, in the mid to late round. They're really lacking, and that's I don't know. That's not going to be good enough to win this matchup. Kraz doesn't want to be caught out. They've been good at getting that oatmeal. That's been the difference.
Control, great flash. Winnie, though, gets the better of that one there onto Tux. Would have thought that'd be a kill trade for sure. APOC, Slimy, well, he's able to find something back. GZ forced into this one, down to the 2 versus 3. Now down to just the 1 versus 3. Slimy in a little bit of a predicament, has to fight the AWPer on short. Night Raid's got his number, and he's going to ring it. Arcade 12, GZ only 10, and I don't think they're going to have the best of eyes going into this one either.
No.
Taylor, I love it. I love it.
Yeah. Well, he's enjoying it. I think for ground zero, though, they are just being minced. They tried something a little bit faster, and they just got cut to pieces. I mean, if anything, Taylor's lucky that Winnie had his back in mid-connector.
Oh, didn't douse the smoke there. That's unfortunate. HJ, I thought it was the lineup there. Would have thought the easy one. GZ now trying to flood on out onto B. And they have to deal with Kraz. They're going to have to deal with a Night Raid as well. Mechanical there to help on out. Mechanical for 2. And APOC, it will fall. Tux trying to do his best. The veteran under pressure. And this is where he shines. Smoke on towards the middle of the site. Arcade, they're all starting to group up here. They're all coming from Market. And it's the shot from short. Arcade elated. They'll take the first map of this series against GZ.
I think it's safe to say they're pretty happy about that. Ground zero, on the other hand, a little dejected, I guess, is probably the best way to put it. They will be looking to regroup quite quickly after that. Look, it was a close loss.
Yeah.
So, as far as they're concerned in this series, they're on the back foot. So now they've got to head over to their comfort pick of dust too, to try and get this series back on, I guess, their terms.
Yeah, they're going to have to shake it off a little bit. GZ's one of those teams that can do that, though. They've got that mental fortitude. And I was going to say, we've spoken to APOC. We've seen APOC in the server time and time again. Mental fortitude is one of the words I'd use to describe him. And, well, for Arcade, great Mirage. I was very impressed. There's some very good calling there from Mechanical, as we alluded to. Some great stratting there on that CT side. Really got him across the line.
Yeah, once they dealt with the aggression coming out of ground zero on that CT side, they really freed themselves up on the T side to get a few rounds. And I think, if anything, they gave GZ a taste of their own medicine.
Yeah.
Getting aggressive, being proactive on the CT side, it really did mess a lot with GZ and what they were trying to set up in the mid to late round. And so you found ground zero just sitting in the middle of the map, or sitting at Tetris just with no utility and no direction at that point. So really tough for them to be able to win.
Yeah, really a tough one for them to take across the line. We, of course, will go to a quick break. It will be Dust 2, Arcade, GZ. You don't want to go anywhere. Come back soon.
We'll turn this around. We'll turn this around. We'll turn this around.
Nationals for 2026. We're in map number 2 of Arcade versus Ground Zero, and if you're just joining us, well, Arcade have taken the first map. We're now into Dust 2, which is Ground Zero's pick, and it's Kraz's pick right now. He's taken 2 through mid.
Yeah, 2 through mid after that door smoke blossoms there on top. Oh, for Taylor, the loud one of the last one here. Now looking to hold down this cross. Here's going to be one player dropping down low ground. It is going to be a good trade 1-for-1 there for GZ. But they're not going to clear Mechanical. No, Mechanical, those are the shots you need to hit in that position. Bombs down for GZ. Arcade will be getting up short pretty quickly though. Power in numbers. Night Raid trading out Kraz. And Michela has to take 2 individual fights here, and they're coming together, they're coming in waves. Winnie finds that one. And Arcade, that's a pistol to take, but for GZ, the bomb plant, they could potentially purchase into this next one.
Yeah, they could potentially. That bomb plant's going to help them do that, but man, your job is just made so much more difficult when you lose 2 through the mid doors to Grass in the early stanzas of these rounds.
Just some sharp shooting. Kraz wasn't crazy there on Mirage. He had his moments, but of course now starting to come alive here. And Kraz as well, like Taylor, one of those momentum based players. If they can get off to a hot start, we could see Kraz really come into his own here on Dust 2. For GZ, it is the force into it. Galil's Mac 10 Deagle there for Slimy. GZ, though they're wary some of mid this time around, they don't know what Arcade's plotting.
They do not, but they are happy to sit back and just wait out potential aggression and fight as a single unit, an angry mob, if you will.
Tucked away from flashes too, you can see. Very, very worrisome, because you never know what Arcade's throwing, especially with all the utility they've still got at their disposal. Overall's long though, quite a heavy stack for Arcade. Just going to be playing the range with these M4s.
Yep, Night Raid on that off angle from the box. Going to take the first. Gets the spot on the second. It's a great counter flash, some support. So try and brawl their way into this site. The phalanx has been broken. Night Raid's just going to make it a little more difficult, taking one with him. So that bomb plant will be able to come in, but Arcade are poised, ready for this retake. Players through short, players through long.
Oh, Slimy. Good trade there. Taylor at least for 2. And Kraz Winnie. They're up through short. The 2 guys that were coming. Winnie finds that one. Very hard angle to spot for, so well played to Winnie. Had a little bit of a rough Mirage, but Winnie as well, one of those guys that you can always count on to come up big when you need him.
It's in the name, isn't it?
Winnie.
It's not losing.
No. They're going already.
They are letting them know. Oh. Ground Zero, are they going to try and chance their hand again? Looks like they are buying into it once again. So the second bomb plant going to just massage the coffers. And so a little pause coming out. And, well, I mean, if you're Ground Zero right now, you desperately want rounds. Like, you've just lost the first series. You've taken quite a few hits in this first part of the second half. Oh, sorry, first part of the second map. And look, Arcade, as you pointed out earlier, they are very, very loud and very much rolling with the momentum.
Yeah, I think it's the addition of adding Oranges back as the coach. Oranges is, I would say, a strategic coach. I don't think that's his strong suit. And
vibes coach?
Yeah, definitely a vibes coach. I remember talking to Flame, I was like, well, Oranges is back. He's like, oh, vibes are going to be back here for Arcade, and vibes certainly are, as of course we get rid of that tech and we're back into it. Round number 3, important one, as you said. GZ just want to put one on the board, get themselves a little bit of momentum, break that one from Arcade away. But of course Arcade, strong long control going to be fought for here. Molly's at both entrances there, one towards tunnel as well towards bedroom. Night Raid's going to get aggressive. I don't think GZ are going to expect a timing like this.
They didn't hear him run into bedroom, but he's poised ready for a fast flank. And Ground Zero, this turtled up approach. They did it on the second round. They're doing it again on the third. They're going to redirect back from short there. They're not going to proceed with that path. Night Raid. he could be, brought into play here.
Yeah, this is a good spot. Aggressive, fast, front position, Night Raid! A hat trick for him. He'll smoke it off, he'll fall away, he'll run away from the scene of the crime. Now 2 remaining members here for GZ. Mechanical finding Tux and finding Slimy. Everybody getting loud for Mechanical because he's the stoic one. Arcade, though, big round there.
Massive round for Arcade. That's exactly what they needed. Night Raid, he got into that position very early on in the round. And it was very difficult, as you can see from Ground Zero's perspective, to just get him out of that position once he was there. So that's one for the highlight reel.
Yeah, put that one in the reel. Just took GZ to town in that one. And Night Raid with that 3 gives over his M4 to a teammate, and he'll bring the big greens to play there, striking fear into the hearts of GZ. And again, GZ, it just doesn't feel like anything's really going right for them. It's a lot of good reads from Arcade, aggressive play when it's needed, because GZ, one of those teams that's a little bit more stoic, more happy to give up space. And Arcade feels like, it's a little bit of water versus fire.
Yeah. Being doused.
Yeah.
At the moment. I mean, they are not going to give anything away cheaply, Arcade, with this CT setup. Crass has had a good pistol round, but aside from that, it's been quite quiet. It's left it to the rest of his team to do the damage, and does get that spot on the mid push. And just walk straight into the meat grinder. That's his IGL.
Yeah, I like that. Hey, that's top tier vibes at Arcade. Mechanical, as you said, the one that's he's a nice guy. He's not one that's going to get loud and in the face of guys like GZ. He probably respects them very heavily, but I imagine Arcade all do. But yeah, it's cool to see your teammates get loud for you.
It certainly is. Oh man, nothing better than just good, solid team hype, wholesome team hype. That's a shot there from APOC to open things up. It finally gets an opener for Ground Zero. They've been really struggling in that department so far on Dust 2, and it's taken to the 5th round for them to have some impact like that. Don't know if Night Raid actually fully blocked that smoke into CT, but I don't think it's going to be consequential because that is not where Ground Zero have their eyes set.
Oh, Taylor. This is...
Taylor.
That's what I'd done for him. That could have been a little bit more if he was a little bit more patient, maybe.
Yeah.
GZ, though, they're going to have to defend against Night Raid's AWP. He's still here posted. Going to be smoked off, but that smoke blossoms a little late, so Night Raid gets a little shot in. Hassen takes out Winnie, and Hassen will take out Kraz. So maybe GZ might be back.
That's more like it, they say. Well, that's a little bit more like GZ. They let Hazza off the chain out mid-doors. And so that presence on long was just a mere distraction from what Hazza was cooking in mid. So Arcade, they are the ones that have to rebuy into this round. To be honest with you, some good trades there actually from APOC Dud on the AWP. Night Raid got himself into a really nice position, but the trade was quite fast. Pressure towards B very early on. Kind of have all their eggs in the one basket at the moment.
Yeah, everybody walking up for the line up there, and it's going to be 2 for Winnie. Unfortunately, flashed off there, Slimy. APOC finds the shot, but good 2 from Winnie. Of course, makes it a little bit more easier for Arcade to retake what feels like a harder bomb site to retake. Bomb down for Tux. And GZ now. They're going to have to be cautious. The tunnel flank is coming quickly. They're not expecting it so close and so quickly. Kraz takes 2. Mechanical expecting the plat player. And Mechanical, this is one of his better games. Statistically, of course, Arcade all fired up early on. And well, for GZ, at least they got the bomb plant, but yeah, that tunnel flank, just not what they were expecting.
Yeah, they weren't, I guess, expecting the weird spacing on CT. Right, like Mechanical didn't exactly step right after his teammate was found out. So Kraz did some heavy lifting there, picked up 2. Mechanical just waits that extra second and catches the player on plat, completely unaware. So Ground Zero, after finding their first round, they've been humbled. So it's back to the drawing board for them. However, the money is starting to really work in their favour. The loss bonus is covering things, so let's just see where they go. Again, just waiting out CT aggression at top mid before stepping into anything. I get the suspicion they're expecting more aggression out of Arcade in the early phases of the round, but it's just not being played on by Arcade. Playing very default. If anything, they're getting aggressive towards the long bedroom. But that's about it. There's nowhere else on the map they're actually taking territory.
Yeah, I'm more than just happy to give it up, let GZ walk to them, and a small little thing I noticed there was the pre-break on that door smoke that came through from Arcades. Unfortunately, didn't quite have the timing for it in this round, but of course, keep eyes on that one. Great H, Tux is just trying to walk through, he's getting spammed out by Kraz over towards B. It goes for a little bit of a peek, smoke onto the corner here, but Night Raid's got a perfect angle to line up a shot. He misses the first one, a rare whiff from Night Raid. Allows Hazard to walk on in. GZ is still fighting for this A control. Kraz is still in CT somehow. Hazard will find that one. And the trade is coming. GZ bomb down. And Winnie Taylor, what can they do? First one Hazard. Second one Apoc potentially. But nice shot. Good reaction from him. And now for Winnie. 1 versus 3. And doesn't have any utility to play with. Probably is just going to keep that AK. Of course, Arcade, they've got plenty of money. Except for Winnie, though. So, you know, GZ, this might be a round that gets them a little bit further up than stepping stones.
It does. It's a much-needed round for them. I think they really are having some success after letting Hazard out of mid into, like, CT spawn. He's made it really... Twice now, he's made it really difficult for Arcade to make that rotate on the CT side. So... They've started to find some success formulas towards the middle of the map. Wouldn't be surprised to see them keep repeating that. But again, the city economy, Winnie saving that AK has kept things nice and healthy. So, I mean, Crash, you probably could do a little bit better than the MP9 son, but...
yeah, Famous?
What have you got in mind here?
Maybe lower mid control? Maybe send Kraz down through lower mid, get in the tunnel early. Tactical timeout here for Arcade.
He's prioritising utility, so...
Yeah.
Maybe not. Maybe he's close B hold.
Close B, yeah. Gonna be car, top of the box even.
Yeah, something funky like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can see the distribution of frags really quite even, actually, for Arcade. Aside from Night Raid there, he's just been whipping things into shape with that big green. There you go. Mystery solved.
Mystery solved. Lower control there for Kraz. Okay, that's a ton of info too. Nobody's coming mid. They're going to know they're either coming through tunnel or going out through long, and definitely not out through long. Out through tunnel they'll go. Dousing the smoke there with a HG. Beautiful shot there from Night Raid. That's more what we expect to see, but Slimy able to find one back on towards Kraz. They're getting into tunnel a little bit too early. And now GZ have a really, really good sight hold here.
Oh, don't know. I don't think they're going to go for this.
No.
Yeah, they made that call just to save. Prioritise their economy. Not a bad call at this stage of the game, to be honest with you. They got the round lead so far. Don't need to throw the economy out with anything. Certainly not on a silly retake like this. Obviously, it's not a high percentage play. So ground zero again. Just doing something a little different, finding some success. Now the question was Crass early into dark or was Slimy late?
Ooh. I feel like Slimy might have been a little bit late, maybe there. Yeah, it feels like, you normally have your whoever's that last player coming in the tunnel already posted on that lower angle, but I guess, for him it pays off that he's late there, and Kraz, well, unfortunately going to be getting taken out. Round number 9 here. Very important one for GZ to keep going here, but of course Arcade, as we saw, saved guns. Night Raid still with that big green mid aggression here for Arcade. This is the first time they're getting very, very fast on that CT.
Yeah, not really a lot on offer. Oh, jeez, okay. Less on offer now.
That's the AWP.
That's the AWP down from Night Raid, so they'll be probably keen to recover that if it's possible. But Just the fake onto long for ground zero. It's going to hope to pull a rotation out, at least keep some attention towards that part of the site. You can see pretty much all remaining players from Arcade are on this A site, but they've started to peel back the veil and realise that that's not the bride that they ordered.
Definitely not a pretty look for Arcade right now, of course. They do have Krabs down. He can grab that AWP. And, well, Slimy, he's still on the lookout. GZ, this is a really, really late long take. They're just letting Slimy do it all here. Down towards low, and he'll find all three. Slimy will slime him out there, unders. And, well, for Arcade, I feel like that was just GZ playing to their strength. Very slow, methodical, sitting back.
Yeah. So that's, just wait things out, be patient. Hopefully Arcade fall on their sword, right? Like, it's really the first time, to be honest with you, that Arcade have kind of done something a little bit funky on that CT side that's mainly towards the middle of the map. They've just been happy to sit back. They'd only taken long bedroom control previously, so they do have lower dark, they do have middle of the map, but ground zero have just exercised a lot of patience.
Yeah, this is Arcade getting a little bit too antsy. They've, got a little bit of a lead, but now they're starting to slip here due to just some over-aggression. Going to be Night Raid. Krabs parking the bus here towards top mid. Flash will come out. Great instinct reaction there from Night Raid. Krabs not able to find the trade immediately. Has to playing around those barrels pretty effectively. Krabs goes for a little bit more. And still waiting for that re-aggression here. But GZ, they know they don't have to take that fight anymore.
Yeah. Problem is for GZ, it's starting to chew up a little bit more time than maybe they want. So they're going to regroup back towards T-Spawn, head back towards B, just leave that late player out long. So you kind of want to watch Omichella. Either he's going to take the attention now, or he's going to be that late lurk.
He's definitely drawn the attention there. Everybody from Arcade sees that Molly cart. And I was like, oh, GZ's coming along. Actually, GZ, free B side to take.
Yep.
Flashes into the corner there, blinds the site, but doesn't blind the teammates. And, well, Mechanical, spoiled like a fiddle. Omichella as well there, down towards middle. And for Arcade, it's probably just going to have to be a save. Nothing really much they can do with the utility at their disposal. No flashes, no smokes. And B, such a hard site to retake as well.
It is too, and like there was absolutely no presence in upper dark, so Mechanical's even committed to that rotate off the back of that molly being pushed into the car. So Arcade, they've been sold a ruse. It's well played by Ground Zero. And now they might not even hold on to their weapons.
Oh, the flash timing. Great there from Taylor, actually. Going to be finding that one. Graz as well, expecting CT Loke, but he's come alive from that position there. It seems to be where he wants to play the rest of Dust 2. And this one, much like our last one on Mirage, close at the half still.
Yeah. These two teams are very much on each other's level in this matchup, so, I mean, it's not surprising to see them so close in the round count. But, I mean, if you're Arcade, right, maybe starting to get a little bit more concerned because you're starting to cool off. They're not as loud as they were before. Obviously, the swing of rounds has started to come back against them. The pendulum has swung the other way. Oh, it's a nice shot from Apoc, though. Just posted up on those doors. Looking to find another. So Arcade, they're starting to unravel a little bit. The threads are being pulled out. The sweater's started to unravel.
Yeah, they've just left B completely again here. Arcade, just too much aggression towards the other positions of the map that they're leaving B open for the take. Great instinct reaction there from Winnie. But the Apoc still over towards Sui here. Ducks as well over towards lower. No chance to get any map control here. Taylor, he's able to take the AWP away, so a little bit of a costly one to drop for GZ. But they're looking to probably go for this hunt. Of course, everybody with pretty high cash stacks as well can reinvest that AWP. And Ducks, he's going to take that fight to Taylor. And already an instinct damage difference. And GZ, that's now at least the lead for the moment.
Yeah, and it sounds like they got their tail up as well now downstairs, so for them. That is a return to form, as you can see by the round graph up the top. It's been a pretty heavy swing in their favour. So they might even be able to come out of this half in the lead too. So wouldn't that be quite the turnaround from a team that was down 5-1?
Yeah, this is the stoicism that comes to play here. GZ not really bothered by some of the rounds that fell by the wayside early on. They're one of those teams that is happy to adapt. Seeing that Arcade were playing aggressive, we're like, all right, we'll just sit back, let them get up in their faces and take him out. And, credit to Omichella and Slimy really coming alive there on that T side. Of course, APOC as well, finding some great shots. Arcade, well, now that they know this mid-aggression, this unders aggression isn't paying off, they're going back to what worked, and it's taking it slow, playing further back.
Yeah, they're giving a lot of space to Ground Zero in the middle of the map. It's worked for them before. Ground Zero have been finding some success as well, just as we said, you know, letting Hazard off the leash a little bit, just letting him play off instinct in mid doors, and that's really opening up things for them. But middle of the map's wide open now. Double smoke out mid, just going to pull some attention towards that side of the map. That smoke's going to be a little bit late to bloom, but Mechanical doesn't let Omichella slip the net. That's good. That's actually going to throw a real curveball towards Ground Zero. They're going to have to just punch through short at the moment. That's exactly what Taylor wants.
Yeah, great shot from Taylor. Secondary AWPer at times here for Arcade, but traded out by Slimy, so GZ are able to walk up at least onto the site, secure that plant for short. I'm going to be playing for that control. Slimy going to be tucked in Goose. APOC just taking a little peek into CC. Opts to play the long angle here. Arcade going to be walking out through CT. They don't have to deal with Hazard this time. He got taken out a little bit earlier in the piece. Kraz, some great shots and a dink tag up there on the Slimy. Nade will do the work and has to pull out the pistol. APOC's running away. The knife attempted. But it is going to be last round of the half. Arcade ended at another 6-6 scoreline.
And you can hear them. They're chirping.
Yeah.
They got their little tails up, haven't they? Well, that is as close as you can get, 6 apiece. Both these two teams have had the tug of war in terms of round. And look, it's relatively even across Arcade. You've obviously got some disparity there in Ground Zero. And I think, you know, if Ground Zero are going to take this matchup and take it to a third map, they're going to have to really step up because, you know, Arcade are really pushing them. They've already got the first map to their name. Could we have Ground Zero potentially on the outer?
Yeah, you have to feel, for guys like Tux especially, you know, we look at the scoreline, you're like, oh, well, that's not great, but realistically, he didn't want to be here, right? He wanted to retire. He just wanted to
dance.
He just wanted to dance, have a cozy life as the coach, and he's been called up yet again to play another LAN.
Yeah, just wanted to shuffle. All right, it's a foot race towards A.
Yes. GZ taking up a little bit of very heavy mid control. Ooh, okay, Tux.
He knew.
Good read.
Well, Util's coming in fast and thick. The bomb's not arrived yet, though. It's just been couriered in. Now, Omichella at Gandalf. Just been peppered. Here we go, back to front. The shooting gallery opens up, and let's just see whether or not the rolling angry mob from Ground Zero can get this done. They've just got a single dome.
Hard one to click.
Yeah, it's a hard one to press.
And It's really tucking his head down. But GZ, well, mid-control foot race. You get back onto A with some great shots, and yeah, back into this one. And APOC's getting loud now, okay.
Yeah, okay, return serve. Game on. Let's just see whether or not that continues to raise in volume as the rounds go by. I mean, Arcade, they have bought themselves a few pistol upgrades, but no real large investment thus far. Oh, jeez. No CT over aggression, but that's one to certainly remind Omichella. He's been cracking a few skulls, that's for sure.
Yeah, he's back. Winnie had a little bit of a rough Mirage, but Dust 2 seems to be where he feels most at home. Him and Night Raid definitely the top of board here for Arcade. GZ just have to break Hazard, and this site's free for the taking, and Hazard, of course, playing this pretty close position. MP9 smoke might help him. He tries to get up on top of the boxes. Night Raid at least able to find Hazard. APOC on to Taylor. Slimy on Mechanical. This is looking bad for Arcade, as they need to bunker down and take this site, but of course they can't break the sight lines here. They don't have any smokes. Tuck's on the lurk as well to tunnel. And when he's praying for something of magic, and he's going to be shut out. GZ, another one to the board.
Yep. Just nice and easy. There wasn't a huge amount of investment coming out from Arcade, so it's not as though they would have, put a lot of faith in that round going their way, but from a Ground Zero perspective, it just starts to separate them from, that deadlock of scorelines. So they know the real challenge lays ahead in these next few rounds, whether or not the gun rounds are going to be the difference, but I'm sure they are ready to go in game.
Yeah, I'm liking this back and forth as well. You can see Slimy, him and APOC really bouncing ideas back and forth between each other, and that's what is a good sign as an IGL. You've got a player helping you out, of course, giving you information that you necessarily don't have.
Yeah. Like in-game information that we don't have.
Yeah.
I can tell that APOC Dud was in a firefight, though, just based on the flashes on his face. We'll see who cops a flash at the moment. Hazard looks like he's operating relatively quietly at the moment. Slimy does look to take a few shots there with the AWP. Doesn't get that one. He is being oppressed. There we go. He's down.
Yep.
Double flash before he was taken down. Now it's for the rest of the team to get themselves into the round. Oh, Hazard just fought out there. Looks like the round's gone to Arcade, or at least it's heading that way.
Sounds like it, yeah. Oh,
no.
wait, oh.
A
Okay,
late
never
twist.
mind. Hey, big round.
A late twist.
Hey, she.
We got no idea.
Yeah, chat, we know as much as you in that round. We got absolutely no idea what happened there.
It looked close.
Yeah. Slimy looked frantic there. It looked like a good round, I guess, for GZ.
Yeah. It could have been.
Could have been.
Could not have been. It's Schrodinger's cat.
Scout force out here for Night Raid. Wrestling with Deagles. Of course, the money's not there for Arcade because they just dropped that last one. And when you got to check both sides before you cross the street. He's going to be as well putting the pressure on to Taylor. Nate doesn't actually land or do any damage there to Taylor. Kraz able to find something with his Deagle. GZ now really starting to come away with it here. 10-6 on their map of Dust 2, and we might be going to nuke.
Yeah, they've come alive, certainly in these last 3 rounds. And they have had unanswered, 4 on the trot, unanswered rounds. Arcade are looking a little bit flatter than we've seen in the first half. So maybe some second half heroics from Ground Zero. Could be enough to put them to bed. Could be enough to take it to the 3rd round.
Let's see for the moment. Arcade. Tunnels control. Of course, they have to be cautious. We saw GZ get a little bit aggressive there towards lowers in a previous. And for GZ, you can see playing a little bit further back. Happy to give the control, but now they're more than willing to fight for it here. Just one good flash could set them up in a pretty good spot, but both mollies traded. Nobody's getting up through short. Completely locked off for the moment.
Yeah, it's just a fire hazard at the moment. Oh. There we go. APOC Dud does manage to find Winnie. That smoke not covering what it needed to. And so these are the kinds of openings that Ground Zero are capitalising on. Oh, just too many targets there for Omichella. A lot of damage done, but not converting that into a kill. Now Tux and APOC Dud, they need to focus up. Are they going to take short control, or are they just going to try and fight here at long? They don't want to be caught in no man's land. Oh. There we go. Great blowing of the smoke. Oh, Abok Duds just stepped up.
My God.
He's back.
He's back. Channeling his PZ. I was going to say PZ used to be on this roster before, and goes to PZ, taking over APOC for this one, and that's a tactical timeout for Arcade.
Hey, okay. This is where Oranges earns his keep.
Yeah. What do you tell him, a knock-knock joke? Or
Boys, knock your heads in.
Knock your heads in.
Oh, look, to be honest with you, I think it's like we need to recapture the vibe, recapture the energy that we had in these few rounds that we have had. Second half, they've had absolutely no success. I think at the moment they're just getting bullied by the fact that their utility isn't actually creating the space for them that they need it to. Like, the utility's not landing. There's a few gaps in it. APOC Dud's punishing them with that AWP. So, like, their timings and their utility usage are kind of what's letting them down at the moment.
Yeah, gonna have to think a little bit harder about how they use their smokes and flashes. Great one there in the bedroom. That's silent on Omnichella though. Taking a little bit of punishment before he's even able to react. See APOC though. Cheeky little boost up on short here. I don't know if Arcade's gonna expect this one. When his rifle is going to have to help him out here. Turns away. Tux is happy to help. Beautiful. 2 from Tux. HG's mollies. Stops Arcade walking. Nobody falls there from GZ, so no guns retrieval here for Arcade, and another molly just for good measure.
It's like, where do they keep getting the utility? No path through into short. APOC Dud now on the line with the AWP. Doesn't find another, but again, just another wave of util dumped on short. I don't know. Arcade are really quite trapped here at the moment. Night Raid's got to try and find an opening for them.
Prog smoke at least. And, well, 2 prog smokes there. One over towards the box and one in front of the box. So, able to get across short for free. But Night Raid fancies himself a duel there on the gaps of the smokes. Tucks in prime position to shut it down, but great shot from Night Raid. APOC has to fall back a little bit, might need the help of his teammates. Bombs down, Arcade somehow in a fightable position now.
Yeah, somehow they've made that work. Now, Hazard's in CT, but if Night Raid can do some damage here with this scout, that could be quite troublesome. Oh, he's going to... Oh, finds it. There we go. Now it's back to even keel.
Oh, another from Night Raid. What a flick from the young fella. As Slimy, they'll trade 2 for 2, but now it's down to the 1 versus 1. Taylor just has to play the time. He knows that Slimy has to stick, but Slimy's got a kit, and he'll take Taylor out, and GC are gonna let Arcade know.
Oh my goodness. That scout very nearly proved to be the difference. It was a shot and a half.
My word. That's why they brought him back. Night Raid.
Yeah.
Hey, Jinxie was good. Jinxie had some good firepower behind him, but you can't best a guy like Night Raid.
Nah, not with that kind of magic with the scout. What could have been. It's not enough for them though. They are inching towards map point. Well, they're already at map point, and Nuke is certainly going to be called into action. Just haven't seen anything out of Arcade in the second half to suggest that this could be the series.
Yeah, it's interesting looking at this Arcade T-side compared to the one on Mirage. It felt like Arcade just had so many good reads on their T-side. Now it's just kind of gone by the wayside. Mechanical struggling to know and understand what GZ are doing on their CT side. An early smoke there towards short as well. Keeps Arcade at wit's end. They really have to fight for this space.
Yeah. Being made to contest for every inch of it. So, where do they go from here? That's the question Arcade have not found the answer to.
It's back to short, the old trusty, reliable it feels. Bomb going to be traded over. Let me in first, says Mechanical. And, well, Winnie. Well, a good lurk in a CNC. We saw Hazard find some success from this position. And Slimy, though, he's expecting with all these smokes in play, there's got to be a player lurking about. Winnie's going to be taken out. APOC firing off a shot from the corner. Him and Tux, the veterans of this GZ roster, looking to get it done. Great crossfire, and GZ in a very convincing fashion lock it up 13-6.
Oh man, they're going to be much happy with that than maybe they were in the opening stanzas of the match. But I think from a Ground Zero perspective, they'll be happy to get back into the winners' circle.
Yeah.
At least in terms of this series, they were on the back foot on Mirage. Looked like they were going that way again.
Yeah.
In at the half break, and I thought, okay, Arcade have really been underestimated in this series, but Ground Zero, a big show of experience in that second half, and that's why we're finding ourselves now going to that third map.
Yeah, absolutely. It was 5-1 there to Arcade, and then it all went by the wayside. We saw a 6-6 half, and then we saw GZ close it from there. So very convincing CT out of them, and a credit to APOC winding back the gears with that AWP play.
Absolutely. It's always great when you can, I guess, have your AWPer out of the roster and find an adequate substitution within the, within what you've got already existing in the roster. He's always been a solid AWPer. Obviously, in this roster, they want him to, or he wants himself at least to be able to pick up that AWP as a secondary.
Yeah.
But like right now, he's given a good accreditation of his a capability. But I think if we head on to Nuke, not necessarily the biggest AWPing map, but it could have an impact. I don't know. It just depends on how they play.
Yeah, it definitely depends on how GZ plays. Going on a Nuke, it's a little bit more favourable, I imagine, to... No, actually, I'd tell a lie. I was thinking of a different team completely. Arcade don't play Nuke recently, so this looks good for GZ going on to that one. But, yeah, for Arcade, it felt like the vibes were slowly getting crushed.
Yeah. Yeah, I think they're going to need to go back to the drawing board there, reset after that matchup. It's tough when you feel like you're in the contest and then you get just ejected out of it.
Yeah.
So they're going to need to reset before map number 3. We're going to take a quick reset here, and we will catch you back on the other side. This is map number 3 between Arcade and Ground Zero coming up after the break.
realize.
I'm actually very keen to play Arcade. I think they caused a few upsets last time. They knocked us out, they knocked Ground Zero out, so there's a bone to pick in that. So I think we're all pretty keen to play them.
Yeah, it's definitely possible to beat them. I mean, they'd be one of the harder teams. Like, I think they're probably third best in the tournament, but yeah, could get in their heads pretty easily, especially with Slimy on the roster.
I have a bit of a horror situation with Arcade from last LAN. I mean, I need to personally have a lot more confidence in myself, but I'm just going to say that we should destroy them. We should just destroy them.
Ground Zero should be 2-1. They've got quality, but I think we'll be able to pick them off.
They're fun to verse. They actually beat us last time. They'll put up a good fight, but no chance, sadly.
Personal rival would be definitely to just beat Ground Zero. I think because Jack Omichella, we're close friends with him, so I always want to try and beat him.
I know from last DFRAG they were a bit loud, so it should be something interesting to feel in the server. I think Omichella or Jack is very loud back, so I think it'll be a very fun match. But we should be winning that as well for sure.
Last time we versed them was on LAN and we did win. That is because they Elo pit Ancient, which is neither of our maps, and we just happened to win that one. I hope they do it again. I think they're better than us, and I hope we didn't take them down a peg.
Again, I think we should just be wiping the floor with them, but I also thought that last LAN, so who knows?
Well, we're not going to get our British on.
Nah.
Try and cast a knife around. That'd just be silly, wouldn't it?
Just be silly. Absolutely silly. Big stiletto swing. And maybe the stiletto does more damage. Okay,
maybe it does, yeah. I don't know, man.
Fidget
That's
spinner,
why you
though.
pay the big bucks for the big knives.
Yeah. Fancy colours on them too.
Yeah. Just a lick of colour. Alright, map number 3. We're hitting it with some pretty high energy too, mind you.
Yeah. Oh, jeez, we were getting loud that last one, so...
Yeah, and we're not talking like Jennifer Lopez loud either. Like that was proper loud.
Yeah, that was something else, and it was interesting, looking at those interviews going into a very important nuke. Jeezy, especially APOC, was like, yeah, this should be done pretty quickly, but...
Oh, here we go.
Oh, it's off to the races already. Dual Berettas, tip for tat, Tux, and APOC. Taylor and Mechanical fall, and that will be... Site opened up. Winnie, of course, trapped behind a molly for the moment. Doesn't want to take any damage from it either. Doesn't want to reveal his position up through vent as well. Gonna be Night Raid here. Trying to poke for some info, but Jeezy, they're giving nothing for the moment.
No. APOC Dud's going to check him, but he gets checked himself, and now, as you said, they are off to the races. Tux, though, is whipped around that silo.
Okay. Is that Tux himself? Is Tux getting loud now?
Bangarang.
Bangarang. Yeah, it's interesting looking at that interview. There's obviously a lot of respect between these two rosters, and a lot of banter. Omnicello, close friends with a lot of these arcade guys. So yeah, it's not easy when you have to battle your friends, especially when your friends know what hurts in the shit talk department.
They know what to say to get the reaction. I don't know. Always adds, I think, a great layer to it. Have we got the old Virtus Pro, 5-stack happening outside?
Yeah, I believe so. Yeah.
Okay.
A little bit of a totem pole there towards Evan.
Yeah, I like this. I love funky stuff like that. Obviously, we saw it in one of the previous maps as well. The 5-stack on short does too. This one definitely hurts if they go outside. They're not going to, so might as well break it, save it for another day.
Yeah, they threw the smokes though. So GZ, knowing that potentially Arcade might look to stack outers, so yeah, throwing those smokes, just kind of a T staple here on a map such as Nuke. Michella, he'll get 2. hit him where it hurts, but the Galil is retrievable for Arcade. Onto the hands of Taylor. And Bomb not quite down yet. Might look to go back towards the upper bomb site here, and it will be a plant. Arcade think it's B still for the moment. But now once that bomb's down, they definitely know it's up at A.
Yep. The cat's out of the bag, per se. Is there going to be any damage done, though, at the moment? That's the question for me. What's Taylor going to get done from the top of the ladder? Tux is just waiting out Crass, and there's not really going to be too much resistance being shown. Okay. Taylor's going to try and keep things interesting.
Oh.
Trying to pull members into this site.
Trying to lose their guns, but bomb doesn't go off. GZ though, another round to their board, and Tux leading the charge for the moment, and it's good to see. You know, Tux relatively quieter in the numbers, but a guy that definitely has the impact in some of those rounds where he finds some big kills.
Yeah, definitely one of those players that, you know, you don't necessarily expect much out of him these days. But when he does, it's always a pleasant surprise because you know the level that he was capable of. So, just looking now to put pressure on outside. Crash though. Just going to be sitting on the other side of the smoke. Doesn't look like he's got support either from on top of the silo. So he's going to have to get it done solo as the rest of Ground Zero just edge their way towards ramp. So Tuck's just looking to keep eyeballs outside while the rest of Ground Zero do pincer. And if he can get down secret, gets him in a nice position to really put some hurt on the CT side.
Yeah, secret pinch is great. You just wrap up through the entirety of that secret tunnel and could potentially explode back up onto A there with a little bit of a split, especially with Apox still hanging around. GZ have the wealth of the map to take here, especially with all the positions that they've taken up early here. Kraz has no idea that Tux is red box, so GZ, they'll just opt to go for a crawl down through ramp here, seeing what they can focus and find. Night Raid, cautious of the Heaven Wrap as well. GZ, this is a pretty uncontested site. Of course, two players down that secret tunnel. Have to be cautious of up deck here.
Yep. Az is going to get himself into control room. Does isolate Winnie. And, well, the jewels are actually nicely taken there. Tux reveals himself at the perfect moment. And there's nothing really Arcade can do at the moment. It's a nice little distraction. Taylor does find one, but Night Raid, there's nothing left on the table for him. He's just going to try and do damage with that M4 if he can find an AK to upgrade. Ground Zero are going to be relatively happy with that. They got themselves freely into ramps, freely into the lower site. And the bomb plant, well, that was just a formality at that point in the round. So it's a good start for Ground Zero. Night Raid is going to be hopeful that the next few rounds are going to go their way. Hopefully with that AK, because Arcade not off to the ideal start.
Yeah, it's starting to teeter off a little bit. It showed a lot of early presence there on Mirage and a lot of willingness to read GZ, but you know, these last two, feels like they're getting a little bit of a worrisome sight here. Mechanical looking a little bit frustrated, not too much, of course he's just, you know, going through the motions for the moment, but a little bit quieter for Arcade. The noise you can hear is actually Rooster and Mindfreak, and you know, Mindfreak getting a map already against Rooster on that other game, kind of crazy.
Yeah, that's what we want to hear though. We want to hear the reactions. Taylor though getting in the face of Hazard does find that AK. We'll be able to get out relatively unscathed. Not so successful. Oh, okay. AKs are starting to become a problem for Ground Zero. Now what are they going to be able to do? It's 2 versus 4. They've got no real map territory.
Okay.
You know, that's what I think of your hard hats.
Yeah.
That was personal.
Screw your hard hats. Little aim training there for APOC before they make a maneuver here. GZ.
Kovacs looks different.
Yeah, Kovacs looking different these days. New skin, maybe, on that one. GZ. They don't have to necessarily commit to taking those A fights, though. Could maybe look to go straight back up towards outers here, but APOC, he's throwing out A smoke. It's going to be the lurk one out through Squeak Door, so they could maybe get down the vent here.
That might be the objective. What it's going to at least do is pull the attention of those A-site players. And hopefully, well, I mean, they're going to end up in lowers anyway, even if they even if they didn't go through the smoke that they've just thrown. So the best thing for Arcade is doing exactly what they're doing right now, not splitting up, not giving individual jewels away. They do have A-site locked in. As time starts to tick, they are going to have to get numbers into the vent. APOC Dud's going to have to get himself out of his position quite quickly. Tux is a good cover for the single door. But he's flashed now into Decon.
Oh. How did that not blind him? Popped in the face of Night Raid. Quick reactions.
Oh, he's on the ball.
And no, Taylor taps for the second. You can hear APOC wrapping around. Double doors open. He knows exactly where APOC is, but he's picked up a molly. APOC's now got all the time. He's going to wrap back through vent. And he's just going to hide. He doesn't have to fight Taylor. War of attrition here. Double doors shut. Taylor's out of there. Round one by Smarts alone from APOC. Another round GZ, and that is unfortunate to drop Arcade in a winnable spot in that 2 versus 3.
Yeah, absolutely in a winnable spot. I think if it wasn't for APOC Dud ring around the Rosie champ, it gets a little bit more difficult. But I think Night Raid just jumping the gun slightly, trying to stop the plant, hoping that was going to be enough to get the round. That's really where the advantage that Arcade had got thrown away. They were playing it really well, trying to stick together until they weren't. So, yeah, not off to the greatest of starts, but they do have some weapons into this round at the very least. APOC Dudge is going to look to get a pick out that door.
He's out.
He does get out.
Oh my. Almost get taken out with HE.
Yeah, it's been touched up.
Yeah, Night Raid very much happy to take that fight against APOC, who has been shooting pretty solidly as of late in these last 2 maps, and definitely feel like the confidence is what GZ needed right now, because that first map they looked very defeated after. They walked outside, they had a bit of a chat, and going into that second one we're like, oh, okay, GZ, maybe the same story here on Dust, but they clawed back. They found their way into winning form, and looking to carry this winning form through here on Nuke. Great shots from Night Raid and Kraz, though. Kick it off here in the late round.
Yeah, that's exactly what they need as an opener. Can they convert that into a round win? That's the real question. If they don't from here, like if you're on the CT side and you don't win the 3v5s, like you're really just throwing rounds away at that point. So they need to start making that conversion. Night Raid does another favour for Arcade. And now APOC Dud and Slimy, they've got no territory outside. Mechanical arrives at the exact worst moment for APOC Dud. And so, Slimy's on his lonesome. What's he... Realistically, what can he do here other than some economic damage?
Look, I can't fault the shit talk there from Arcade. Slimy, what can you really do in that situation? Not a whole lot, so maybe need to go a little bit earlier with the rest of GZ, but first round Arcade, and, well, some much-needed confidence for them right now. Of course, Kraz was 0-4, now 2-4. He had pretty good double kill there in that one, and GZ, they're flat broke.
Yeah. There's not a good economy for GZ at the moment. We've fallen on some tough times. Well, APOC Dud does get to red box, relatively unchecked. Is he going to get to secret? Yes, he is, the running man. Mechanical's on the rotate though, so he might not get too far. I'd be surprised if he does, but... Oi, we're watching that in the third person.
Seeing it through the floor.
Yeah.
Action happens through the floor there. Night Raid takes that hazard. Night Raid for a few more. Get those stats padding. Get that confidence flowing. Night Raid, one of those flashy AWPers that can hit some nasty shots. We saw it with a scout there on Dust too. Yeah, well, for Tux, had a flashy start to this one, but
169 ADR.
Yeah.
He's popping off.
Popping off. Big man with big guns.
Yeah. Dropped to 141 ADR, That's
Taking a hit.
unfortunate. Yeah. Well, you talked about some stats padding. That's exactly what you want for the HLTV profile. Padded stats.
Yeah, I was actually just looking at the stats, of course. 1.44 for both APOC and I believe it was Slimy. So,
right.
Doing a lot of good heavy lifting here for GZ in that last one on Dust. And hopefully to keep those numbers up going into this one. Arcade, of course, I believe Night Raid, the only one sitting above a 1.04, of course, for Kraz there. So 1.34 for Night Raid. But you can't really rely on Night Raid all too much. We need a little bit more out of Tail, a little bit more out of Winnie for them to kind of get this one back across their line.
Yeah, they've had their moments, certainly, but, I mean, consistency across all of the maps so far has, I guess, been the biggest question over Arcade. I don't know, I feel like they haven't been the same team since the second half of the last map.
Yeah.
They really have fallen a little flat. So for Ground Zero now, it's really about capitalising on that and just trying to close this third map out as quickly as they possibly can. On the T side, they get to set the tempo. So Night Raid's going to be tested here outside. They do have those two players down secret, though, Ground Zero, so they're just waiting for them to be able to work in. This round's on a timer.
Yeah. Bit of a knife's edge here. Night Raid falls back down towards the lower bomb site. Mechanical quite low, so he's going to be hiding away, trying to get a cheeky little spot that GZ don't expect. Oh. Night Raid, great shot there. Some instinct reactions. Night Raid frag moving time. Able to find two, but APOC, he finds two back. And that site opened up here. Plant goes down. Arcade can't shut it down for the moment. Now GZ, they put themselves in good post plants. APOC here going to be playing up on ramp. He doesn't expect a few more players coming his direction. No, he's actually got the read. He might have spotted Taylor. He flicks away just at the wrong time. And now it's down to Omichella. 1 versus 3. Going to be hiding, tucking, trying to find some headshots from the back of that silo. But he only finds Kraz double door. Arcade are going to get that long defuse in, and they'll grab that ult probably for Night Raid. Not
maybe.
No, yeah.
Mystery. We'll see. I hope they do, because Night Raid's been looking good with it.
Yeah. Orange getting these fist bumps in, get the vibes back. Seems to be repaired. Kraz is all smiles, not head in hand anymore.
Yeah, that's a positive. I mean, these players from Arcade, they have been starved of a few rounds, that's for sure.
Yeah.
But again, like, we're seeing a momentum shift, and it's going the way of Arcade. Ground Zero were definitely in firm control of this map, but now the CT side's starting to build. The economy's there. The utility's starting to be able to deal with some of these waves of T aggression.
Oh,
Night Raid's under some pressure. Winnie is, sorry.
Oh, okay. Oh, Winnie gets himself too. Yeah, I thought that was Night Raid too. Normally you put your over towards ramp sometimes, but Michelle, he's got himself a rifle to play with, but he has to deal with mechanical. He's got another player coming single. He does still have the bomb at least, so has freedom to work the map as he chooses. Now, Arcade know that, so they're all going to just be grouping up down towards the lower bomb site, play the numbers, play the man advantage. And if only Michelle gets that bomb down, you know, it's a pretty easy 3 versus 1 retake for him.
Yeah, they just need to play the percentages at the moment, Arcade. Omichella is just looking to try and isolate an individual duel if he can. Bit of a round in stasis at the moment, isn't it? They're just waiting on what Omichella can pull out. But you've got these two CT players in ramp. Okay, there's a twist yet. It's going to be interesting to see how things play out now as all 3 CT players are on the A site.
There's a player coming down through Secret Tunnel, actually. Night Raid fancies himself going back towards that lower bomb site. He's not fooled. Michelle gets that bomb down. He'll have to face Night Raid, and the double doors are open, and Omichella, one tap there to take out Night Raid. Now in 2 versus 1 here for Omichella, and he's going to situate himself back right corner here towards posturing at that single door. The shot misses. Unfortunate there. Omichella. It was doable. But a big round there from Arcade. And Taylor again. He's a pest sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, you got to have that player that's a pest, right? Like, you got to have someone that's just there, willing to just throw the chat. If they're a vibes team, they're looking to him to bring the vibes, right?
Absolutely. It used to be witty. Taylor has definitely found his voice here in this Arcade roster the past, few lands that they've had to play at. And, well, this is a map that definitely Arcade have shown some upset prowess. I believe it was in their series to open up the wildcard layer. They took out Mindfreak, and Tux was on that roster.
Okay.
So, yeah, this one, a little bit of a personal one here in this final map.
Well, they said they had some history, right?
Yeah.
Had some history. Each of these players have had some history with one another. Oh, Slimy does find Taylor, who was getting a little bit too big for his boots with that push. What can Ground Zero do there with this round? They do have the player advantage now through Tux. And we're looking to see some CT aggression coming out. There we go.
Ooh.
All right, winning.
And Tux caught jumping there. Unfortunate to see. Had a lot of space there. Re-smokes towards outers here for GZ. Kraz looking for a gap in it, but of course, unfortunately, smokes are pretty good. Pretty picturesque to where GZ want to use them. Hazza having a little bit of a rough start to this game, but all it needs is one big round, and Hazza's back in it. APOC is definitely having some big rounds. Great shot there on a Kraz. They beat the AWP shot. Great read there from GZ, as now they can wrap their way around outside wherever they please. And Slimy's got himself up through heaven. This is a very interesting position here for GZ. They've found themselves a quick pick on a Night Raid. They'll flush out Winnie. And they'll, it's a little bit of a nice moment there for GZ.
Yeah, it is. It is. Oh, dear me. The pirouette is really what did it for me.
Yeah.
It wasn't just, baiting the AWP shot, but it was the pirouette. They'll get some style points for Ground Zero.
I wonder if Tux can do that.
Definitely a different side of Tux for sure. Don't know. I hear the clubs go pretty hard out in Bendigo. A bit of a faster round coming out now from Ground Zero. Pressure on top, but Arcade are there to absorb it.
I don't think that was the read GZ were after. Arcade have had that A side on lock pretty convincingly. It was the rounds where they got too aggressive is the rounds that GZ have kind of picked them apart. And now all surrounding on that map. APOC down towards Secret Tunnel. 1 versus 5. Not really likely, especially with them all kind of covering each other's corners and crosses. Just have to wait for somebody to spot APOC. He might be a dead man too, right? Kraz, he's going to catch him.
Yep.
He's caught clearing garage. And a close one here. Once again, these two teams really like going back and forth.
Yeah, I think both of these two teams are really suffering from momentum stutter at the moment, aren't they?
Yeah.
I mean, you've got those first 4 rounds going the way of Arcade, and then another 4 rounds exchanged. Ground Zero claw their way back, and suddenly I reckon we're going to have another 6-6 half. What do you say?
Yeah, it's definitely looking likely. This has got 6-6 written all over it here, especially for APOC going into this tier side. And, well, haven't gotten to see a clash of the AWPers all too much. Night Raid hasn't been playing here towards outers. And the APOC boost up here onto the box here. Doesn't spot anyone. And that angle's not the most favourable. Smoke's going to be tossed to his teammate, has to pick it up and probably drop it a little closer for him. Kraz finding Tux there towards outers a little bit early to the party. GZ losing a member early is not a good sign.
Definitely not. Going to try and blow the smoke though. See if he can catch anyone crossing. Oh, Omichella on the edge. He's going to find Mechanical. No, this is going to be the path into top. APOC does find another. This is going to be very difficult now for Arcade. But it's very difficult for them to lose, should I say. But APOC Dud and Hazard got plenty of firepower between them. They are going to be able to get this bomb site B. But the resistance now revealing itself. There we go. Good trade though from Crash. He's popped up at all the right moments. Now Hazard's got work cut out for him.
We pushed the issue there. Takes out Kraz. As the Taylor's probably holding his tail. He's going to check the close corner right, and that's what does him in. Arcade, they get themselves their 6.
Claims of fatherhood.
It's just gibberish of it, so I don't know where they get this stuff.
Yeah, I don't know. It's always weird when someone younger than you claims to be a father.
Yes. Oh man, I graduated high school before you, bud.
Before you were born?
Yeah.
Probably did, to be honest.
A lot of young guys on arcade in their 20s, I imagine.
Yeah. Their early 20s, it's a high possibility.
Yeah.
But we'll see. At the end of the day, they're not chatting me though. I guess that's a positive.
Have to get you the server chip.
Yeah. Suffering enough second-hand embarrassment as it is. Don't need first-hand embarrassment.
Right. He's going to be put under pressure here. Doesn't want to embarrass himself, though. Winnie's happy to help him out. Good shots from Winnie. Looking poised and composed. And Kraz will end our 6-6 curse. We'll actually get 7-5 here in favour of Arcade. Kraz is feeding it to him. Not even Taylor. Taylor's just there for support.
Yeah. He's just playing a support role in the shit chat. So yeah, every team needs not just a primary chatter, but a secondary chatter as well. All right, vibes are pretty high from Arcade. To be honest with you, I thought they'd kind of fallen off the rocker a little.
Yeah.
They were doing it tough in the first part of that half, and now they've actually got their tails up and have got some pressure back on GZ. So, well, the ball is in GZ's court in this series.
Yeah, it's at least like they don't look too frustrated. Like Arcade's chirping at them, they're just happy to take it, let their the game speak for itself, and that's what happened on Dust. They gave him a shellacking. They let the kids know that Father's home and he's here to play. But this one, Arcade, the young guns getting off to the races here. Already a 1-for-1 trade here. Omichella with those double Berettas. I have to say, Omichella's been a little bit quiet in this series overall. Normally one of the guys that puts up numbers for a roster like GZ, but he's had a little bit of a rough one. You know, it happens in the series. It's late in the evening. Slimy and Gracious on there on the Winnie. Looking for his second too. And Slimy and GZ, they take it in not too bad a fashion.
Yeah. That's exactly the reply they needed, right, in the second half, just to get themselves stabilised. They'd obviously had some big momentum shifts in the first half, and they found themselves on the receiving end of, I guess, the momentum shift away from themselves quite heavily. So very important for them to just stabilise things with that pistol. Now, obviously not messing around either. They've got M4s.
4 of them.
Yeah. Very little utility, but they're not taking any chances. They just want to have the firepower in this round, and this is where it's going to be tested.
Oh my. They don't even get a chance to get through that smoke. One good smoke and one good spam. MP9 as well for Hazard. Get him some confidence, get him some ecos, make the money, but also get him in this game, right? Hazard's had a little bit of a rough one to start, 1-7 at some point, but now slowly clawing up there. GZ tying up the scoreline as well. And this is the round that really makes or break both these teams here, because Arcade to a purchase, GZ still with those M4s, but now the full kit of utility behind them. Arcade are going to have to pull something crazy off here.
Yeah, if they want to go fast, they're going to have to beat out that utility from ground zero. So early waves coming through. Oh, jeez. The floor is lava. Pretty much everywhere on the map. Look at that little radar.
Yeah, wow.
Every incendiary has just come out of the bag.
All of them from GZ, I believe, yeah. Only Tux and Omi with their ones left at their disposal. Oh, this is a great angle from APOC.
Oh, the problem is he's going to be able to get more than one. Ooh. No, it does a lot of damage though to Taylor. And so Tux now not able to find another as they just scramble down. Oh, Hassan peaks at the perfect moment.
Oh,
he's doing a lot of damage.
Oh my word, the utility and the shots coming out of Hazza, jiggling that vent well. Graz has to think twice about taking that fight. He'll get up the vent, Hazza's to safety. But that gives up the space. Arcade could still potentially look to get themselves onto B. Winnie though. Look at lobby. GZ still a few members towards that upper bomb site, both towards the vent side of things here. So Winnie, if he clears these corners one by one, could be a good spot. But Omnigella, the first to find.
Yeah, that's pretty much just shut the door on that. Ooh. Doesn't get the spot outside though, Tux. Or does he? Well, certainly the gunfire is going to be giving them away now. He needs to make sure that he holds heaven.
No. Great angle.
Yeah, great angle. Easy for him to hold from there. Arcade really didn't have too many options left in that round. They were just completely blown away. And so ground zero, well, that deficit at the half has been obliterated. They are now in control. And they've got Arcade struggling to buy.
And they've kept them quiet too after the side swap. Very important, especially a team of Arcade's caliber. Momentum based is probably the word we'd use.
Absolutely. Straight down the vent though. Winnie. Is he going to be able to do anything with it though? That's the question. Is he going to be able to catch someone? Because they don't have that outside presence. If he breaks that glass, it's going to be surely hurt. There we go. Slimy all over it. But he does get overrun eventually.
Unexpected. Good reaction there from Slimy though to turn and check that object player. Here's going to be Hazza taking out Night Raid. Mechanicals just trying to get the bomb down. Taylor has an AK at least, but APOC, he does it with the pistol to him. GZ now to 9 here, and this is starting to look like inklings of dust too.
Yeah. Starting to slip away from Arcade though. That's the unfortunate thing for them. Okay.
Wow. All right.
Fresh, hot off the press.
Hot off the press. Mind Freak 2-0 Rooster. And that's Rooster Eliminator, right, production?
Yeah, that is.
Wow.
Oh, no, not production, but I answered it.
Wow. Rooster knocked out.
Yeah, they had been knocked off their perch.
That is crazy. Mind Freak of all teams to do it too. That's not what we expected. Great blow away in the smoke as APOC takes his shot. Arcade losing an early member. That's not what they want. They want to win these early duels, especially that T side, take up that space. But GZ, look how spread about the map they are as well. They're feeling confident in how they can control these angles.
Yeah, certainly trying to catch Arcade off guard with some of these funky angles. So Arcade are just have to bleed out the round timer here at the moment, right? Like they've got no real map territory at the moment. Yeah, they've got Mechanical just wandering the back of the vents, but there's nothing on offer for him. Like he's coming up empty-handed.
He's looking to pop up through that vent potentially, but Hazza, as he said, funky angles. Tux, of course, towards Mini. Hazza up on top of the hut. Mechanical, he might go scouting towards B. Trying to draw a rotation or two. Flash goes out towards the site, but Hazza's not fooled. And a little bit of utility. Tux finding Taylor. And this is a prime position, though. Tux, another one on a Night Raid. Gets down on towards B. And Mechanical, he's going to be the last remaining member here for Arcade. I believe they have the bomb too.
Yeah, I think they do. They just, there's nothing. They're playing with him. But there's nothing in this round for Arcade whatsoever. If Mechanical can hold his weapon, it'll be the best possible outcome. But I don't see anyone throwing themselves down the vent here. Oh, there we go. Slimy does take a run at him.
Yeah. He's got plenty of money, though. All the GZ really do. Tactical timeout once again. Worrisome sights for Arcade. We saw them take attack on Dust too. And now it's serious, Kraz. Not I'm going to be screaming at the top of my lungs, Kraz.
Yeah, this is a vibe check now. Right, everybody needs to get their heads back into the game, get back into what was working for them in the early stages. The problem is though, like they don't have a reference point on their T side as to what has actually worked well for them. So they're very much being locked out, not really being allowed to get into post-plant positions. So Mechanical's going to kind of... He's tasked with working that out. Working that out quite quickly because they're starting to run out of rope.
Yeah, you're going to have to work it out pretty quickly. That tack only lasts so long, and the rounds only go as long as they do for GZ.
And we should be back into it now.
Yeah. Hopefully, yep, there we go. Back into the game.
Well, trying to work this top site. I don't find too much in the opening exchanges. I mean, if you're going to take on Hazard like that, right, like you've got to be prepared to run at the beast.
Yeah. All right,
okay.
Hazard's back. He's woken.
Yep, he's worked his way into this game, that's for sure. It's been a little bit quiet, but now Kraz is going to try and open up the top. So he does find the reply to Hazard. Omichella, though, is quick to silence in the uprising in the top side. Timing.
Hey, there's some chirping back from GZ. I like that.
Okay, they're back into it now.
I don't think that's APOC, though. APOC was doing a lot of chirping on Dust. I think that's Omichella getting allowed.
Well, I mean, if you watch the, the content at the start of this match, you would have seen that there is, a few storylines between the players in this, these two teams, and not just, from direct matchups either, former teammates, and also friends as well. So some of the banter might seem harmless, but it's definitely personal.
Definitely personal, especially you get that one good call, that one good shit talk that like really rings home, and somebody's tilted for a good few rounds and definitely going to need a reset to get them back into this one. Arcade looking to take up some outers control this time around. They've got some good smokes, just a complete wall here, especially with the help of GZ. And trying to sneak their way potentially into Garage here.
And APOC Dad's just chilling.
Yeah.
All right. Just going to buy a bit of time with that incendiary. They're going to just path through warehouse though. This is going to be different.
This is an angle. This is a great spot to be in. Credit hard to clear if you're both of those Garage players now. And Taylor, he's trying to take up that position, and Hazard's happy to give it to him. He can just walk away. But he doesn't know where he is. That's the problem. Does instinctively react to take him out. And when what do you got for us? A 1 versus 4 potentially on the cards.
He needs something insane. He's got 28 seconds to try and to carve something out.
Oh, that's an angle. Good spot. Slimy takes time with it. 12, it's match series point here for GZ. Elimination point for Arcade. And wow, they've fought tooth and nail to be here, and definitely a lot of storylines of a lot of heavy emotions for both of these two teams in a series like this. They love playing each other. It's always close. It's always a banter-filled one. But GZ, just one good round, locks them into the playoffs, sending Arcade home.
Yeah, it would be a shame, but I mean, one of these two teams has got to go. They're going for something a little bit faster in the opening exchanges. APOC, this is bold. He takes that AWP straight into Hut. He's looking for another. Does find at least more. There we go. Arcade have gone the fast round, and unfortunately that has been their undoing. Ground zero held their ground and were able to take that round quite convincingly in the end, 13-7. It wasn't quite as close as we'd hoped.
Yeah, it was close half, but not necessarily mean a close end here. Condolences to Arcade. They definitely fought their hearts out there. You can see Orange is hugging all the players, letting them know they did a good job. Like, we can't really hate what Arcade did there at the end of the day.
Certainly not. They were very competitive in the series, right? Like, we knew it was going to be relatively evenly matched. It should have been on paper ground zero. the clear team that should have been top dog in the series, but they weren't made to feel that way. It wasn't necessarily a clear slobber knocking. The fact that it went to 3 maps. Look, in the end, there on Nuke, they just didn't have what they needed to get themselves over the line. But I think what we do need to get over the line, and what we do need to get going here is Flam. You need to get on.
Flam, get in here, mate.
On this desk
get
here,
in
mate.
Here,
Come on.
There you go. He's here.
Yeah, there's no embarrassment, mate, in being late.
On the couch.
Yeah, he's on the couch. Okay, that's why he's out of breath.
Bro, those stairs are cooked, bro. Have you tried to run up them before?
Oh, you're downstairs.
Bro, those stairs are insane. Those stairs are cooked. I'm out of breath. Can you boys take over for a second? I'm out of breath.
Anyway, for those of you that actually care about the game,
I was watching. I promise I can.
You lost your voice. Were you yelling down there as well?
You get loud with Arcade.
I'm just out of breath. It's fine.
You sound like Harry Kane after.
A little bit, but it's fine. It's coming home, boys. It's coming home next year.
Just really proud of the lads.
It's really proud of the lads. I'm really confident about the tropical series. But no, fellas, we do have 2 players for interviews. Because as you mentioned during that game, we did have Mindfreak beating Rooster. Upset of the event. We may as well start with an interview with the one, the only Phoebe. Once production decides that they want to send Phoebe in, once they decide that they're actually going to do something. In here.
Okay.
We'll give Phoebe a headset and we'll
shuffle over.
Yeah, shuffle over.
Caught out.
Come on in the frame.
You can stand on the edge of the box.
Nah.
You sure, Jim? Okay.
What do you think? I'm a pixel boost?
Might be.
Just pixel boost over here. No worries.
Fair enough. Phoebe, first off, congratulations. You've made the playoffs.
Thank you.
It's been a bit of a Cinderella story. Was it something that Mindfreak sort of expected at all at this event?
I think we definitely knew we were capable of it, like 100%. Yeah, I think calling it a Cinderella story doesn't do it justice, because I think we are like a serious team, and this is kind of our first real chance to prove it, and I think did pretty well.
Yeah. How are you finding playing with this group of players? We talked to Cooper before. He said you guys are a group of friends, and it's not just business. Does that really help with working through some difficult games?
It's very good for like vibes and stuff like that. Like if you saw like that OT from the Rooster game just then, we like throw a 5v2, and like I don't know, we able to reset and just like close it out. And I think it's pretty like rare to like be able to maintain vibes and stuff like that.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I have to look at this upset. You're taking down Rooster, of course, and through to the playoffs. How are you feeling about the competition stacking up in the playoffs?
Pretty awesome. We're playing FlyQuest, which will be pretty fun, but it's good. Like, it's awesome to make it through to playoffs and get to play FlyQuest.
Absolutely.
Oh yeah, thank you very much, Phoebe. We'll see you tomorrow. Of course, good luck in your games, and congratulations. We're getting through to the playoffs. Well in.
Thank you so much.
Of course.
Awesome to see. Awesome.
I mean, that Mindfreak victory is that's something. Yeah. That really is something.
Yeah.
That's why we love LAN. That's why we come to it. You get the upsets no one expected. But fellas, I've got to introduce a big dog.
A big stepper.
Oh,
big opening chair.
Big stepper to the scene, of course. GZ, as we would have just seen, have just defeated, who was it? Arcade. You finally get your lick back against them.
About time.
Jack, about time. It's been circled in the calendar, I can assume. How was the mental going into map 3?
Oh, I mean, the first map definitely shook us a little bit. You don't expect, got a little bit of flashbacks from last LAN, but, we're a very composed team, and we've got a lot of experience, so, there wasn't any real stress about it. So, yeah, we kind of just got the job done.
I'll just get you to take a step closer to Tone
Get a
for
little
me.
close,
He's not that scary. He's not that scary. Give me a hug if you want.
Big cuddle for you.
Going into the third map there that we've just seen, Arcade start to wrestle back some momentum. What are you guys saying to each other there to get things back in order?
I mean, honestly, we had a really good start, and then they got a few runs back. So we were just we just weren't doing the right stuff. We were being a little bit too complacent, taking a bit too much time, not really playing CS. And then going into CTSI, we kind of just we're fucking better than them. Let's just fuck them. We got the job done. Yeah.
Yeah, fuck 'em, you did. Good job. Of course, your next opponent, Thunder. How do you feel about that one? Always a strong rivalry between you two.
It is. We got a bit of revenge. We lost 12-7 at the last land. We were 12-7 up through that on the last map. So we're here for some revenge. Obviously, they're a great team, bunch of sharp players. But you know, the old dog's got some bark. We got Tux. He's the man. You know, he beat North once upon a time.
He did.
It's time to win the fucking land, boys.
Wow, I am rolling back the years.
Christ.
Yeah.
Back in the day.
I'm too young. I'm too young. You're too young for that.
Hey, bro. No, he's the man. He's the goat.
He's a studied man.
Of course, cheers, Jack. We're going to wrap up today. Best of luck tomorrow. Congratulations on your win, and best of luck in the playoffs.
Thanks, boys.
Have a good night. GG's, man. GG's all around. Oh, my days.
That was close.
That was close. Just completely blown out everybody's ears.
Oh,
in that
We've got a live camera operator here.
I know,
Good
right?
time.
It's great. I know. Can we do something about the pale skin type?
No.
I'm a little bit too white.
We'll get that little focus card back up.
Yeah, a little bit. We'll get the focus card back. But boys, playoff bracket now set. FlyQuest taking on Mind Freak. Thunder Down Under taking on GZ. Which matchup are you excited for?
It's got to be Thunder. It's got to be Thunder. It's got to be Thunder Mind Freak.
I don't know if it's the wrong way around or if I've got it wrong.
Yeah, that is wrong. Sorry, Thunder GZ. I got it wrong as well. Thunder GZ, as we just heard, you know, a little bit of a rivalry. Revenge story inbound, I hope.
Yeah, look, it's hard to go past that as the the go-to matchup. I think if you're Mind Freak, though, you're kind of like, here we go again.
I mean, they've played them, how many times? How many times online, and it just never gets any better for them. But we'll take a little bit. Jesus Christ! Give me a second. It's midnight. We're tired. We'll take a little bit of a look at what we've had today. Were there any surprises that you boys saw, especially from those Group A matchups that we had? Is there any shock?
I wouldn't say any real shock in terms of the Group A matches. It's the surprises that we didn't see, funnily enough, here on the A stream with that Rooster Mind Freak upset. I think that's probably the big, I guess, upset of the day, if you're going to call it that. I think it's good to see a roster like Mind Freak take that win, particularly after we saw them, in very tough circumstances taking on Thunder Down Under. First map of the day after, a few delays too. So to turn things back around, obviously, take that matchup against Abyssal and then secondly take a match against Rooster. I think those guys are going to be really enjoying the experience here at the HyperX Intel Nationals.
Of course, Tone. Any shocks, any surprises?
I feel like maybe the opening round there, I wasn't expecting Rooster to just blow Abyssal out like that. 13-2 is such an impressive scoreline there, and I thought Rooster revenge story maybe, but no, Mind Freak get their lick in.
Group B, fellas. Any shock, any surprises out of this at all?
Not really, to be honest. It's kind of played out as we thought it would. If anything,
that's wrong.
I would probably be surprised with Ground Zero. Not necessarily the manner in which they won, but the fact that Arcade were able to really wrestle back some momentum. I was surprised to see them maybe rattled so easily. That's something they're going to have to work out between now and then, but I think it's safe to say that they found the secret formula, and that's just telling each other that they're better.
Well, I mean, that is the secret formula. Do we have any predictions for tomorrow at all? Who do we reckon goes through straight to the grannies?
Straight through to grannies? Wait, well, we got to play the winners match first, don't we?
Yeah, who goes through to grannies? That's what I want.
Look, mate,
who goes to the grand final?
It's got to be FlyQuest. Like, you got to lock FlyQuest in for at least a grand final spot.
Who did you have as your
FlyQuest?
dark horse? Who did you have as your dark horse, Tone?
I think it was Rooster, actually. So, damn. I wasn't expecting Mind Freak this far, so props to him.
Didn't know we were doing dark horses, but if I would have picked one, it probably would have been Ground Zero.
See, me and Jim, our dark horse is still in it.
Smart.
You and Haz, your dark horses are long gone.
Long gone.
They bolted.
They did. Actually, I think one of them left the studio very, very quickly as soon as they just went out. Anyway, boys, FlyQuest, I assume.
Yeah.
Go straight through the grannies.
Oh, look, they'd be disappointed if they didn't. To be honest with you, like everybody said it in the interviews, they've got the most to lose by being here. So
someone said their jobs. So it's like,
yeah, if that's on the line, yeah, I guess. Like,
right.
I see Papa Smithy in Twitch chat, so he's keeping tabs, boys.
He is. He's the all-seeing eye. Counter-Strike, which is a very, very scary thought. But gents, we'll wrap the show up. Of course, a big, big thank you to all of you for sticking around today. It's been a very, very long one. Big, big thank you to HyperX and Intel for putting on the Nationals 2026. Hope you guys have yourselves an amazing day, night, no matter wherever you are in the world. We'll see you tomorrow for some more Counter-Strike and, more importantly, some playoff action. We'll see you guys then.